On the horizon, in the midst of pitch darkness, a demonic creature suddenly appeared, with wings on its back and horns on its head. A moment after its appearance, a bright and powerful beam of light appears, literally piercing the white stone academy building. Along with this, a young man with a sword in his hands appeared. He intends to immediately deal with the threat posed by the demonic creature. At that moment, the demon's eyes open wide and fill with a blood-red color. In their reflection, you can see the silhouette of the young man. Unexpectedly, the demonic creature opens its mouth wide and is about to attack the young man, but he intends to fight back with his sword. And then, after another moment, the guy quickly and deftly strikes a blow, literally piercing the body of the demonic creature. The guy himself lands gracefully on one knee and demonstratively puts the hand holding the sword behind his head. In turn, the horned demon, unable to resist the enemy, accepts his defeat and begins to dissolve into thin air. Finally, the young man turns back to take one last look at the enemy he has defeated. At the same time, he notices his companions on the horizon, who have arrived after the demonic creature was defeated. Seeing the satisfied faces of his comrade, the young man himself breaks into a broad smile, as if he cannot contain it. He remembers that he had to return to the academy, and that he never expected to make friends with everyone who has now come to celebrate his victory. Some time passes, and another rainy and cloudy day arrives. Raindrops envelop the academy, and then run down its walls. The guy enters the academy with two girls, and notices a fire burning in front of him, with someone else standing in it. On the other side of him stands a blonde guy, who has taken certain measures to stop his guests. Standing confidently in front of the staircase, the blonde guy holds a dagger in his hand, and says that the guys will not go any further. Remembering that the blonde guy is the protagonist, the dark-haired boy immediately grabs his sword. He knows the name of his opponent, Ed Rote-Taylor, and now he is heading towards him to begin the confrontation. Waving his sword in front of him, the boy shouts loudly that his name is Taylor McClure. Ed Rote-Taylor, in turn, continues to stand impassively by the stairwell, waiting for Taylor McClure's attack. Taylor McClure himself is increasingly filled with a thirst for revenge, and swings his sword again at the blonde boy. At that moment, Taylor McClure creates several magic circles between his fingers to summon the flame. Taylor McClure's eyes shine and sparkle with anger because Ed Rote-Taylor is a third-rate villain. But a moment later, his eyes widen more and more, as if something has happened that makes Taylor McClure shudder with horror. The flames around him begin to dissipate, and a wooden bow with a single arrow appears in Ed Rote-Taylor's hands. Taylor McClure raises his sword in front of him, but for some reason, he suddenly turns away. Ed Rote-Taylor's eyes fill with rage, and he prepares to shoot his wooden bow. As he attacks Ed Rote-Taylor, Taylor McClure remembers that he was never supposed to be in this story in the first place. But Ed Rote-Taylor's target is not the guy, but the girls behind him. He quickly and sharply shifts his aim to them. The arrowhead glitters and shines, which is noticed by the innocent girls watching what is happening. A moment later, the arrow is in the shoulder of one of them. The girl does not even have time to react and dodge. At that very moment, Taylor McClure's sword pierces Ed Rote-Taylor's shoulder, almost cutting him in two. A slight but satisfied smile appears on the face of Ed Rote-Taylor, who has been struck down by the sword. He thinks only that he does not expect anyone to understand him. Their foreheads touch, and the men find themselves face to face. Ed Rote-Taylor knows that what the protagonist cannot do, a third-rate villain can. At that moment, the outline of a demonic creature appears behind the unharmed girl, and the entire space around them is enveloped in dark energy. At the same time, two more girls suddenly appear from the blazing flame. One of them is dressed in a school uniform, while the other looks more like a nun. Along with everyone else, a young witch who wields the powers of lightning and thunderstorms also arrives. At that very moment, a huge black dragon appears under the cover of the night sky above the academy and begins to cast a dark spell. Meanwhile, blue-eyed, blonde-haired Ed Rote-Taylor realizes that at this moment, he simply must survive in order to achieve certain heights. The darkness thickens over the academy, and bright, blazing lightning flashes brightly in the night sky. By the way, Ed Rote-Taylor is the high-born son of a noble family. One day, sitting on his bed, he receives a letter, which he immediately reads. Leaning his forehead on his fingers, Ed Rote-Taylor reads that his own family has disowned him. He believes that life is mocking him. Ultimately, everything leads to Ed Rote-Taylor's belongings being packed up, and him being literally kicked out of the house. Everyone around him mocks him and discusses how his family has disowned him, and, on top of that, he has been evicted from the dormitory. Ed Rote-Taylor himself is in despair and thinks it's all unfair, while the others talk about how he faked his entrance exam results. The fact that the Ed Rote-Taylor everyone is talking about isn't actually him makes the kid cry because it's so unfair. Everything turns out completely differently. It turns out that he ended up in a regular computer game that he was playing in his room. The essence of the game is that you find yourself among the firstborn of rich families, or SSS rank hunters, who don't care about any rules. But this kid was destined to move into the body of a third-rate villain, Ed Rote-Taylor, who was kicked out of the academy from the very beginning. Now the guy is shouting loudly that it's all unfair because he has always lived a modest life without a crumb of luxury. Everyone around him points fingers at him because they are outraged that the guy has the nerve to talk about a modest life after everything he has done. After that, the academy students simply walk away, leaving the fake Ed Rote-Taylor alone with his loneliness. At one point, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy turns away because he notices something. Then he looks at his reflection in the mirror and realizes that it reflects all of his characteristics. Recalling the plot of the game, the boy realizes that Ed Rote-Taylor has always been a beaten and humiliated villain whom he himself does not really remember. Suddenly, his memories become clear, and the boy remembers what actually happened to Ed Rote-Taylor. That same Ed Rote-Taylor, being old at the end of the game, ended up simply begging on the street like the lowest of the low. The fact that Ed Rote-Taylor survived the game at all makes the boy sink even deeper into despair and hopelessness. But then the guy collects his thoughts and confidently gets up from the bench. He realizes that he is not going to give up and will definitely get back on his feet. The academy from which he was expelled resembles a whole city surrounded on all sides by high hills. To the northeast of it is a wild forest. The guy goes there to escape the prying eyes of his classmates, but ends up getting lost. Tiredly closing his eyes, the guy remembers that Ed Rote-Taylor's renunciation of his family was a key turning point in the game's scenario. In the world of this game, the Sylvania Academy is extremely prestigious and has its own coat of arms. Recalling the territory of this huge academy, the guy also remembers that he has the knowledge he needs to succeed in life. Sorting through his thoughts, the guy begins to write the word graduate in the sand with a stick, because now that is his goal, so that he can live a luxurious and wealthy life later. His eyes light up with a bright blue glow, and he thinks about how he can pay for the semester in advance. But at the same time, he begins to study his characteristic and already doubts that he will be able to get by on a budget. Looking at his half-empty suitcases, the guy realizes that he has nothing useful, and now he is not sure that he will be able to survive until next week. Thinking about everything that is happening, he realizes that with his reputation, he won't even be hired for a job, and he has no roof over his head and no food with him. Getting to his feet and stretching his joints, the guy starts counting down to the start of classes and plans to get himself in order during this time. Fortunately, he can use spells, so he uses Windblade to knock a few logs to the ground. His face is covered with beads of sweat from exhaustion, because the spell takes his last ounce of strength for the sake of 15 pieces of wood. In a slight panic, looking around, the guy catches himself thinking that he is now terribly hungry. Looking at the pieces of wood, the fake Ed Rote-Taylor remembers his grandfather's story about how he ate tree bark during times of famine. Now he is ready to eat anything, so he begins to boil tree bark in his golden cup, using a flame spell. After putting the tree bark on a thin stick, Ed Rote-Taylor realizes that if you don't look too closely, it looks like a piece of chicken. Immediately after that, he brings the bark to his mouth and tries to bite into it. The guy makes a satisfied expression, expecting it to be delicious. After 3 days of living in the forest, Ed Rote-Taylor becomes exhausted and mentally curses his grandfather for his advice. Falling to the ground, Ed Rote-Taylor looks back at the pieces of wood and realizes that they are better used for construction. First, he needs to lift the support beam, but he only has 2 hands, and there are 4 beams. It becomes more difficult for Ed Rote-Taylor to control the situation. In the end, the boy falls face down on the ground under the weight of the support beams he tried so hard to put up. But the boy is not going to give up, and gathering all his strength, begins to strain even harder to hold the beams on top of him. After some time, he manages to cross several beams and quickly tie them together with tape. The foundation of the shelter is finally laid, but Ed Rote-Taylor has lost all his strength, and he still has a lot to do. Realizing that he shouldn't sleep on the damp ground, the guy covers it with his clothes because he has no other choice. Some more time passes, and Ed Rote-Taylor manages to build his shelter. He tries hard not to faint from exhaustion. The guy's attention is suddenly drawn to a notification, and he instantly raises his tired gaze. Studying the notification that he has unlocked the rank of novice craftsman, Ed Rote-Taylor is surprised that there is a separate menu for this. A slight smile appears on his face, because he is much better at doing things with his hands than at controlling magic. After some time, Ed Rote-Taylor manages to make a simple spear and unlock new recipes for crafting. Grabbing the finished spear, Ed Rote-Taylor swings it and shouts that it's time to get some real food. Waving the spear in front of him and trying to get food, Ed Rote-Taylor realizes that only despair keeps him from falling unconscious. Thanks to his desire to eat meat, The guy even manages to catch a few fish with his new spear. Immediately after that, he eagerly begins to light a fire with a spell. With drool and a strong desire, Ed Roadtail grabs the fried fish and is confident that if he can hold out this week, he will figure out his training. But his meal is interrupted by a man who suddenly appeared. Ed Roadtail realizes with slight panic that he has forgotten something important. A beautiful young girl with long hair appears on the horizon. She recognizes the guy as Ed Roadtail himself. Seeing her, Ed Roadtail remembers a moment in his life when he was tied up and accused of not having a shred of remorse. This girl was the one who punished Ed Roadtail and told him to get out of the academy immediately. Princess Fanya is extremely unhappy to see Ed Roadtail still hanging around in these parts. Ed Roadtail wanted to use his noble status to woo the protagonist's childhood friend. However, he failed because Taylor McClure knocked him on the head, and he decided to take revenge. He wanted to tamper with the exam results, but a girl hiding her identity caught him red-handed. Fanya was a princess and could analyze life for the presence of perfect meanness thanks to the technique of justice. Thus, Ed Roadtail stammered, gritted his teeth, and was exposed before everyone by Athena's insight. For this reason, he was expelled from the academy and kicked out the door along with his belongings as an unworthy student. When he was near the entrance to the academy, Fanya approached him and asked why he was still there. Ed Roadtail explained to her that he had not yet been expelled from the academy, but had simply been kicked out of the dormitory, so he could still be on the academy grounds. Fanya started shouting and said that she would personally go to the education department and demand his expulsion. She believed that such a student of the academy had no right to demonstrate disgraceful behavior and try to ruin the lives of his comrades. Ed Roadtail understood that his food was burning. Fanya talked too much for someone who was supposed to be taciturn. He understood that he now had serious problems because the princess could get him expelled if she really wanted to. He understood that the sun would soon set, which meant that the princess should not be walking in the forest without her guards. Smiling slyly, he said that the princess should not walk at night in the dense forest because it could be too dangerous. Fanya began to activate her powers and said that she could perfectly well cope and stand up for herself on her own. However, to her great surprise, the young man knelt before her and said that he wanted to thank her for her attention. Using her insight technique, Fanya was surprised because there was not a hint of falsehood in the Rottweiler's words. The Rottweiler family was very influential because they exploited people and conducted various experiments in search of eternal life. However, in the eyes of the protagonists, this family had no right to exist and needed to be killed. At that moment, the system notified him that his fish had burned and was unfit for consumption. He understood that he was still alive, which meant he had to convince the princess that she was wrong without resorting to lies. Otherwise, he could really be expelled from the academy, and then his life would simply be over. He understood that he should have been expelled a week before the start of classes, so he didn't understand why the princess had come to the forest. Getting up from his knees, Ed Roadtail realized that since she had come without guards, she was simply taking a test to determine her class. This class placement test was created by Professor Glass and required finding magical beads hidden in the forest. Fanya understood that her former classmate simply wanted to resort to flattery and had not changed at all. However, to her surprise, Ed Roadtail approached her and said that without his help, she would not be able to cope and would not be admitted to Class A. The princess was confused, and he told her that she should not go to the river in the southeast of the forest. However, it was in that very place that there was a branchy tree that was the guardian tree of Merida. It was there, under the roots of the trees, that a small gift in the form of a single magic bead was hidden. Fanya decided to check, and indeed, when she reached the required place, she found the magic bead. Just 3 days ago, Ed Roadtail was nothing but a liar and a charlatan, and everyone knew it. However, after only 3 days, he had changed dramatically and began to behave differently. Fanya held the magic bead in her hands and thought that perhaps she had been wrong about him. Meanwhile, the class placement test had come to an end. The magic professor carefully examined his students and asked them to show the magic beads they had found. All the students happily began to show off various items, saying that they had worked very hard. However, this test required not only finding a magic bead, but also determining the examiner's intentions. The professor of magic understood that 3 magic beads with weak potential were needed for enrollment in the class. So one student who managed to find a magic bead with low potential was Zach. The second student to be enrolled in the required class with honors was Laura, who completed the task. Glass announced that the third student had found the secret bead with the highest magical potential. He said that this student would definitely become much better than everyone else, and pointed to Princess Phoenia. Meanwhile, Ed Roadtail was trying to make a new fishing rod to catch fish because he wanted to eat. The primitive fishing rod was made from a stick cut from a branch, and thread was used as fishing line. The hook was a small nail. He understood that Princess Fania had been very perceptive since birth and could see right through the sophists. As he cast his fishing rod into the water, he realized that this was precisely why he had to tell the truth in order to keep his place. He knew that if she failed the exam and ended up in a worse class, she would simply become the princess of love. Therefore, she simply had to find the golden bead in order to be in the best class, Class A. It was then that the narrative could deviate from the original script, and the opportunity to change everything would arise. Ed Wrote Taylor understood that if he managed to avoid expulsion from the academy, all his knowledge would simply become useless. He understood that Fonia was not always the best student and would have to go through a lot of trials. At this point in the original story, Lucy Merrill was the best student in the school. Therefore, he understood that he had no right to remain the same without making any serious changes in his behavior. Thanks to her innate ability to see through things, the princess could always discover the truth, regardless of the situation. Therefore, she was surprised that Ed Wrote Taylor did not lie and hinted that the magic beads were under the roots of the tree. Holding the magic bead in her hands, she understood that it was not really a gift. Ed Wrote Taylor could not understand why the princess was hiding her identity and had been condemned by the public. Just by looking at the bead, she realized that thanks to it, she could become the best student in school, but she did not accept the golden bead. This was because she wanted to do everything herself. She did not find this bead on her own, but simply followed instructions. He understood that Fonia would still only follow the path she could walk herself, and would not dare to take the magic bead. Therefore, remembering the conversation about how she would not be able to cope without him, he realized that it was just a decoy. At the same time, it did not matter whether it was true or false, because the princess could easily determine that. Ed Wrote Taylor was sure that the princess had failed the test, but she wanted to prove him wrong and rub his nose in it. However, he really hadn't lied to her, which was precisely why she couldn't get into Class A. The princess couldn't do anything about it, so she promised herself that she would always keep an eye on her potential classmate. Meanwhile, Ed Wrote Taylor was delighted because, after a long time, he had managed to catch a beautiful big fish again. The sun began to rise above the mountains, and a beautiful dawn was approaching, heralding the beginning of a wonderful day. Ed Wrote Taylor ran quickly because he knew that in order to make it to class on time, he would have to rush to the academy early in the morning. He tried very hard to make it to class on time, so his morning run was very fast, and he even broke a sweat from running so fast. There were many students at the Sylvania Academy, and they were all walking around the square waiting for the start of the academic year. The professors greeted the students and were very happy about the opening of the new academic year. All the students whispered among themselves and were surprised that Ed Wrote Taylor had the audacity to show up at the opening ceremony. However, he paid no attention to them and simply ate his steak calmly, observing all the rules of table manners. He understood that he simply had to make every effort to stay at this academy. He ate several plates because he hadn't eaten in a long time and was very hungry, so he tried not to pay attention to anyone. The students were surprised that Ed Wrote Taylor looked different and even ate with good manners. The female students decided not to pay any attention to him and went to the table where the best desserts were. One of the girls looked at the Rottweiler and thought about it because everything seemed strange. She did not understand how this could be possible because the person in front of her was indeed a completely different person. Our hero hurried, realizing that he had a long way to go to the academy. Today was the first day of classes and the beginning of the academic year at the Sylvania Academy. The rector of the academy announced that a new semester was beginning and that he was very happy to see everyone who had honed their skills. However, on his very first day at the academy, he was summoned to the dean's office and almost expelled because of his misconduct during the preparatory period. The dean said that Fonia had told him everything and that he had decided to expel him, but he was willing to give him a chance. Ed Wrote Taylor understood that he couldn't stray from the original plot of the script, so he had to try hard. He understood that he would have to train a lot in order to acquire the skills necessary for survival. Ed Wrote Taylor knew that a bow was not the ideal training tool, but he had no other choice. However, he still had no other option, so he had to learn how to use a bow and not break the bowstring. Therefore, he adapted to making good quality arrows so that he could later cast magic spells on them. So after class, he always went to the forest and trained his skills as a swordsman and archer to become a professional. However, during one of his training sessions, he realized that one of the students was reading books under a tree. It was Yanika, who was a rework and was the best in the whole class, and possessed the abilities of a spiritual sorceress. At some point, she noticed that she was being watched, and decided to return to see if she was safe. Suddenly, she realized that the funny boy Mariel had told her about was standing in front of her. Yanika Filover was very friendly and said that she was also a sophomore, so she suggested that they become friends. Seeing her companion's reaction, she realized that he did not expect her to already know about him, so she decided to try to befriend him. Then she explained that the mistress of the forest, who lived in the spirit tree, often talked to her and told her everything. Smiling, the girl replied that Mariel watched over the entire forest and knew everything about uninvited guests. Ed Taylor realized that he really was an uninvited guest because he had killed many animals and cut down many trees. Yanika Filover asked her interlocutor not to worry about anything because in the animal world, they also often ate each other. Ed Taylor understood that even the fearsome wild wolf had a tender heart inside. This phrase caught the attention of all the participants because it not only had a hidden meaning, but it could also prove that Janica Filover had simply been deceived by her new companion. However, her attention was drawn to a very strange sound, so everyone decided to turn around to understand what exactly was its source. Yanika Failer laughed and said that it was a bit of an unexpected encounter for her, but she looked happy. When she reached out to him and said that she had seen him yesterday during her walk and immediately signed a contract with him. Ed Taylor was a little surprised because he realized that she had a real spirit in her hands that possessed various abilities. However, he bowed his head and said that he did not understand what she was talking about because he did not have the ability to see spirits. Yanika was very surprised and did not understand how a magician could not see spirits because this ability was basic. Ed Taylor said that, in any case, he had come here for food, so he turned around and was about to leave. He understood that he would only have an advantage if he strictly followed the original plot. For this reason, he understood that he should not get close to Janica, who was an important character, under any circumstance. The girl was left alone and sadly watched her companion, whom she never got to know, walk away. She remembered his phrase that even a fearsome wild wolf had a tender heart inside. Then she realized that Mariel was right, and that the guy was indeed very interesting. Activating her wolf spirit, she was curious how a person who could not see spirits knew this. Yanika Filover was upset. She had turned to her new companion with all her heart, but he only replied curtly and left. On the other hand, she understood that they would still cross paths at the Academy of Magicians anyway. This meant that she would surely be able to learn much more about him, but just later. Therefore, she decided to simply follow him in order to gather as much information as possible. Ed Taylor continued on his way because he knew he lived very far from the Academy. He understood that he had to get up very early and go to bed very late in order to make it to the Academy on time. He also tried very hard and often stayed in the Academy library to improve his mental skills. On his way home, he had to stop at the lake and wash his sweaty clothes. He also checked his supplies of wood, water, and food every day to make sure he would have dinner tomorrow. However, he was not worried about that at all, but rather that he was constantly being watched and felt like he was being followed every day. Yanika Filover was angry because she realized that he knew she was following him and had simply kept quiet all this time. Ed Taylor told me that he was the most terrible troublemaker in the whole world, so he didn't understand why she was following him around. However, to his great surprise, she said that only others had that opinion of him, but not her. Yanika began to smile warmly and said that she knew nothing about him and did not understand how he could have done that to her. He understood that only at first glance did the girl seem naive. In reality, she had an independent mind. However, he knew what fate had in store for her, so he couldn't bring himself to engage in unsmiling conversation. He understood that she would become a very demonic creature with dark magic, so it was not beneficial to make such acquaintances. This meant that he had to be very careful in his behavior and communicate correctly with other students. He understood that he was destined to become evil there, so he wanted to ask Yana for a favor. Ed Taylor bowed his head and said that he was in a difficult situation because his family had disowned him. So he asked her to send him a little money so that he could at least eat. He understood that she was actually from a farming family that didn't have the money to pay for her education. That's why he asked her for money, so she would just leave him alone. Yanika was horrified because she knew she couldn't provide him with financial support. Ed was happy because he understood that his estrangement from Yana had been successful, and now she would no longer pester him with her friendship. This way, he would not have to communicate with someone who was an insignificant character in his subsequent development. He understood that I myself was not thrilled, but I no longer wanted to associate my life with important people. So as soon as the girl left, he continued building his hut so as not to deviate from the original plot. He tried very hard to use a lot of wood because the nights were cool. However, at some point, he realized that someone was already inside the hut, and this terrified him. Looking around carefully, he realized that Lucy Merrill, who was the best in the swordsmanship course, was sleeping inside his hut. She was sleeping so soundly that she didn't pay any attention to him and didn't hear him enter the hut. Ed was very surprised and did not understand why she was sleeping in the dense forest or what she was doing there in the first place. When she woke up, Lucy Merrill said that he was making a lot of noise and woke her up for no reason, which she did not like. Ed Taylor was surprised that she was in his hut, but was unhappy with his presence. However, Lucy Merrill said that it wasn't him who was shouting, but the wolf, which was the size of a house and was standing behind him. Ed wrote Taylor was very surprised, and Lucy Merrill pointed behind him and said that the wolf was constantly saying something. Ed Rothaler turned around to see if there really was some kind of spiritual being behind him. Lucy Merrill said that the wolf kept saying that he had to save Janina at all costs. He realized that there really was a huge ghostly wolf behind him, which was a magical spirit. However, he found it strange that it asked him to save Janina from whatever might happen. So he pretended not to hear anything, then simply crouched down and tried to free his hut. He found it very strange that the spirit had decided to talk to him, because nothing like that had ever happened before. He understood that he hadn't seen Janina in a very long time, and was sure that he was done communicating with her. At one point, he even convinced himself that he had simply gotten rid of her and did not want to encounter her again. Looking at Lucy Merrill, he realized that she had fallen asleep in his hut again and did not understand why she was sleeping there. He began to yell at her to stop sleeping in his house, and she informed him that she had already given him everything. Ed wrote Taylor thought that thanks to her small build and teleportation skills, Lucy Merrill could move around like a stray cat. This meant she could be anywhere, even on top of a clock tower or on the roof of a house, just to sleep. He chose the location for his own camp very carefully and for a long time, but he did not take all the nuances into account. Therefore, he set up his camp in a dense forest north of the island where no one went. Lucy Merrill did not find this forest as dense as he did because she liked quiet and peaceful places. For her, it was a great place to sleep because she could enjoy the sunshine and hear the murmur of a stream. This meant that Ed wrote Taylor himself was to blame for setting up camp in such a place. So the next day, he realized that he urgently needed to come up with something and find a more secluded place to spend the night. He thought about mixing 5 or 6 magic spells to completely change Lucy Merrill's body. The system notified him of a new addition, and now he had access to a trap using a rope loop and a very elastic branch. Lucy sat down next to him and asked if she could have some dried meat because she was hungry too. Ed wrote Taylor was very angry because he realized that Lucy Merrill had already come to his camp twice and crossed all boundaries. He knew he had to come up with something quickly because he had seen many strategies and none of them had helped defeat Lucy Merrill. While he was thinking about it, Lucy Merrill simply took some dried meat and started eating without waiting for his permission. He realized that he needed to come up with something urgently to make her leave and reminded her of the maids who might be looking for her. To his surprise, Lucy Merrill's face and color completely changed, after which she even stopped and thought. She said that she remembered something, that she had very urgent and important business, so she had to run. Then she simply said goodbye to him and teleported away very quickly. Ed wrote Taylor watched her leave and realized that there was an application in the settings book that everyone had ignored. This was because Lucy Merrill constantly avoided the maids who tried to control her. So as soon as he mentioned them, she realized that she urgently needed to continue running. Ed wrote Taylor understood that Lucy Merrill had only spent 2 days in his camp, but he had a lot of work to do. After a while, he realized that his actions had been too frivolous because real training had begun. The training improved technique and was similar to real sparring, which meant that preparation for it had to be serious. At the same time, training weapons were used on the academy grounds to minimize the risk of injury. The best students trained constantly on the training ground and were able to greatly improve their skills and abilities. The most promising of them was the swordsman Taylor, who had enormous potential and was the protagonist. Ed wrote Taylor looked at him with anticipation, realizing that he was supposed to be next among the other participants. He already knew the results well, so he didn't try too hard to understand what was going on, and just waited for the time to come. He knew that the winners of the joint training would be the first year, including the protagonist. The only exceptions among the winners were a few people, including the second-year Janina. Unexpectedly, she approached him, and he was surprised that she had decided to talk to him again after that conversation about money. Janina said she had a list, but Ed wrote Taylor turned away from her and said he wasn't interested. At some point, he realized he would have to listen to her because he would also have to take part in the training. He understood that in the original story, he should have already been expelled, but now he was learning differently. Looking at the lists, he realized that it didn't matter who he had to train with now. The most important thing for him was to do everything right. Taylor McClure was ready to give it his all to demonstrate his full potential. Ed wrote Taylor understood that he needed to be very attentive and careful in his actions. He understood that even though it was short-lived, he still had to live for a while in Taylor McClure's body. Ed wrote Taylor lived through several storylines, and there was not a single one where Taylor existed without sweat and tears. He understood that he wanted to live this life for himself, but he couldn't stop worrying about Taylor. However, his attention was diverted because Lucy Merrill was urgently being called over the loudspeaker. Lucy Merrill was invited to come out to the arena for training. Ed wrote Taylor didn't understand where she could have gone. In fact, as always, she was just sleeping in a secluded place, and she was told that she had to train first and then rest. It was better for Lucy Merrill, a freshman, to face Taylor at that moment. Taylor was the protagonist of this story, and he was also a natural swordsman, so everything had to go according to plan. He had never held a sword before, but with his first swing, he was able to attack Lucy Merrill's magic field. Lucy Merrill was very surprised because it was the first time anyone had managed to block her unblockable attack. Having caught her off guard, Taylor didn't want to waste any time and prepared for his next attack. In a fit of fear, Lucy Merrill simply began to attack him with electric lightning, not understanding what she was doing. Because of this, she was disqualified for using mid-level magic, and Taylor became the first person to defeat Lucy Merrill. Ed wrote Taylor was simply delighted, because everything was going according to the original plan. After that, the judge began to tell all the students to prepare for the next training competition. So Ed wrote Taylor watched closely, understanding exactly how everything was supposed to happen. However, at that moment, Taylor did not have a sword in his hands, and was only protected by brass knuckles on his hand. Lucy Merrill was completely calm, and easily put up a magical defense. For this reason, Taylor was unable to cope with this test, and simply fell to the floor. Yanika Filover watched what was happening with surprise, because she did not expect to see this. Ed wrote Taylor was delighted, because he understood that Lucy Merrill had once again used forbidden magic. To the surprise of all the other students, Lucy Merrill simply yawned, because she was tired and wanted to sleep. Taylor was unconscious, and couldn't even assess what had happened to him. Taylor was a failure, and had never received a single good grade in his entire school life. He understood that he could not afford to lose, so he unclenched his hand and grabbed his sword to try to attack. And while he was surrounded by bitter sympathy from the other students, he tried to get up. Ed wrote Taylor understood that even in such a disgusting situation, Taylor did not lose face. He really did not lose hope, and really wanted to defeat the mage Lucy Merrill. Ed wrote Taylor looked at him and believed in him. He knew that he would succeed and be able to win. At that moment, Taylor really began to run in order to attack his opponent with his sword. Lucy was very surprised because she was not ready for such a quick attack and was a little worried. Ed wrote Taylor expected Lucy Merrill to attack him with lightning, but the blade stopped the ghostly spirit. The ghostly spirit wolf began to completely wrap itself around the sword blade to stop it. Taylor was confused and did not understand what was happening and how this was possible. A huge wolf with sharp teeth began to appear in front of him. The wind began to swirl into a huge tornado, and Taylor did not immediately understand what had happened. Ed wrote Taylor was very surprised, because everything did not go according to the scenario he remembered. So Taylor found himself pressed against the wall of one of the balconies present during the students' training. He looked closely at Lucy Merrill and realized that she had used wind magic instead of lightning. The judge immediately came out to the arena and announced that Lucy Merrill was the winner. This meant that Taylor had lost after all, and could not change anything in the course of this confrontation. Ed Roth Taylor looked at him intently because he couldn't believe that he had really lost. It was very difficult for our hero to accept the fact that Taylor had indeed failed and lost. Lucy used a special wind defense spell that she had obtained when she made a contract with the high-ranking spirit, Mapilda. He understood that something had to be done, because in the original scenario, Lucy and Marilda did not interact at all. However, Lucy visited his camp, and he needed to make a contract in order to become stronger. The examiner announced that the next participants would be Ed Rote Taylor and the esteemed Princess Phonia Elias Clowell. The princess was already standing in front of him and talking about how he had caused her some trouble last time. However, Ed just ran past her and didn't listen at all because he understood that everything had gone completely differently from the script. The princess was very surprised and couldn't understand why her opponent had just run past her. Ed understood that Taylor had lost only because of him, because he wasn't supposed to be on the grounds of the Sylvania Academy in the first place. He wasn't sure that his actions made any sense now, so he decided to catch up with Taylor McLaughlin. Taylor was confused. He didn't understand why the participant who was expected in the arena had decided to run after him. Rot Taylor began to shout at Taylor not to give up, not to be ashamed, and most importantly, not to give up and to continue his training. He shouted and asked him not to be discouraged because he understood that the real trials were still ahead. Emperor Clowell was the first to discover his daughter's gift of clairvoyance, which had been bestowed upon her by God himself. However, in reality, the princess did not receive this gift. She purposefully developed it in order to protect herself in high society. For this reason, the princess never doubted her ability because she had developed it herself. Over time, the Princess of Love realized that she was surrounded by many despicable people who were deceiving her and the Emperor. Returning to the arena, Ed asked the princess to go easy on him because he understood that she could see right through him anyway. She looked at him closely and agreed, then asked him to be gentler and not attack so hard. The students watching disliked Ed because they understood that he had almost ruined Taylor's life and now supported him. Folia understood that her classmates' words were true because Ed had used his position to bully others. She remembered that when he failed, he simply decided to falsify his exam results. That was the Ed wrote Taylor of the past, but she felt that everything had really changed and was different now. The princess understood that her opponent was in real despair when he tried to cheer up his rival Taylor. The judge recorded the time, checked all the lists, and announced that the princess and Ed could begin their confrontation. Ed was surprised because instead of attacking, the princess said that it was really difficult for her to understand him. Preparing for the attack, she announced that this confrontation would put an end to their relationship, once and for all. A large whirlwind of magical power headed directly toward Ed, who could use fire and wind magic. The princess looked her opponent straight in the eye because she was curious to know what he would choose as his defense. She wanted to cast aside all her feelings because she was really tired and wanted to throw the young man out of her heart. Her magical power hit the young gentleman directly, who offered no resistance. The quality of Rot Taylor's attack sent him flying in the opposite direction, and he simply fell to the floor. He offered no resistance whatsoever, and did not even try to defend himself, simply announcing that he was surrendering. Folia couldn't believe what was happening, so she decided to clarify what exactly he had said, and why he had decided to give up so easily. She looked him in the eyes and didn't understand why he hadn't blocked the attack, since he had clearly seen its trajectory. Those present began to laugh at him, and say that even Taylor had actually lasted longer. Ed approached the princess, and said that the confrontation had indeed been worthy, and that he had learned a lot. The princess was very surprised, because from the very beginning of the confrontation, her opponent had not even looked at her. The judge immediately announced that the winner was Princess Fania Elia Chloe, and that this was an indisputable fact. Rot Taylor understood that he should be very careful when interacting with the princess, because she would be an important character. Running through the corridors, he realized that the protagonist Taylor was much more important to him at that moment than the princess. Looking around, he couldn't figure out where the protagonist had gone, and tried to find him as quickly as possible. However, he was suddenly called, and when he turned around, he realized that the princess had been following him all this time. The princess was furious and did not understand what had happened and why he had behaved so strangely during the competition. She was very upset because she realized that her opponent had not even thought about winning for a second and had not tried at all. Folia was furious because she already had enough difficulties in her studies from the other students. She was already suffering from a severe headache, so she wanted to conduct a normal test rather than a game of give and take. Ed realized that the princess was harboring too much anger inside her, so he wanted to calm her down and explain his actions. Holding her by the shoulders, he asked the princess to take a deep breath and try to relax from all the commotion going on around her. For a few seconds, he asked her to take deep breaths in and out so that she could calm down and control her emotions. After a while, the princess covered her face with her hands and realized that she had really let all her emotions out. Therefore, feeling completely embarrassed, she asked him to forget everything that had just happened between them. Ed Rothaler let her go and wanted to leave because he really had more important things to do. The princess apologized to him, saying that her behavior was due to the fact that she had spent a long time in the palace. She decided that Ed had destroyed all ties with his family because he had learned about their terrible secret. She also suggested that he had been tormenting Taylor because he needed a reason to disown him. He understood that she was absolutely right, but he had to open this Pandora's box much later, so he pretended not to understand. Finia was furious and didn't understand why he had encouraged a person who had almost been expelled because of him. Ed wanted to end the conversation as quickly as possible, so he said that he was just hoping that people would start to see him differently. He understood that Finia's ability to see through people could easily detect lies, but he just kept lying. The princess was completely sure that she was being deceived, but she couldn't do anything about it. Rage completely enveloped her body, and she could no longer control her anger. At some point, she realized that she really had no evidence to the contrary, so she simply let Ed go. The princess understood that he had already pierced a hole in the door with his gaze, and said that she would no longer distract him from his important business. Ed thanked her kindly and headed straight for the door, realizing that this was the first time Folia had shown this side of herself. He understood that in the storyline, the princess had many connections with other characters, and his head was spinning. Ed understood that he was also to blame for this, because in the original scenario, he was simply not present in the academy, and that meant that his burden simply could not be compared to that of the princess herself. Turning around, he said that he understood her responsibility well, but that it was also necessary to catch his breath. Folia was very embarrassed, because she always tried to see through the lies around her, and now they had seen through her. Putting all thoughts aside, he rushed to Taylor, realizing that if he gave up, his life might also come to an end. On the other hand, he couldn't find the right words, and didn't understand what exactly he should say in such a situation. However, unexpectedly, a student blocked his path and said that Ed had no right to take another step closer. It was the main character, Ilea Triss, who asked him to stop tormenting Taylor and leave him alone. She said that Taylor was already suffering without him and that he had no right to mock him anymore. Taylor, in turn, clenched his fists because he was very surprised that Rote Taylor had not yet been expelled from the academy. Ed looked a little scared because he realized that he was late because of his conversation with the princess. He saw in Taylor McLaughlin's eyes that same unbreakable strength that did not shy away from any obstacles. It turned out that while he was busy talking to the princess, his childhood friend Ilea Triss had already talked to Taylor. She became the link and supported her childhood friend so that he would not get discouraged and continue training. However, Taylor could not understand why Ed had come here and what exactly he needed from him. Ed understood that he had indeed gone through a lot of hardship with Taylor and had always continued to root for him and worry about him. So he turned away and said that he wasn't playing any games and wanted to be more honest with him. In the previous storyline, he had simply shifted all his duties and responsibility for what was happening onto Taylor, which had broken him. However, now everything had to be different, and he was glad that everything was really okay with Taylor, with whom they had gone through fire and water. He simply didn't need anything more, so he turned around and decided to leave the room so as not to take part in this. Taylor and Ilea were confused and didn't understand what Ed Rothweiler was trying to demonstrate with this gesture. They stared at his back and didn't understand why he was acting so strangely, as if he were trying to play the tough guy. Ed felt something strange and decided to turn around to understand what exactly had caused these feelings in him. The entire space began to glow with a fiery light that emanated directly from the hall where the arena was located. In the original story, everyone would have seen this event because they were still inside the building. It was on this scale that the Battle of the Golden Child, Laura Tell, took place, who did not spare her strength at all. The confrontation was very difficult and simply amazed with its scale, techniques, and tricks. This was because her opponent was the spiritual sorceress, Yannicka Faylauer. Although things turned out a little differently now, Taylor and Ilea were surely watching what was happening. Ed understood that Taylor had to watch very carefully one of the trials that might await him ahead. Laurel tried very hard not to lose face, and could not even imagine that one of the bosses of the first act would be in front of her. However, it was very difficult for Laurel because her opponent confidently wielded the powers of various spiritual beings. Yannicka Faylauer did not try very hard because everything that was happening was too easy for her. All the students praised Yannicka because she was able to wipe the floor with the first year, and she really did have a heart of gold. Yannicka herself was very pleased with herself, and therefore thanked everyone who admired her results so much. Meanwhile, Laurel was carried away on a stretcher because she had taken too much damage and was feeling very ill. Yannicka was considered the pride of the second year, but she looked at the result of her actions and was not satisfied with them. So, unlike the original storyline, Taylor lost to Lucy and was therefore kicked out of the joint training. Therefore, Yannicka was the only one who had to defend the honor of the second year, and she really managed to do it. Ed understood that maybe it was for the best, because then he wouldn't have to cross paths with her in the future. He understood that all these interactions with the main characters were simply making his head spin. After a couple of weeks, he managed to build a fishing net to speed up protein intake and fish catch. Over time, his endurance began to improve, and his body became much stronger each time. However, he understood that it was still too early to relax because there were many trials ahead. At some point, he realized that he was being followed again, and it was Yannicka who was simply hiding in the bushes. He couldn't understand what exactly attracted her to this place, and why she kept coming back here. Yannicka sat down by the fire and said that she just wanted to talk to him because she had no one else to ask for advice. Putting on his shirt, Ed was very surprised and didn't understand why she had come to ask him for advice. Yannicka said that she understood that he had left and hadn't seen anything, but a month ago she had crossed the line a little during the competition. Remembering Laurel's condition, she said that she had caused someone too much pain, and now she just didn't know what to do. Ed understood that Laurel herself was to blame because she had used mid-level magic, which was forbidden. Yannicka realized that she had gone too far and couldn't stop thinking about it because she didn't know what to do next. She admitted that she wanted to apologize to Laurel, but her friends stopped her, saying that she deserved it. Rote Taylor thought for a moment and then replied that if she herself felt it necessary to apologize, then that was what she should do. Yannicka was very surprised because she did not expect such a simple and at the same time correct answer. Her character was simply wonderful, so she was surrounded by countless companions and friends. That's why, in moments of emotional turmoil, they always supported her and were exclusively on her side. However, this did not make her mistakes go away, and that was probably why she came to him for advice. Yannicka stretched and said that, as she expected, he would never take her side just like that. Ed admitted that there was nothing he could do about it, and she said that everything was fine and that he just didn't understand her. She understood that Ed was completely different a year ago, and even when he asked her for money, he simply asked her to stay away from him. However, Yannicka, on the contrary, was pleased because she was greatly impressed by Ed Rote Taylor's character traits. Laughing, she admitted that she would very much like the others to be like Ed, so that she could find comfort in them. The next morning, Taylor went to the Sylvania Academy because he knew that a difficult test awaited him. He understood that everything had become even more complicated and confusing, so he needed to weigh every step he took. It was during this test that inexperienced players often met with bad endings, which could be very dangerous. In one version, the first players learned about the Golden Child and simply killed Taylor. In another, his childhood friend Ailia simply fell off a cliff and was instantly killed. In bad ending number 13, Taylor simply turns to ash and cannot change anything. That is why Ed understood that he simply had to hurry in order to slightly change the rules of the game. However, suddenly, the Golden Child appeared on his path, whom he had not planned to meet at all. Lorettel Keyhelm was the only daughter of a tycoon, so everyone considered her a golden child. Among all the students, she was also known as the nightmare of all new players who embarked on this path. In each storyline, Lorettel Keyhelm was a very dark character who always played a negative role. Unlike Foena, she was always portrayed as an antagonist, and only in the second act was her true nature revealed. Therefore, players do not immediately learn about her true loneliness, and everyone is faced with a very difficult choice. However, even though he was a senior, he still did not plan to believe her words at this stage. He understood that if he gave in to Laurentell now, he would simply lose his initiative. Laurentell understood that he was as unshakable as a mountain, but she began to circle around him because she wanted him to listen to her. She said that she really respected the senior Ed, and therefore did not understand why he was treating her this way. Smiling, she said that he was her source of inspiration because he never gave up when faced with difficulties. She also admitted that she had heard that he was a hardened egoist, but that didn't matter to her. She asked him to let her speak and offered him 3 gold coins as an advance. Showing him the coins, she said that she had seen that he had befriended Yanika, so she wanted him to present her in the best light. Ed wrote Taylor looked at the gold coins and realized that some people couldn't earn that much in a month. However, he realized that the famous Golden Child was trying to buy even friendship for money for her own benefit. Laurentell was too insistent and put the coins in his pocket so that he would not be shy and take his advance payment. He understood that it was she who, according to the plot, had to fight Princess Foenia for the right to rule the academy. This meant it would be much quicker for him to make allies, so he held out his hand and offered to shake hers. Laurentell realized that her plan had succeeded and happily held out her hand to seal the agreement with a handshake. Ed understood that a fleeting period of poverty was enough to completely break the Golden Child's spirit. It was people like this who would easily sell their families and friends for a handful of coins. Ed knew very well that it was too easy and simple to manipulate those who were in a state of despair, so he simply handed her back the 3 gold coins with a handshake because he didn't want to start by groveling. Laurentell clutched the coins in her hands and said that he was indeed a very interesting person. Rot Taylor understood that if he took this huge amount of money, his life could become easier. However, he was even afraid to imagine what might await him if he got involved in this adventure with Yannicka. The fact that Ed had rejected her so sharply did not offend Laurentell Keyhelm at all. She was a true businesswoman and always skillfully weighed the pros and cons, so she went to Yannicka that night. Yannicka looked closely at Laurentell and said that it was very unusual for her to see Laurentell with her hair down. In fact, Lauren's mind was ablaze with the idea of recruiting Yannicka Feelover to her side. Lauren understood that many people were criticizing her because she had used a forbidden mid-level spell during training. She looked Yannicka in the eyes and said that she understood that too much time had passed, but she wanted to apologize for her actions. While treating her wounds, she said that Yannicka shouldn't worry about her because everything would soon be over. She wanted to manipulate her through guilt, but unexpectedly, Yannicka asked her about her meeting with Ed. Laurentell was very surprised by such a strange question and pretended not to understand what she was talking about. The enchantress smiled and said that she had previously asked the spirits not to gossip, but they did not always listen to her. Smiling, she said that she was always aware of what was happening in the northern part of the forest. Therefore, she had witnessed everything that was happening there, including the conversation between the freshman and the senior. Passing by, Yannicka said that she was pleased that she was so eager to be friends with her, but warned her that sincerity cannot be bought with money. For this reason, she did not plan to befriend someone who simply wanted to buy her for the sake of manipulation. The sorceress also said that she much preferred Ed's style of communication and friendship. Yannicka smiled and hoped she hadn't gone too far, because it was her first time talking to a junior, and she didn't want to overdo it. Then she said she wanted to rest because it would take a lot of energy to sign a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Laurentell realized that she had indeed made a big mistake, and that she was not dealing with a naive simpleton, as she had thought. Yannicka turned around and apologized for causing too much damage to her opponent during training. Laurentell remained standing in the corridor, thinking about the mistake she had made, and how she would now have to work hard to make up for it. However, she found it very strange that Yannicka now looked as if she was on the verge of something. Meanwhile, our hero washed all his clothes and hung them on the clothesline to dry. One of the maids decided to visit him, and couldn't understand why the laundry smelled so bad, so she immediately began to take down all the laundry to wash it again. And Ed didn't understand what was going on, because he had just hung it all up. Looking around, He tried to figure out who else was there and what had happened. Belmaya was the senior maid of the Ophelia dormitory, which was the best dormitory in all of Sylvania. It was Belle who had literally thrown him out of the dormitory by the scruff of his neck. Belle looked around carefully because Mrs. Unica had told her where Rote Taylor had settled. Looking at everything with contempt, she said she was a little surprised that he had settled in such a strange place in the deep forest. After thinking for a moment, she said she was very glad that he had managed to settle down, even in such a strange place. The maids of the most luxurious building, of Phyllis, were the elite and performed all their household duties impossibly well. Therefore, Ed did not listen to her at all, because his eyes were fixed on the basket that might contain the finest delicacies and treats. He was even a little curious about what role Belmaya might play in the current storyline. Belle said that she didn't care how he had changed, and that he could continue to be rude to her as he had been before. Ed smiled and said that he couldn't allow himself to be rude to a maid who worked hard and didn't spare herself. He understood that she had a magic basket in her hand, and he really wanted to befriend this secondary character. It was Belmaya who told him in great detail about the berries, mushrooms, and herbs that could be picked and eaten without fear. Thanks to the basket of food, Ed increased his knowledge of food and, with the help of fire, was able to cook more complex dishes. He still only had 2 magical skills, fire and wind, but he didn't even notice how he had raised them to level 10. This allowed him to make herbal tea that could improve his skills and increase his endurance during hard work. So, after finishing all the preparations, he immediately drank a whole glass of herbal tea to improve his endurance. To his great surprise, he had already managed to finish all his chores and prepare the firewood, and the sun had not yet set. Inhaling the vapors of the freshly brewed tea, he realized that everything was not so bad after all, which meant he had nothing to complain about. However, he suddenly saw something in the sky that began to glow brightly and fall rapidly. Everything around him began to collapse from the force of the impact, and nothing remained of the perfectly constructed camp. Ed Rottweiler was confused and couldn't understand what had happened and what to do about it. He was very upset and realized that his camp had been completely destroyed, and now he would have to do something about it. To his great surprise, he saw Lucy sitting in the crater that had formed and saying that she had almost hurt herself. Ed looked closely at Lucy and didn't understand what had happened and why she had completely destroyed all his work. He didn't understand who could possibly oppose the most powerful mage in the world, and was surprised when she said it was Belmaya. Lucy explained that she had planned to skip class as usual because she wanted to sleep, but she ran into the best maid. She realized that the maid looked even more ferocious than usual, so she had no choice but to teleport away. Ed looked around and realized that everything around him was completely destroyed and could not be easily repaired. He was very angry at Lucy and Belmaya, who wanted to give her a real beating. Lucy decided to ask if he had any beef jerky, and Ed replied that she had actually destroyed everything. Realizing that he had managed to hit her in the head, he didn't understand why she hadn't used a protective spell. Lucy was indeed in a lot of pain, and said that she had no mana left and couldn't use magic yet. However, she was confused because she looked at the student and saw that his face was changing dramatically. Rote Taylor was delighted that the great mage was defenseless and decided to give her a few slaps for destroying his house. He understood that he would need a stronger house, which meant it should be built from solid wood. He went to the library to learn how to properly process wood. However, he became so engrossed in reading that he did not even notice how time had flown by, and the library was about to close. First-year student Elka Islan informed him that the library was closing, and, seeing his efforts, admitted that he motivated her to study. Looking at the student, he realized that she was begging him to give her his name in response to her introduction. Ed understood how things could turn out, but still decided to introduce himself because he realized that the student would not leave. Hearing the student's name, the girl immediately remembered that this young man had a very bad reputation and rumors. However, to his great surprise, she began to say that she was very surprised because he had devoured many books in one evening. Elka began to smile broadly and said that most likely the rumors simply could not be trusted. Ed understood that he knew one person with the same genuine sincerity that flattered him. Elka said that she would keep her fingers crossed for him and believed that he would be able to change his reputation. After that, Elka waved to him and said that she would tidy up the library a little and then go to the dormitory. Suddenly, something started to happen, and the entire library building began to shake violently, as if there had been a real earthquake. Elka was very surprised and could not understand what had happened and tried to assess the situation. The books could no longer stay on the shelves and began to fall rapidly, completely covering the floor and the students. Thus began the final chapter, the battle with Glasskin, which was the beginning of hell in all the storyline. Thanks to the efforts of Taylor and his friend, they managed to gather all the students in a temporary camp fairly quickly. About 2 hours had passed since the unexpected incident, and everyone was discussing what could have happened. After carefully examining the open portal, they realized that it was marked with the runes of the most powerful spirit of darkness, Glasskin. Fonia thoroughly analyzed the current situation and realized that only one person could have summoned a spirit of this level. She understood that they would most likely have to face a second-year honor student who had succumbed to the influence of the dark spirit, Yanika. All the students understood that they had very little time, and if Ilika was right, the barrier would not hold for long. Taylor McClure said that they should immediately contact the student center to request help. Captain Clare of the Royal Guard said that they would have to decide everything on their own because the director was not at the academy at the moment. Then they realized that they should join forces to defeat the high-ranking spirit. The sullen Clebius Nortondale was a freshman and was against it because he was very scared. His concerns were related to the fact that, to begin with, they would have to deal with the low-ranking monsters that Yannicka had summoned. Along with Yannicka was the high-ranking spirit of darkness, the Losfer, who was a very strong and dangerous spirit. However, there was another high-ranking angry spirit of fire, Tarkin, who possessed enormous destructive power. Clebius did not want to take part in all this because he understood that they would all simply be killed. The disciples were confused because they understood that Yanika was very strong, but she couldn't do all this on her own. Then they suggested that it was most likely the work of Velisfer, with Yannicka acting only as a conduit for his powers. This was because the spirits of darkness were natural enemies of the spirit summoner. Therefore, Yanika herself most likely fell into the trap of the demons, but this was also too strange. However, no one could understand how Yanika managed to subdue Velosphere, and it remained unknown to everyone. After preliminary discussions, all the students understood that at this point, only one person could make a decision. Therefore, everyone turned their attention to Princess Fenia, realizing that she was the one who had to take responsibility for making the decision. Everyone froze in anticipation of the decision, realizing that they would still have to participate in the current situation. Fonia remembered Ed's words that she needed to take a break sometime because she had too much on her shoulders. She announced that in an hour, her personal guard, Claire, and one outstanding student from each course would head to the epicenter. The princess announced that she was taking full responsibility for this matter. At that moment, the people who had been scouting and assessing the situation at the Sylvania Academy returned. The student reported that the Audrey building and the potion warehouse were completely in the epicenter, so there was no point in waiting for people from there. The princess understood that there was no hope for help because there were simply no other students anywhere else. They were joined by a student who reported that her friend was in the library with some sophomore. Zex immediately tried to find out the girl's name and was horrified when he realized that Elka was in the library. He understood that she would not be able to defend herself, so he decided to head for the library. However, the students immediately stopped him because they first needed to deal with the root of the problem, namely Yannicka. Zix was very worried and wanted to hope that the sophomore would be able to protect the girl from danger. Fenia decided to find out who exactly was left in the library with Elka to see if they needed help. Zykes was very impatient and immediately began to question the freshman, realizing that she was clearly not telling him everything. However, when he heard that Ed Rote-Taylor was in the library, his anger filled his body even more. The student apologized and said that she didn't want to have anything to do with Ed, so she dumped everything on Elka. All the students were confused because they understood that Rote-Taylor had a very bad reputation. They themselves were not thrilled that such a person was alone in the library with Elka. The princess tried to bring Zex to his senses because she understood that they really needed him in the current situation. Fonia and Loratel tried to stop Zix because he was a very powerful mage and they would not be able to cope without him. The princess looked Zex in the eyes and asked him to just believe in Ed Rote-Taylor and that he had changed. Meanwhile, the magical field began to change and everything around was enveloped in dark energy emanating from the portal. All the students froze because they realized they had never seen anything like this before and couldn't understand what to do in such a situation. Laurentel and Fonia also stopped because they didn't understand how Yannicka could have pulled this off. Zex also stopped because he was trying to calm down and assess the situation. He couldn't wait any longer, so he pushed everyone away and immediately headed for the library to save Elka. The first level demons began to actively penetrate the space in order to carry out their mission. Zix easily passed through the first level monster, attacking them because he was worried that Ed might harm Elka. He was furious and knew that he would be crushed to dust if anything happened to Elka. Zix's life had been very difficult, and he was better known among people as the Grass Spear. His journey began in the pastures of a lawless land that even the Empire could not subdue. It was in this land that one always had to be careful because one could lose one's life at any moment. Zix came from this very region, and at the age of 18, he was completely on his own. At that time, he did not yet know how to earn money, but he already knew how to obtain supplies from dead animals along the way. All the inhabitants looked at the young Zix and understood that he was the offspring of barbarian, so they tried not to communicate with him. Unexpectedly, as he was walking across the square with a deer, a person stopped him and decided to ask his name. Zix was very surprised that someone had decided to talk to him at all, and was even more surprised to see that it was a pretty girl. Elka looked at him and laughed, saying that he looked like a wolf, only one that walked upright. It was at that moment that Zix realized that he was a lone wolf who had been abandoned by his pack, and only now did he understand the extent of his loneliness. Elka showed him kindness and brought the boy to her family, where her father decided to take in such a savage. After a while, Zix learned to accept the fruits of civilization and no longer remembered how he had to survive. Thanks to Elka and her family, the lonely wolf cub was able to become a man and forget his lonely, barbaric past. However, looking at the monsters, he realized that if he had to protect Elka, he was ready to remember all his skills. That is why he was ready to immediately become a real animal again, in order to protect the one who saved him. He understood that there were too many disgusting rumors about Ed Rothaler, so he was very worried. After passing through the first level of monsters, he ran swiftly through the corridors to get to the library as quickly as possible. The Sylvania Academy library was enormous, so Zix tried to move very quickly. Rushing through the corridors, he suddenly saw Ed Rothaler, who had been injured and was sitting on the floor in the corridor. Zix grabbed him and started shouting, asking where Elka was, what he had done to her, and, most importantly, what condition she was in. Learning that Elka was in the reading room on the 3rd floor, Zix threw Ed aside and immediately headed there. Reaching the reading room on the 3rd floor, he immediately opened the door and began searching for the first-year student. Elka was lying on the floor, sleeping peacefully, her legs covered with a sophomore's jacket. Zix made sure that she was just asleep and was immediately relieved to know that she was safe. However, looking around, he was very surprised because the bookcases stood around Elka like a barricade. He noticed that the windows were tightly curtained so that evil spirits could not see inside. Nearby was a note saying that she should not worry or scream so as not to attract the attention of evil spirits. Zix put all the pieces together and realized that someone had taken great care to ensure Elka's safety and had put a lot of effort into it. Examining the jacket she was covered with, he realized that there were traces of blood on it that did not belong to Elka. Then he realized that it was most likely Ed Rothaler who had done this, who had injured himself but did not think about himself at all. This meant that the sophomore had not thought about himself at all, and all his thoughts were occupied only with how to keep Elka safe. Zix understood that there was no one else in the library besides Ed Rothaler, but he did not understand why he had decided to do this. 3 hours earlier, everything in the library began to shake violently, and books fell rapidly from the shelves. Rescuing Elka from the falling cabinets, he realized that he was very happy that he had managed to level up his endurance. Looking out the window, he realized that a very serious confrontation with Glaxon was likely imminent. Closing the curtain, he realized that Taylor would most likely be able to handle it on his own, which meant he shouldn't even bother watching. This was because he was simply obliged not to allow any changes to the future. He realized that there was plenty of time before the spirits appeared, and decided to build a barricade to practice. Later, he planned to have a snack of dried beef and sit down to read all night to quickly gain the required knowledge. At some point, he realized that Yannika's abilities were strong because of her ability to understand spirits and unite with them. He did not have such abilities at all because he could not even see spirits, which meant that he needed to develop such skills. He understood that Yannika had arranged a whole invasion for him and decided to try to defeat the evil spirits to improve his skills. Therefore, Ed decided to activate his fire and wind skills in order to try to collect a new portion of fresh meat. During the confrontation, he managed to increase his spirit unity skill to the 7th level, which meant he was very close to the 8th level. Upon reaching the 8th level, he would have been able to make a contract with one of the spirits, but his strength began to leave him. Zix grabbed Elka, and passing by Ed, decided to ask him what exactly he was doing here. Rottweiler understood that he looked very insignificant, so he said that he had just been training all this time. Zix calmed down, exhaled, and bowed to the senior, saying that he was now greatly indebted to him. He said that he would definitely repay him later, no matter what it cost him. Ed understood that Elka was Zex's beloved, which was why he was so worried and concerned about her. On the other hand, he was Taylor's closest friend, and had always trusted him from the beginning to the end. Ed told him that he had to return to the student center because he was needed there right now, and Elka was safe. He also asked Zix to obey Taylor McClure unquestioningly, and then everything would work out for them during the confrontation. Zix was very surprised that Ed had such a high opinion of Taylor, since they had never even spoken. Ed explained that the whole point was that only Taylor had access to the elemental type of attack, so he would be able to confront the evil spirit. Zix was very surprised by this knowledge, and thanked his beloved savior. Rot Taylor said that now was not the time for thanks, and asked him to hurry to the student center. However, as he replayed the conversation that had just taken place in his head, he was surprised that Zix and Micklor were not yet acquainted. In the original storyline, during the competition, Taylor discovered a new type of attack, and that is how he and Zix became friends. In this storyline, there was simply no final confrontation, and Glaxon appeared a month earlier, This meant that Zex had not yet had time to befriend Taylor, and Taylor had not yet had time to discover his elemental attack. So, at the moment, no one could oppose Tarkanu, which meant that the plot could change significantly. Only now did our hero begin to realize that the original plot was completely falling apart at the seams. Zex returned to the student camp and announced that he was ready to accept any punishment for his delay and tardiness. Everyone looked at him intently and said that they would do without it for now, because they had no chance with it. Claire said that they needed to get reinforcements if they planned to continue their attacks. They managed to retreat, but Claire was out of commission, and Cleebus was also badly injured, so their forces were greatly reduced. They realized that they simply had no time left to confront Tyrant. Phonia was very surprised, because Ed came to them and said that the ritual with Glaxon was about to end. He understood that he didn't want to do this at all, but he simply had no choice and would have to intervene. Remembering the manual, he suggested splitting into 2 groups and said he would lead one of them. Everyone looked at Ed Rottweiler in amazement because they did not understand how they could trust a man with such a reputation. Clebius was furious and thought that the arrogant Ed had simply decided to play a joke on them. However, to everyone's surprise, Zix stopped him and said that they should at least listen to him. Ed said that first they had to deal with Tarkan, and then take care of the spirit that had subjugated Yannicka. He also pointed out that Tarkan was completely invulnerable to all their attacks. This meant that they had to create a diversionary group so that the second group could get through the door. Laurentil started shouting that they would not succeed because there had been nothing like this in training. And if the first group failed, the second group would have to deal with 2 powerful spirits at once. Ed calmly replied that they should only worry about the risks when there were other options. Zix sided with Ed and said that all they had to do was decide who to assign to the diversion group. Laurentil understood that, in other words, they had to choose those who were most likely to lose their lives. Taylor raised his hand and announced that he was ready to lead the first group to provide assistance. Ed refused and said that they weren't choosing sheep for slaughter, so he would be needed in the group opposing Yannicka. He said that the groups didn't have to be equal, and that Loretel and Clebius would be enough to distract Tyrant. The students were horrified and began to say that they would simply refuse because they didn't want to take part in all this. Clebius was terrified because he realized that he would have to be on the same team as Ed Rottweiler, which was simply impossible. Ed realized that they simply did not have time for argument, and suddenly he heard the voice of Princess Foena. She said that she still did not understand his intentions, but she did not see any flaws in his plan. So as the Princess of the Empire, she gave the order. The first group was to consist of Taylor, Zix, Alvira, Ilea, and herself in order to deal with Yannicka. The second group was to consist of Rottweiler, Clebius, and Loretel, and Phonia reminded them that her orders could not be questioned. Realizing that they really had very little time, she told them to take care of themselves and not to lose their lives. After that, the teams immediately split up and set off to carry out their direct duties. The first group arrived at the Corridor of Evil, Neil, where the evil fire spirit Tarkin was located, to distract him. Laurentel did not understand how they could possibly oppose such a large and powerful lizard. Ed said that if they listened to him and the plan went as it should, everything should work out. He understood that Clebius was very worried and very fearful, so he decided to support him by saying that he could handle it. Clebius was very surprised and did not understand why a man with such a reputation was so confident in himself. All of Ed's team members were very surprised and did not believe that he really knew what he was doing. He understood that Yannicka was waiting for them behind the door, which meant they had to go through the door and distract Tarkan. Clebios understood that he was here solely because of the order of the Princess of the Great Empire. On the other hand, he was not alone, so he believed that he would be able to muster up the courage and pass all these tests. Terran woke up and was ready to attack because he saw that his enemies were in front of him again. Clebius was confused and did not understand how exactly he should behave and how to distract the monster. However, not hearing an answer about the tactics of his further actions, he turned around and realized that there was no one behind him anymore. Clebios began to worry greatly because he did not understand where his comrades had gone. At the same time, Tyrant was directly behind him, and he could feel his breath on his neck. Clebios realized that his teammates were dishonorable cheaters who had simply abandoned him and left him alone. He tried hard to escape from the evil spirit and did not understand where his comrades had gone and why they had simply abandoned him. Laurental was very worried, but Ed said that she should not waste time worrying and should continue to act. She realized that he had simply decided to use Clebius and warned him that the other students would not be able to forgive him for this. However, Rote Taylor asked her not to think that way because he was confident in Clebius and his quick wits. Besides, he understood that Laurentil played the most important role in this confrontation. It was she who had to destroy the wall so that the second group could get inside, and she also had to attack Tarkan. In the course of her activities, Laurentil realized that she should not have made conclusions about the student based solely on rumors. She remembered how Ed had told her that everyone had doubts about themselves, but that it wasn't worth dwelling on them for too long. This phrase gave Laurentil confidence, and she began to act more decisively confidently. Thanks to this, Laurentel managed to completely destroy the wall in order to clear the way for the second group. The group of students was confused because they did not expect Laurentel to be capable of such strength. She just smiled and said that she had completely cleared the passage for them and they could begin their tasks. Laurentel understood why Ed had entrusted this task to her, because he had seen how she accidentally destroyed the ceiling of the building during training. In any case, she understood that she had indeed managed to destroy the wall and clear the passage. This meant that all that remained was to assist Clebius, who was already very tired of running from the evil spirit. She understood that even if everything went smoothly for the second group, she and Clebius would still have to face the raging Tarkan. Clebius had already asked for help and said that he could no longer run away because his strength was beginning to leave him. Ed understood that they had no choice but to face Tarkan on their own. However, Laurentel said that she had already lost to such a spirit once, because its scales were resistant to all attacks. Rottweiler showed her the bag and said that he knew exactly what would help them, so he asked her to accumulate mana. Laurentel was very surprised and did not understand what was in the bag and how it could help. However, she decided not to argue with him and to completely trust his decision, realizing that he knew what he was doing. Our hero understood that no one in their squad possessed an elemental strike, which meant they had to change their tactic. Tarkan was indeed very powerful and easily destroyed all obstacles in his path. Ed understood that they needed greater firepower, and to achieve this, a number of additional conditions had to be met. Therefore, he actively began to recall the guide to the story branches to understand exactly how to proceed. To begin with, he found Lucy, who was sleeping quietly and peacefully on the floor like a regular street cat. Since he had already gone through all the additional branches too many times, he easily found Lucy sleeping on the roof of the Oval building. This turning point was related to the fact that Lucy accidentally destroyed Ed's camp and was now sleeping on the roof of one of the buildings. She ran away only because Belle looked very angry, and she didn't want to meet her. Lucy smelled dried beef, which immediately woke her up, and she looked around with interest. Rottweiler showed her that he had a lot of her favorite beef in his bag. He immediately stuffed all the beef he had into her mouth so that she could quickly regain her strength. Then he turned Lucy around and told her that her new target was the fiery lizard on the opposite side. He wasn't sure he could throw Lucy exactly where he wanted, but he had no other options. During the flight, Lucy tried hard to chew the meat, but did not understand what had happened. As she approached the enemy, she realized that Ed had awakened her and fed her so that she could confront the evil spirit. Realizing during the flight what she had to do, she understood that Ed had treated her like a real jerk. Rottweiler stood on the balcony and watched closely to understand his next steps. Lucy activated her highest level of electrokinesis to use the heavenly punishment technique. The attack was very powerful and had enormous destructive force and great potential. Loretto quickly built a protective sphere to try to protect herself and Calebius. The destructive waves spread rapidly around them, and Ed grabbed the railing to keep himself in place. He understood that in a sense, this was a decisive moment, because Tarkan was a high-ranking evil spirit. Thanks to Lucy's attack, Tarkan was electrically charged, and now his protective field was disrupted. Ed understood that now he could earn a lot of experience points for his attack, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Yanika remembered how much her mother loved her, and was always proud of her successes and believed in her. All the students wanted to be friends with her because she had such a wonderful personality. Many considered her the most outstanding representative of the second year, but now she was alone with her spirits and demons. The best students from all courses and departments, who had previously wanted to be friends with her, were now against her. Under the control of the evil spirit, she remembered that she had to smile because she had always been polite before. The evil spirit completely controlled Yannicka's power and used her as his personal puppet. Yannicka herself was a hostage to the situation, and she did not want it to happen this way at all. The students understood that the confrontation would be too difficult and thought about how to destroy the connection between the spirit and the sophomore. Ed understood that everything had already begun in Noel's Hall, and that by dawn, everything should have come to an end. Fortunately, he also did not plan to waste time and wanted to collect as many coveted skill development points as possible. Returning to the students in his group, he asked Laurentel to give a full report on the current situation. She explained that she had already spent all her mana, and that at the moment, all hope rested solely on Calebius. Lucy had also used up almost all of her strength, so she set up a protective field and went to sleep. However, to her great surprise, Ed announced that he would now act on his own, because he understood what needed to be done. Seeing Calebius, they both realized that they shouldn't place too much hope in him because he was already ready to give up. Ed told Laurentel that he trusted her with his life and asked her to protect him from the monster's attacks. She was very surprised because he said such things so easily while blindly surrendering himself to fate. Rottweiler turned around and told her that she had misunderstood him completely. He was not surrendering himself to fate, but investing in. Laurentil was simply delighted and said that she would gladly repay him and protect him from the attacks of the fire-breathing Tarkin. Calabius shouted that he simply couldn't take it anymore, and Ed Rote-Taylor confidently took his place under Laurentil's protection. Tarkin was furious because he really didn't like being constantly disturbed and wanted to end everything as quickly as possible, so he flew rapidly towards the next student who was heading in his direction. Ed activated his wind magic and realized that it was still too early and he needed to get closer. Suddenly, he heard Calabius scream as he looked at a huge red hand and didn't understand what it was. Ed realized that it was Glaskin's right hand, which meant that Taylor's squad was already close to victory. He understood that this was very good news, but the timing was not right at all. Tarkin paid no attention to what was happening and continued to form his magical attack. But Ed was happy to see that the dragon's attack was stopped by a large ice rock. This meant that even in such a critical situation, Laurentil simply did not allow any mistakes. While Tarkin was confused by Laurentil's clear and quick actions, Ed began to read the spell. He had used it many times before, and it was thanks to the wind blade that he managed to sever the evil spirit's head. That was how he managed to deliver the decisive blow, and the powerful evil spirit Tarkin was completely defeated. The system immediately notified that the young master had greatly improved his skills and could now enter into a contract with a spiritual being. Meanwhile, the demonic creature's right hand had already completely penetrated this world. Taylor actively resisted the demonic spirit and managed to completely destroy it. During the confrontation, he worked very hard, and his hair even changed color, turning him into a real swordsman. Looking around, everyone realized that the confrontation was indeed coming to its logical conclusion. At dawn, the entire student council gathered under a tree to discuss everything that had happened. Laurentil was surprised by Ed's calmness, who was one step away from eternal sleep but looked very calm. Laurentil Cahoom was delighted with his heroism and reached out to him to try to make friends. Ed was a little surprised and reached out to her, saying that he was a little confused by the strangeness of her behavior. Looking at his hand, he realized that she had managed to give him the 3 gold coins he had refused to take earlier. She laughed, realizing that he simply hadn't expected this, and told him that now he owed her a favor. Laurentil smiled and said that they would definitely see each other again, because this was not the end of the story. After her, the swordsman Taylor approached him and said that he continued to despise him for reasons known to everyone. Ed looked at him closely because he realized that he had planned to avoid the main characters, but everything had not gone according to plan. Unexpectedly, Taylor bowed before him and said that he would still be indebted to him and thanked him for his help. Calabius was horrified and couldn't understand why everyone was so grateful to such a terrible person. However, to his great surprise, the rest of the group asked Calabius to just be quiet. The princess said that Rotilar had indeed done a lot for them, and that she could personally recommend him. Ed said he didn't want to be praised because Lucy and Taylor had made a big contribution. Alvira began to sneer, not understanding why Ed had decided to suck up so much, since everyone knew it was his plan. However, Zix stopped her and said she should show more respect to the senior student. Ed smiled because he understood that he didn't want to influence the original script, but now he saw them all together, and his heart felt warm. This was because he had watched each of their life paths countless times. Taylor grew stronger after each trial, and Ilea also developed quickly alongside him. Fonia accepted her fate as a monk, and grew more mature every day in order to make the right decisions. Zyke slowly but surely tried to find his place in the civilized world. Klebios became more confident every day, and Elvira understood that the world was not only about entertainment and joy. Lorettel had lived her whole life on a mountain of gold coins, but she learned to look at life differently. Each of them was the main character in this world, and each of them ultimately achieved success. It was for this reason that Ed simply turned away from them and left, because none of it interested him. He wanted to visit the hidden location that opened up after completing the storyline as quickly as possible. At the epicenter of all events was a hidden scene that could only be accessed after completing the main chapter. Opening the closet door, he realized that in order for the main characters to move forward, someone would have to stay behind. Yannicka was hiding in the closet. As he had suspected, she was alive and laughing at everything that had happened. He understood that she had not become this way of her own free will and had decided to make a contract with the demon. So he remembered his conversation with Laurentil. She told him that one day, quite by accident, she saw Yannicka's room, which embodied peace and order. However, there wasn't even room to read a book on the very large table because it was covered with notes about her being a second-year student. The solution was simple. She just had to remove the notes and move the gifts. But Yannicka couldn't bring herself to do it. Yannicka was obsessed with the idea that her diligence was a sign of respect for the sincere people around her. It was too reckless, and Velosphere easily took advantage of this darkness. So Yannicka's fall was an expected result. Then he realized that it had all happened a month earlier, after all the attention at the joint competition had been focused on Yannicka. The reason was the contract between Marilda and Lucy, who often visited the northern part of the forest. Lucy really enjoyed visiting the northern part of the forest because it was cozy to sleep inside the camp that had been built there. The camp was set up by the character who was supposed to leave the academy at the beginning of the first act. Yannicka said that the closet was very cozy, and she was upset that everyone had forgotten about her because of all the commotion. She admitted that she was ready to burst into tears right then and there, because she realized that all her popularity had completely disappeared. Rottweiler looked at her and thought about what he should do in this situation. Then he remembered the request of the wolf spirit, who asked him to save Yannicka at any cost. He understood that he was the only one who behaved impartially, and therefore Yannicka could rely solely on him. Yannicka failed, and in her haste to sign the contract, became easy prey for the evil spirits who completely destroyed the building. Therefore, she studied magic every day until late at night, so as not to let anyone down and to be the best. She always smiled at everyone who supported her, but deep down, it was very hard and difficult for her. Even in such a difficult moment of failure, Yannicka tried not to show her feelings and smiled sweetly. Ed didn't know how much his words could help her, but he still told her that she had done a great job. He understood that the main characters, whom everyone had begun to love and praise, had taken the stage. Only he knew that it was very dark and quiet behind the scene, so he came to Yannicka to support her. Yannicka said nothing more, and did not smile because tears began to flow from her eyes, filling the void. Rottweiler understood that he had seen the end of the first act countless times, but he had never seen anything like this before. However, only now did he see for the first time the huge number of spirits who were close to Yannicka and believed in her. Only now, after going through various plot branches, did Ed Rottweiler see the real ending. At that moment, the system notified him that low-ranking spirits of fire and wind had shown interest in the young gentleman. The high-ranking spirit of wind, Marilda, also became interested in the young gentleman who had come to Yannicka. Of course, Yannicka and her actions were still subject to a magical trial, because she had broken a large number of academy rules. Yannicka fully acknowledged all her mistakes, and said she was ready to accept any punishment. However, all the students and teachers fully supported Yannicka, and asked for her punishment to be mitigated. Princess Fonia also stated that all charges against Yannicka should be dropped, because she was under the control of Velosphere. Lorettel turned to her family, who paid for all the repairs to the academy, without asking for anything in return, except for adding a clause to the contract that halved the cost of taxes on materials transported through the territory. The result was the confiscation of coins and awards that had been received for outstanding service to the Sylvania Academy. The expulsion order was completely rejected, and the punishment was suspension from studies for 1 month. Everyone present in the courtroom was very happy with such a lenient punishment because they were worried about their friend. However, Yannicka looked very depressed because she was very upset about everything that had happened. Her friends understood that this was their chance to step in, and they organized a large tea party. They understood that they had to be very careful not to remind Yannicka of Glasgona and upset her even more. Anis and Clara really wanted to support their friend and help her return to normal life. Yannicka fixed her hair and decided to ask them what exactly was the difference between infatuation and love. Clara and Anis were very surprised because they did not expect the conversation to turn to this topic. Yannicka said shyly that she was just asked by a friend who had a very strange dream. In the dream, Yannicka was sitting in a meadow picking flowers to make a beautiful bouquet. Then Ed Taylor, who looked more like a prince, rode up to her on a beautiful white horse. In the dream, she was very happy to see him and gave him a freshly woven wreath of wildflowers. After that, they ran happily through the fields and meadows and had a good time together. After telling her dream, Yannicka said that her friend had been dreaming it every day for several days. Clara was very surprised because Yannicka had been in isolation for 10 days and her friends were not there. Anis said that she had forgotten to help the professor and had simply run away, while Yannicka said that she had seen his face several times. Clara realized that she was completely alone and that she would have to act gently and carefully so as not to hurt her friend's feelings. She understood that Yannicka Filover's love story was now pointless and asked her to take everything easier. Clara said that love and hate were feelings shrouded in mystery. Yannicka realized that Clara was right and that she should be honest about her emotions with her friends. This meant that in order not to completely ruin her reputation, she should stop talking about such topics. Yannicka said that she had to return to the Ophelia Pavilion to give a report because she had been suspended from classes. Clara understood that she shouldn't go anywhere yet because she needed to try to sort everything out in her head. She realized that she had managed to cope and not bring up painful topics in front of her close friend. Ed, meanwhile, understood that he had been constantly saving money, but thanks to Fenia, he was exempt from paying for the next semester. So he happily bought himself some tools with the gold coins to make his work easier. Returning to the forest to build a camp, he was surprised to find Yannicka there, walking awkwardly along the paths. He realized that he had been avoiding her all this time, but the first act was over, and now they could talk calmly. So he greeted her, and taking the first step towards her, asked if her probation period had come to an end. Yannicka was very frightened, and quickly hid behind a tree. She couldn't be honest about her emotions, so she simply said that she urgently needed to go to the pavilion, and ran away. Ed Taylor was very surprised because he didn't understand how he had managed to embarrass the kind Yannicka Fallover. On the other hand, he was glad she left because he had a lot to do and was planning to build a house. For the construction, he chose a spacious and inconspicuous place that was in the shade and slowly began to build. A few days later, he was already gathering and preparing wood with the help of a wind blade. Yannicka continued to avoid him completely, and even during training sessions, she tried not to come into contact with him. Clara and Anis made it clear to Ed that he didn't even have the right to walk past Yannicka. After 18 days, all the woodwork was almost completely finished. When the holidays began, he was able to devote almost all his time to building his new full-fledged house. After checking the traps he had set earlier, he was furious because only Lucy was sleeping there, who had also decided to eat some dried meat. Belmaya kindly brought him some mushrooms and various herbs so that he could fortify himself. She was very interested to know how things were going with Yannicka, and Ed said that she probably just hated him. On the 30th day, his house collapsed a little because he realized that he had not reinforced the middle with additional beams. Since he was feeling very upset, he decided to go to the bakery, but Yannicka was there and ran away again. Her friends started yelling at him again and saying that he had no right to look at their friend. A few days later, Zix came to him to help build the house and talked about Taylor. In one place, they did not nail down the roof because a chimney was planned there. So, after 45 days, the house was completely built, and now our hero did not have to worry about the rain. He understood that he did not even have furniture, but with the door closed, insects did not bother him. Thus, a new completed project appeared in the form of a wooden hut made of logs stacked on top of each other. The construction was completely finished, and his skills had improved significantly. He was very happy that he finally had a real house, and didn't even notice that Yannicka was watching him. Yannicka was very shy, but couldn't do anything about it, so she just stood and watched him. Ed realized that he had already finished even the fireplace, and that it would be nice to build a fence around his house as well. Lucy was sleeping peacefully on his roof, even though he tried to explain to her that his house was not a tower for her to sleep in. However, a familiar voice from nearby caught his attention, so he decided to turn around after all. To his great surprise, Yannicka was standing in front of him, greeting him and looking a little shy. Ed was very surprised and, looking at her, did not understand how she had managed to find his place of residence. When Belle was combing her hair before bed, she said that she had seen something truly amazing in the dense forest. They both talked about how they had accidentally found the hut in the forest during their usual walks. On the other hand, they understood that he had built the hut entirely on his own, and it looked simply amazing. Belle admitted that she would very much like to go inside to see how everything was arranged. Yannicka repeated her maid's words, saying that she was simply very interested to see how such a house was arranged inside. Ed was a little surprised, because he had built the house not long ago, and was sure that her spirits would have reported this event long ago. Yannicka began to get very nervous, and said that the spirits had told her, of course, but not very much. Yannicka, of course, began to worry, and did not tell everything that the spirits had told her, saying that they had only talked about the construction of the hut. The spirits, of course, made a daily report on all the movements of the young man, with whom she was deeply in love. However, she lied, and said that she did not communicate with the spirits very often, and certainly not about how and where he lived. Ed invited her to go inside the ordinary log cabin, so that she could appreciate his construction. Yannicka was simply delighted, and said that she would be happy to see his new hut, especially since he himself had invited her to come inside. The sun was setting, and the students continued to talk while Lucy slept peacefully on the roof. Yannicka said she was deeply indebted to the guys, because they had even lent her money so she could pay for her tuition. Ed listened attentively to her and her whole story, because he knew that in reality, everything was completely different. Then he told her that repaying debts is not always a prerequisite for a normal existence. He knew that everything had happened that way because other people had placed all their expectations and hopes on the student. Because of her constant feeling of debt, she moved to a cheaper dormitory where there were about 8 people in the room. They would also begin to envy Yannicka and her success, so the vicious circle would simply not be able to be broken. Therefore, he told her that she could always come to visit him at any time because he did not mind. Yannicka was very happy and said that he could also always rely on her if he felt confused. She drank tea freshly brewed over the fire and said that she would gladly help him at any cost. Taylor was glad that they had finally managed to talk calmly with Yannicka Fleaver after so long. He realized that he was indeed a little confused because the beginning of the second act was approaching. The culprit of the second act would be the sealed grimoire of the sage, in which the notes of the great sage were recorded. The girl stood nearby and said that perhaps the stories from this book could bring her a good income. Finishing his thoughts, Ed realized that of course he was very grateful to Yanika, but he knew that he would not take advantage of her offer. For the rest of the evening, they just sat by the fire and were quiet, because they simply wanted to enjoy the silence and tea. Ed understood that in this part, the real trials awaited Taylor, and he would have to ask for help. This is exactly how the second episode began, with the capture of the Ophelis Pavilion, where the most interesting and dangerous events took place. In this pavilion, the attitude towards the excellent students living inside was very similar to the attitude of the nobility and the upper elite. It was in this building that it all began, and just before the start of the next semester, heavy rains began. Therefore, the students of this building were provided with carriages and boats so that they could return to the dormitory in comfort. At the same time, the students of the Dex dormitory were forced to make their own way to the dormitory on foot in the pouring rain. At some point, all the pent-up discontent spilled out right in front of the Ophelia Pavilion. In fact, everything was very well planned and was actually just part of the plan. At the same time, all this was only part of a well-thought-out plan involving different social classes. Villain, in turn, took care of everything else because he was a master of provocation and manipulation. The best maids of the elite corps were on Laurentel's side because they fully shared all her strategies. The Academy's decision no longer had any influence because the lower-ranking students wanted a complete overhaul of their relationship with them. The corps, whose walls were decorated with works of art sent by aristocrats, simply began to burn. The merchant organization understood that the more damage the Academy suffered, the lower the taxes would be, and the better the terms of cooperation would be. The main negotiations would be about the sealed grimoire of the Sage, a book that embodied the heart of the Sylvania Academy. Laurentel looked out the window and wondered when the rain would finally stop, because it was interfering with the global destruction of the Academy. She remembered that the weather was the same as when she lived in the slums and was a very poor girl. Looking out the window, she felt that this romantic world held a lot of knowledge, but it was not always useful. Laurentel understood that her image covered in dirt was more realistic than what she could become. The conspiracy plan lying right on her desk was actually direct proof of this. In order to survive, she had to become who she was now, but her dark nature was always with her. She was always actively looking for those who would fully share all her interesting and diligent plans. Laurentel understood that she was still too lonely in this world, because no one really tried to understand her. This was because she had always been a dark screen that hid the grim reality behind the scenes of the universe. The black veil was always with her, because Laurentel did not know how to live any other way, as she always had to survive. The students from the poor dorms no longer wanted to tolerate such treatment and demanded equality, at least in terms of evaluation and attitude. In the main storyline, the main characters had to stop the invasion of students provoked by Laurentel. The maids on the lower floors realized that the wave of unrest was growing and wanted to report the information to higher officials. The boss of the first floor was Tote, who was just a decoy in this whole story. Tote was very resentful of his classmate, so it was easy for Laurentel to provoke him, and he kidnapped the maid on the first floor. It was thanks to his actions that the door to the elite dormitory opened and allowed students to pass through. The students who were demanding equal rights and treatment immediately headed inside the dormitory where the elite students lived. Tote's next task will be to try to stop the wave of elite students so that the ordinary students can reach the administration on the fourth floor. One of the mentors of this movement said that each of them had to fulfill their specific role. In the original storyline, the role of the main restraining student was played by Tote, namely Ed Taylor. For this reason, Ed could not understand how he became the boss of the first floor instead of the maid. So he had to take the place of the main plot boss in the second part of the act, organized by Laurentel. In order to fully reveal how he managed to take a completely different place on the opposite side, we have to go back. 2 days before the incident, Ed went hunting as usual to practice his shooting skills. In the first storyline, Ed Taylor completely lacked any talents related to attack and defense skills. Therefore, he had to force himself to use a bow at every opportunity to improve his skills. However, he increasingly found it strange that uninvited guests began to visit his camp deep in the forest more and more often. Among them were Belle, a maid, and Zix, a student of the sword-fighting faculty. He felt that the number of people who knew that he lived in the northern forests was growing every day. However, among all the other visitors, 3 deserved the most attention from him. The first was the incredibly talented magician Lucy, who came to his house whenever she felt like sleeping. Lucy was happy that Ed had a door, and suggested that he make a small spare entrance just for her. However, Ed had no desire to share his hut with Lucy, so he often threw her out onto the terrace. Lucy did not give up, and suggested that he make a window in the roof so that she could visit his house at any time. The second guest was Janika, who did not come as often and always brought food or a whole basket of eggs with her. She added warm salt water to the eggs and carefully walked on them to clean them. He was happy when Yannicka came to visit, because she always helped him with the housework and was very kind. However, sometimes he was surprised at how such a young girl could know so many household tricks. Sometimes it was difficult for him to understand her, because she would suddenly turn away, even though he hadn't said anything unusual to her. One day, Yannicka turned around and decided to ask how often Lucy came to visit him. The third guest was Laurentelle, and that was why Ed decided to tell her everything. She was better known as the Golden Daughter, because everyone was used to her always having a small mountain of gold coins. She was the Black Veil of the second act, recruiting people who could be useful to the second act. Ed understood that he didn't want to get involved in all this, so he planned to simply refuse and not get involved with the Golden Child. However, things didn't go according to plan, and she had to ask him for help because Tote was out of commission. In the original story, it was Tote who was supposed to confront Taylor, but in this version, things turned out quite differently. Tote crossed the line and said that Taylor McClure was even worse than that insect Ed Rottweiler. It was this statement that led to an attack on his face, and Tote was completely knocked out. Zex simply couldn't control his anger, so he inflicted the maximum damage allowed on the academy grounds. Laurentelle didn't know who Zex had decided to defend in this way, but no one had ever seen him so angry before. She explained to Ed that his task would be simple, as he would just need to break into the dormitory and open the door with a key. The Golden Child explained that she had chosen him because everyone else would simply report the information to the administration. Ed Taylor thought for a moment and realized that she had turned to him because he had a very bad reputation. She knew that he had been forced to leave the Ophelia Pavilion, and therefore he simply had to want revenge on the entire academy. Ed understood that he would simply have to take on this intermediary role, so he said that he would also have some conditions. The Golden Child with the black veil immediately understood everything and said that she would gladly pay him 20 gold coins. So the students agreed on who would play what role in the upcoming event and shook hands. The day before the supposed event, Ed understood well that Laurentelle simply wanted to destroy the academy's financial potential. In the storyline, Laurentelle must succeed and form a group of merchants in the academy behind the princess's back. This would create a confrontation between idealists and realists, and the winners would be those who Taylor joined. Ed would simply have to join the winning side and continue to watch the plot unfold from the sidelines. While he was thinking about all this, Yannicka came to his house and said that she had not expected such heavy rain. She admired Ed because she came to him and left as if on a trip, while he had to live with it. Yannicka said that she would soon have to move out of the elite dormitory, so she could bring unnecessary things. So she offered to bring him bedding and pillows, because she felt sorry to throw them away. She also said she could bring many things for the house except furniture, because it belonged to the dormitory. Ed thanked her and said he would be happy to receive useful things for the house to improve his living conditions. Yannicka turned her attention to Lucy, who was standing on the roof in the rain, and asked if she often did that. Ed explained that she often stood there because she also had to pay a high price for her extraordinary abilities. Lucy understood that she had a certain destiny that she could not change or influence in any way. Yannicka was delighted because she realized that there was really nothing between Ed and Lucy. While she was rejoicing, Ed thought about the fact that she still hadn't left the most elite pavilion for rich people. He understood that according to the rules, they had to lock all the students in their rooms with magic during the event. Because of this, he was very worried that something might happen to Yannicka, so he invited her to visit him the next day at 6 in the evening. However, he understood that he might not make it himself, so he asked her to come to the rose garden next to the pavilion. Yannicka was very excited because she did not expect to be invited to the rose garden so soon, as it was very romantic. She was very excited and, of course, agreed to go to the rose garden the next day, thinking it would be a date. So she immediately said that it was time for her to run back and disappeared into the rain, thinking about what to wear for the meeting. Rottweiler exhaled and hoped that the rain would end soon, and he would be able to enjoy the sunshine a little longer. The long vacation between trimesters had come to an end, and it was time to prepare for the start of a new academic project. Meanwhile, Zix Effelstein was training hard because Elke was very unhappy with his behavior and displays of anger. During his training, he decided to go to the window to get some fresh air, but suddenly saw a person there. He found it very strange that just before the start of the first day of school, there was a person in dark clothes standing there in the pouring rain. Ed Rottweiler understood that he simply had to fulfill his part of the mission, so as not to change the plotline. He listened carefully to the maid on the first floor to understand how many maids were inside. In fact, most of the maids were gathered in the meeting room because they had also been bribed by Laurentelle. The maid on the first floor reported that everything was completely ready and they could begin. After that, they checked the list and finished all the preparations, realizing that they could start taking action. Therefore, the occupation of the Ophelis Pavilion went on the offensive, and all the students were already approaching the dormitory. They raised their hands and shouted that they demanded equality and could no longer tolerate such unfair treatment. The loudest of them all was Villain, who was the main representative of the lower-class students. They all actively approached the doors of the elite dormitory and waited for the doors to open so they could continue their protest. At one point, they were all confused and couldn't understand what was happening and whether everything was going according to plan. After a while, the doors were indeed open, which meant they could go inside and make their way to the administration. Willen looked at Ed and was a little surprised because he didn't expect Lorenthal to hire him. Rot Taylor understood that he didn't really want to take part in all this, but he simply had no choice. Pushing the maid aside, he reported that he had completely fulfilled his part of the task. He had to say that he fully supported all of his ideas and, despite being part of the elite himself, understood the true meaning of privilege. Willain was very surprised and said that he could not even imagine that Rot Taylor could be such a remarkable person. Ed had no desire to continue participating in this, so he hurried Willain and informed him that they had little time. He understood that he did not want to catch the runaway maid, because she could not report the information to anyone anyway. All this was due to the fact that the senior maid, Alice, who controlled the protective ruins, was completely on Loratel's side. The students were locked in their rooms and did not understand what was happening, but decided to wait until everything sorted itself out. Ed walked through the corridors and checked that everything was going strictly according to plan and that there were no deviations at all. Lorenthal was delighted with his actions because he had done much better than she could have imagined. Very soon she herself would have to go out on the main stage, and everything was under absolute control. Lorenthal was already heading towards Ed Rot Taylor because she understood that everything had to go flawlessly. Her shoes were very wet, and she realized that this was precisely why she disliked rainy days. Ed looked at her closely and decided to check if she was really watching everything that was happening. She said that they needed to hurry up before the other senior academy staff arrived. However, as she walked past him, she suddenly decided to ask him if he had ever had to take a person's life. After thinking for a moment, Rothaler told her that he had never had to take a person's life. Lorenthal laughed and said that she had never had to do such a thing either. However, she added that she had to do such things solely to earn the right to live. For this reason, she had to do very dirty things and completely destroy other people's lives. She admitted that she always justified her bad deeds by saying that she simply had no choice, but she understood that these were only excuses. It was because of such deeds that she was nicknamed the Golden Daughter and did not evoke any sympathy from anyone. However, she really wanted to be liked by at least one person, so she asked Ed if he could treat her well. Loneliness eventually overtakes all people, regardless of whether they are good or evil, so they seek out others like themselves. Rottweiler did not plan to become such a person, so he told her that one must always take responsibility for one's actions. Lorenthal did not respond because she realized that he was not ready to take her side and support her. She realized that she had been distracted by useless conversation and decided to continue with her business, knowing that time was very short. Ed looked around and realized that the golden child simply had to become that way in order to survive in a cruel world. Sitting on the floor, he hoped that his participation in this chapter was completely over and that he would no longer have to make difficult decisions. He understood that Lorenthal and Alice had to change the behavior of the Academy's protective magic and transfer control of the runes to Villain. All events would begin to unfold much faster, and it was Villain who would become the boss of the fourth floor. However, according to the storyline, Villain was supposed to fly into a rage and completely lose his mind from the increased power of the magic. He himself was supposed to get punched in the face by Taylor, who was about to enter the dormitory building any minute. Near the rose garden stood a horse-drawn carriage, waiting to transport the lady. Yanika sat in the rose garden and did not understand who could have arrived in such a large carriage and why Ed had asked her to sit there. She was sure that he was preparing something special for her, because he left a note saying that he would probably be a little late. For this reason, she decided not to leave the gazebo in the rose garden and wait for that very person. Of course, just in case, she continued to spy on her beloved with the help of the wind spirit Marilda. This is how she found out that many visitors, besides Lucy, came to the hut located in the forest. The spirits always brought news, and Yannicka tormented herself more and more every day, realizing that she was not the only visitor. For this reason, she wanted to wait for him to talk about everything that was happening. However, at some point, she thought that the hairpin in her hair was not very appropriate, and the other one was left at home. So she decided to quickly run to the Ophelia Pavilion to change the hair clip in her hair. Ilea, Fonia, and Taylor stood near the entrance and wondered whether they should go inside or wait for the administration. Ilea was simply terrified because there were so many magical ingredients in her room that would simply disappear without her magic. Taylor asked her to stop because he understood that they would most likely just break into the pavilion and simply not be able to handle it. However, everyone was more concerned that all the magical ingredients would fall under the power of rage, which could lead to bad consequences. It was for this reason that Ilea and Taylor tried in every way to stop Elvira, who herself could become a danger. Kicking the door open, Elvira said that if anyone dared to stand in her way, they would regret it. However, to her great surprise, when she opened the door to the pavilion, she found Ed Taylor sitting on a chair. Everyone present was very surprised, because they did not expect to see him on the first floor. Taylor looked at him with great surprise, and could not understand what was happening here, and what it could mean. Looking around, they realized that there were many traces of people who had broken into the pavilion earlier. At some point, they realized that Ed was sitting all alone, which meant that he was blocking their way. Elvira was a little surprised, and didn't understand why he had become an obstacle for them. She found it a little funny, because she understood that he couldn't possibly be a real obstacle for them. Ed raised his head and said that he was very sorry, but he couldn't let them pass. Elvira began to laugh loudly, because she understood that he was too weak an opponent compared to them. To her, he was just a second-year freshman who was simply an incapable student. At the same time, her team had the best swordsman in the first year, an alchemist, and therefore their team was much stronger. Taylor couldn't understand why Ed Taylor had decided to take part in everything that was happening here. Ed waited patiently because he understood that he couldn't report on what was happening at the top. Taylor immediately went on the attack because he understood that there was no other way for him to get the information he needed. Ed diligently tried to pretend that he was trying to resist, so he threw a chair at his opponent. Taylor understood that it was simply impossible to stop his best first-year swordsman with a chair, and this made him laugh. Elvira watched closely to assess the situation correctly. Looking at Ed's actions, she realized that for some reason, he was only using basic first-level magic. For this reason, she was sure that he would focus his attention exclusively on Taylor. However, to the surprise of everyone present, the enemy used a wind blade to stop Taylor's action. Taylor looked with great surprise at the objects that were directly above him and did not understand what was happening. The wave was very powerful, so it simply threw him in the opposite direction. The students locked in their rooms were very frightened by the noise that suddenly came from the first floor. Aya and Elvira fell from surprise and tried to focus their attention solely on Rotteuler's actions. However, at one point, the wind blade easily took away part of her beautiful long, curly hair. Turning around, she also noticed that her backpack had fallen to the floor, and magical bottles were falling out of it. This could only mean that Ed Rottler was very serious, and that something bad was happening on the upper floors. Elvira looked around and began to feel horror, because she realized that the pavilion was almost completely destroyed. Various jars with magical herbs and spells fell out of her backpack and rolled across the floor, making a distinctive sound. Then she got down on one knee and began to reach for one of the jars containing a magical substance. However, at that very moment, Ed used a fire spell and applied the ignition technique. All the objects around them began to be covered with magical flames that quickly filled the room. Elvira realized that now they were in serious trouble, and that their chance of victory was rapidly slipping away. Zex was indeed mistaken when he told them that Ed had made some very small progress in the magical arts. Elvira knew that she was the best alchemist at the Sylvania Academy, which meant that she was the strongest in this situation. However, without her elixirs and spells, she was comparable in strength to a normal, defenseless kitten. That is why many students in her department carried rings or necklaces for protection, but she always thought it was unnecessary. As she replayed all the events in her mind, she realized that her opponent had completely miscalculated all their actions and deliberately refrained from inflicting damage. On the other hand, she understood that she was facing the same pathetic Ed Taylor, who was simply incapable of anything. Throwing down the diamond, Elvira loudly declared that it was too early to write her off and summoned the spirit of the flying rabbit. Channeling her rage, she directed all her energy into her spell to increase her assistant's power. Aya, meanwhile, was confused by the fiery flames, and for this reason could not immediately understand what spell it was. However, as soon as she prepared to use the spell, a wind blade was directed at her. Alelia was a little taken aback by the surprise, but Taylor immediately came to her defense and asked her to pull herself together so as not to fall under attack. Aya was indeed confused, despite the fact that her magical abilities were truly outstanding. However, neither she nor Taylor could take a single step, which was very strange in the current situation. Taylor himself was confused and did not understand how Ed could so accurately predict all their possible actions. Elvira did not plan to give up and decided to act more decisively in order to truly win in the current situation. At that very moment, the magically enhanced totem rushed to attack their common enemy to increase their chances of victory. Rottle had no choice but to pretend that he simply did not expect such a spiritual monster. Taylor also had no intention of stopping and was determined to use any means necessary to stop the student standing in his way. The sorceress student covered herself with a thermal blanket and said that she really liked this approach and persistence. Aaliyah began to worry about the condition of her friend, who was rapidly passing through the fire. However, a moment later, Elvira was hugging her jars of magic potions and was delighted that she had been able to reach them. Ed noticed that one of his opponents had managed to reach the auxiliary material and prepared to attack. He understood that Elvira was a very powerful sorceress and could not allow her to take more serious steps. For this reason, he ignored his opponent in the form of a spiritual monster and directed his wind attack towards Elvira. Elvira, in turn, understood that her opponent was indeed very well prepared, but she had a backup plan. She believed that her magic would completely neutralize her opponent, so she threw a magic potion at him. Upon colliding with the wind blade, the jar containing the magical ingredients began to completely disintegrate, which was not entirely planned. The reagent was supposed to mix with the released magical energy and create a new force of controlled magical flow. Ed dealt with the spiritual being and realized that Taylor was in a good position, and Elvira was able to get an extra flow of energy. Therefore, quite unexpectedly for everyone present, he simply began to run away from the first floor. On the way, he used his magical power to knock over a large cabinet in order to create a small obstacle course. A bucket of yellow liquid tipped over and began to spill directly onto the floor and carpets. The oil flowing out of the bucket easily absorbed the fiery energy, spreading a large flame. Taylor began to realize that the plan had indeed been very well thought out from the very beginning. However, he remembered that they were in a dormitory, so he decided to stop the flames using his swordsmanship technique. Elvira realized that this was most likely just a trap, so she asked Taylor to stop immediately. She understood that everything that was happening was very strange, because the windows were open to remove the smoke, and there were no flammable objects. This could only mean that everything that was happening around them was a well-thought-out plan by Ed Roth Taylor. That's why Elvira screamed and asked Taylor to stop immediately, so as not to follow the enemy's plan. Ed had already prepared his bow and began to pull the string to attack his opponent. However, Taylor had no intention of stopping and continued to actively move forward to achieve victory. He saw that his opponent had already released his magic arrow, but he was confident that he could easily deflect it. However, suddenly and unexpectedly for him, the arrow simply flew past him because it was aimed at a completely different target. Aliyah couldn't believe her eyes because, based on the trajectory of the arrow, it was aimed directly at her. She was very confused and realized that she was completely unable to cast even a simple spell for her own protection. Elvira used the magic of her enchanted hand, which allowed her to pull small objects within her field of vision toward her. Then, grabbing the arrow, she examined it carefully and was very surprised to find that there was fabric on the tip. This further confirmed her theory that Ed wrote Taylor really did not want to harm them at all. Taylor had no intention of listening to anyone and continued to attack rapidly because he wanted to win. Ed knew clearly that he only needed to hold out for a certain amount of time to get out of this game. A little later, he heard a noise coming from the second floor, which meant that the second chapter of the storyline had begun. He knew clearly that the noise coming from above was made by the sullen Clebius, who had managed to escape from his room. Taking a deep breath, he simply stopped resisting and easily accepted Taylor's attack. Elvira watched what was happening with great surprise because she couldn't understand what it all meant. Looking closely at Ed's condition, she realized that he had deliberately given in at that very moment. Taylor thought Ed had simply gone mad, so he asked him to explain the reasons for his strange behavior. Everyone present felt very uncomfortable because they were sure that they had simply been played with. They understood that if Ed really wanted to harm them, he would not have waited for them on the first floor, but would have attacked earlier. At the same time, throughout the confrontation, he did not show a moment of weakness and remained confident. Ed simply looked Taylor in the eye and asked him if he was really finished and if they could continue. Unexpectedly for those present, he announced that they should no longer pay attention to him and that they should go upstairs. Elvira couldn't understand why Ed Roth Taylor had simply let them win. She leaned over to Ed and told him that she wouldn't leave until he explained what was going on and why he had let them win. At that moment, Yannicka saw a crowd of students standing over her beloved and trying to harm him. Ed immediately turned his attention to her because he didn't understand why she had decided to leave the rose garden without permission. Yannicka was furious as she looked at the students, not understanding what they had done or why they were behaving so strangely. She had been actively observing Ed Roth Taylor's actions for a long time and understood that he could solve any problem on his own. And only after she saw him in such a depressed state did she realize how wrong she had been. Yannicka told him that she would help him at any cost, but he never asked for help. She realized that he just wanted to protect her from confrontation because she was already under strict supervision after the incident with Glaskin. She didn't know exactly what was going on, but she was completely sure that he just wanted to protect her from trouble while she was thinking about the hairpin. Taylor was very happy to see Yannicka because he hoped she would help free the other students. However, Elvira immediately realized that Yannicka was not really ready to take their side at that moment. Activating her power, Yannicka announced that she was not interested in their affairs, because they did not concern her. Ed realized that everything had ultimately gone completely off plan and tried to stop Yannicka. Everyone else watched her actions closely because they could not understand her tactic. Yannicka was no longer listening to anyone. She was completely confident in her powers and abilities. In a few moments, many of the most powerful spiritual beings had already been summoned and surrounded their mistress. She just smiled kindly and asked Ed Roddy to wait a minute. Elvira informed Taylor that they had to leave because she realized that they simply could not cope with Yannicka. It was too difficult to resist the best second-year student in the entire faculty of magic. Yannicka immediately directed all her powerful, mid-level magical spirits towards her opponents. However, Taylor McClough understood that people's lives were in danger, so he had no intention of giving up. Taylor was destined to be a hero, so he stood his ground and had no intention of leaving, knowing that he had to protect the people. However, Ed suddenly grabbed him and told him that for the sake of everything sacred, he had to leave his position immediately. Pushing him aside, he said that he would take care of Yannicka himself, but that they should go to the second floor as planned. The team was very surprised because he had initially blocked their passage to the next floor. Elvira said that he simply would not be able to cope with so many spirits, especially in his condition. However, she was attacked in the head, so Ed wrote Taylor asked her to be more careful and move faster. Ed looked her straight in the eye and told her that she had to gather her ingredients and apologized for the backpack. She didn't understand why he was giving orders, but decided to play by his rules for now. After gathering all the necessary items, they immediately went to the second floor of the pavilion with Taylor. Yannicka didn't fully understand what was happening, and her eyes widened in surprise at the events unfolding before her. Ed calmly approached her, which seemed a little strange and surprising. She asked him to get out of her way because she wanted to deal with everyone and then heal him so that he would be healthy. However, he simply lowered her hand and told her that everything was fine, so he asked her to just stop. Then he very gently placed his hands on her shoulder, which greatly embarrassed the girl who had summoned the spirits. He asked her to recall the spirits because the wind was very strong and it was difficult for him to stand. Yannicka immediately began to recall her spirits because the wind was indeed very strong. Taylor, Aya, and Elvira were very surprised that Edu had actually managed to stop Yannicka and that she had recalled the spirits. Rot Taylor turned to them and asked them to hurry up and follow him upstairs. With his last ounce of strength, he told them that there was too little time left, so he asked them to move faster. After that, his strength simply left him, and he fell to the floor, exhausted and breathing very slowly. When he came to, he tried to explain to Yannicka that he had just gotten into a little trouble and didn't mean to let her down. He understood that he had fulfilled his role as the boss of the first floor and now just wanted to go home and rest. Trying to get to his feet, he realized that his plan had not worked perfectly, but in any case, everything had gone more or less smoothly. However, Yannicka told him that while she was waiting for him in the garden, a large carriage with a golden crown had rushed past her. Ed immediately realized that it was most likely the most elite merchant, the fake father of Laurentel, who would simply disappear later. The Golden King Elt was not a very difficult boss, at least because his primary weakness was greed. However, according to the plot, he was supposed to arrive later, which meant that the scenario had changed direction again, and they would have to act blindly. Meanwhile, Laurentel shared her feelings with her governess Alice about how Ed had simply rejected her. Alice was a little surprised because she couldn't even imagine that the young lady could possibly like such a strange guy. Laurentel admitted that it wasn't about liking him, but about the fact that she could feel like herself in the present when she was with him. However, Ed simply rejected her without a shred of mercy and told her that she had to take responsibility for her actions. Alice was the senior maid in the Ophelia Pavilion and had been working there for over 20 years. She started from scratch and took the position of an ordinary maid at the age of 15, after which she worked very hard. Laurentel had to spend a huge amount of money to win Alice over to her side. At the same time, the Golden Child did not consider any of these expenses unnecessary and was very happy that Alice was on her side. This was because she had finally managed to find someone just like herself. Only by being around such people could she completely avoid loneliness and feelings of being crushed. Having gone through a very difficult childhood as a street kid, Laurentel realized that if she didn't betray someone first, they would definitely betray her and hurt her. However, despite her kindness, she was the kind of person who could calmly attack first and was evil. It was for this reason that the Golden Child Laurentel became the secret villain in all the storylines. Walking through the corridors, she realized that everything was going according to plan, and now she had to hide in the utility room and pretend to be an innocent student. However, Alice unexpectedly announced that she also had something to say, after which she drew her sword. activating her magic. She said that she had never been as evil as her young mistress. Meanwhile, Taylor managed to defeat the sullen Clebius and force him to join their group. Laundry Kelly was also unable to resist for long and apologized to Mistress Alice for letting everyone down. Everything was going too smoothly, and Taylor was glad that they would soon be able to stop the chaos. From the very beginning, everything had gone very well because only the boss of the first floor had proved to be a worthy opponent for them. As she climbed to the 4th level of the Ophelia Elvira Pavilion, she realized that something very scary was happening here. Students were running frantically through the corridors, screaming in fear and horror, not knowing how to behave in the situation. The boss of the 4th floor, hostage to the protective runes of Villain, said that he simply could not cope with such great power. With each passing minute, it became more and more difficult for him to control the protective runes that were protecting the students from uninvited guests. However, from the outside, he looked more like a defenseless child waving a loaded weapon than a villain. Taylor and his team diligently resisted his attacks in order to protect the other students and help them leave the building. None of the students could understand what was happening because the building was shaking violently and it felt like it was about to collapse. The students began jumping out of the windows and did not understand where their maids were, who were supposed to open the doors and let them out. So the whole situation slowly but surely took on a catastrophic tone. Taylor asked Elvira to use the night butterfly reagent to completely distort the magical field of the protective runes. After thinking for a moment, she decided to use the extract of fisherman's grass to influence the magical field of the protective cubic object. As she sprayed the magical ingredient, she said that this substance would help block all basic magic. This meant that they now had to use brute force spells to get closer to their opponent. Aya threw Clebius forward, who did not understand why he had to take part in all this again. Willin skillfully wielded his magic spells to keep the entire situation under complete control. Taylor diligently dodged his attacks, trying to avoid taking damage. At one point, Willin simply began to cry because he realized that it would all finally be over soon. Then there was a very powerful explosion on the top floor of the elite dormitory pavilion. Meanwhile, Yannicka asked Ed to slow down a little because she realized that his wounds could start bleeding again. He asked her not to worry so much, but she didn't understand what was happening and why they had to go so far. However, Ed completely ignored her and just watched closely as the carriage headed toward the dormitory. He understood that such a decorated vehicle could only be called a carriage. The Golden King Elt was usually accompanied by a large number of such carriages, but now he was here secretly. Not only was he a fake father to Laurentil, but his own daughter was supposed to betray him, and he shouldn't be here right now. That's why Ed decided to keep watching, because he didn't understand why Elt had arrived early. He was even more surprised when he realized that the maid Shenny, who was Alice's ward, was meeting with the Golden King Elt. According to the plot, Shenny was supposed to defend the 3rd floor with her sister, but she was with Elt. This could only mean that the rules had changed slightly, and Alice had decided to side with Elt rather than the young lady. This meant that the only solution to this puzzle would be the complete downfall of Laurentil and her death. Ed understood that Laurentil was supposed to play a very important role against the Rotilor family in the 3rd act. However, since the rules had begun to change rapidly, he would most likely have to take Laurentil's place himself. He didn't understand how he was supposed to deal with everything that had happened in a few hours, and Yannicka was standing next to him. He understood that he would have to ask her for a favor, but he couldn't figure out how to explain everything. However, to his surprise, Yannicka didn't demand any explanations, but simply asked him what exactly she was supposed to do. From the letter, Elt learned that Laurentil had decided to simply overthrow him, and for this reason, had already made several deals behind his back. Then he realized that the negotiations were just a decoy to get him to come to the Sylvania Academy and not pay attention to other deals. The Golden King understood that Laurentil had most likely found out that he had killed her father, and had therefore decided to take revenge on him. In her letter, Alice reported that Laurentil had offered a large sum of money, and that if Elt did not offer more, she would simply take her side. Alice admitted that her health had suffered greatly, so she had been working as a senior maid for the past year. For this reason, Alice was ready to completely betray the young lady, because she needed the money much more. She understood that her priority was to secure her future, and not to think about the plans of those around her. That is why she decided to sell the one who had trusted her so much, because she had spent too much money. Meanwhile, Elvira was carefully analyzing everything that was happening around her because she was trying to figure out who could be behind it. They grabbed Willem and tried to get information from him in order to understand who was responsible for all the events. When they reached the top floor, they saw Alice, the maid, standing in front of them with Laurentil as her hostage. The maid simply did not expect such a turn of events, so Laurentil took advantage of the situation and escaped her attack. Laurentil immediately fell at the student's feet and said that Alice had planned all this and they had to deal with her. Alvira was confused and looked closely at the golden child, not understanding what was wrong with her face. Laurentel simply covered her face with her hand and rushed downstairs, realizing that Elt never trusted anyone and must have arrived. She understood that the plan was almost complete, which meant she had to get to headquarters immediately and contact the imposters. To speed up the process, she ran to her room to send a pigeon with a letter she had prepared in advance. In the process, she thought about Eve, realizing that there was simply no one in this world who could understand her and accept her actions. Alice's betrayal was also expected for her, because she had been through it too many times before, so Laurentel simply decided to pull herself together and continue to follow her original plan. Tears flowed treacherously from her eyes, but she understood that it was completely uncharacteristic of her to worry so much about what had happened. Wiping away her tears, she realized that she had to do everything based on her own interests, which meant that now she just had to run. At the same time, the Golden King Elt was walking with his entourage on the first destroyed floor of the pavilion. However, quite unexpectedly for himself, he saw a student in front of him and asked him to leave this position quickly. Ed stood in front of him and said that the building was about to collapse, so he had been ordered not to let anyone inside. Elt was a little surprised when he learned that the student was not following the administration's orders, but acting on his own initiative. He understood that Laurentel knew what was happening and was trying to overthrow her father and take revenge for her childhood. The Golden King Elt learned of his adopted daughter's plan and decided to prevent her action. Alice stood between them and decided to oppose their plan, which is why the plot took a new direction. Ed didn't understand why Alice decided to betray Laurentel, but now they both had to be on the 5th floor. He also understood that Taylor's squad would most likely come across them and be able to prevent Laurentel's death. Therefore, Ed decided to leave everything to Taylor's squad and planned to stay on the 1st floor himself. He simply had to delay the Golden King Elt in order to turn the plot line back in the opposite direction. Ed bowed to Elt Kalin, saying that he couldn't believe he would see a representative of the Elt Trading Company here. He recommended contacting the Sylvania administration so that the king would receive the reception he deserved. Rottweiler bowed before the Golden King and tried to be very polite and friendly. The Golden King began to emit negative salgi because he realized that he was actually facing Laurentiel's henchmen. 10 minutes before this event, Yannicka and Ed were standing near the side wall of the pavilion to make an additional passage. Opening the door to Zex's room, Ed was very surprised to see such chaos around him, while Zex simply continued his training. Zix, continuing his training, said that he just didn't want to rush and take any unnecessary, wrong actions. Returning to an upright position, he decided to clarify why they had broken the wall in his room, because now it would be cold to sleep. Zix also turned his attention to Yannicka with surprise, and greeted her because it was their first meeting since the Glaxon. Ed asked Yannicka not to worry so much, because she had already suffered enough punishment for what had happened a month ago. Then, to everyone's surprise, Zix decided to ask if they were dating and if they were a couple. Yannicka couldn't hide her embarrassment and immediately started shouting that she and Ed had nothing to do with each other and that they weren't a couple. Ed said that it didn't bother him at all, but pointed out to Zix that his question was rude. Zix immediately bowed before them and asked for forgiveness because he hadn't thought that his question could be rude. However, he still couldn't understand why they had come to his room and even destroyed the wall. Ed looked at him intently and said that he would like to ask for his help in one matter and promised to reward him later. At that moment, the Golden King told Ed that it would be better for him to choose gratitude now than a few gold coins later. However, to Elt's great surprise, Ed said that he had not been offered any money, so he did not plan to leave. The Golden King was indeed very surprised, because he was convinced that his daughter was a real fox. With a wave of his hand, he activated his entire escort, who pointed their swords at the lone student. Our hero understood that such actions were to be expected, so he immediately ran towards his assistants. The Golden King ordered his assistants to act quickly and quietly so that the student could not simply run away. The first group of assistants was immediately attacked with wind magic, which knocked the weapons out of their hands. This was the result of an attack by Zix, who really wanted to help his friend who had saved Elka. Ed said he would return as soon as he checked the situation upstairs, and reminded them that he would thank them later. Yannicka immediately summoned her spirits, and Zex thought with surprise that he was actually indebted to Ed. However, the Golden King was completely confident in the strength of his retinue, and simply watched what was happening from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Ed ran swiftly through the corridors because he wanted to rectify the situation and put everything back in its place. He understood that he simply had to find Laurensaul to ask her about the current situation. Laurensaul was very puzzled when she saw Ed running down the corridor and looked at him with big questions in her eyes. Ed asked her if she could run because he knew he needed to get her out of the building. Shara was the administrator at the reception desk of a trading company and always behaved well with Laurentel in order to get information for sales. Caden was an employee and also behaved well because the girl always gave him valuable advice about his work. Even the parrot Tiny loved his mistress very much because she always fed him only the best food. In Laurentel's world, any gesture of goodwill was always accompanied by something very significant and evil, as well as gold coins. Ed knew that Alice had betrayed Laurentel, but he understood that they had too little time to go into details. Laurentel understood that she had made a big mistake because she and Yannicka were completely different girls. She clearly saw Yannicka and Ed's meeting and understood that Yannicka was ready to do anything for him without asking for anything in return. For this reason, she thought that she too had a chance to count on a similar relationship, so she told Alice everything. However, Alice betrayed her, so all her hopes were shattered, and her plan began to fall apart before her eyes. She couldn't forget who she was, let alone count on such a simple and warm relationship. To carry out her own carefully thought-out plan, she had to bribe 5 people. At the same time, everyone betrayed her, so she couldn't trust the fallen nobleman Ed and believed that he wouldn't betray her. Therefore, she stopped and told him that she wouldn't be able to pay him 20 gold coins because the situation was very unstable. She was sure that he would also betray her, so she decided to tell him right away that she would not be able to pay him for his work. However, to her great surprise, he said that they had no time to pay her on the spot and that they had to run before Elt found her. Pulling her along, he said that they had to escape first and then think about their next steps. Loretto simply could not believe what was happening because trust and good deeds were too far from her own experience. As they ran forward rapidly, Rotilar asked her to tell him what was really going on. She explained that the price of armor had fallen sharply, and her father had decided to take advantage of this to manipulate the market. This required a lot of money, so he sent his daughter to steal a very expensive book belonging to a wise man. Ed realized that this was a classic scheme for controlling market prices by artificially inflating the price of goods. If all the calculations were correct, the merchants could make a huge profit from their machinations. However, the weak link in such a scheme was trust, because 2 merchants could start acting behind the third's back. The third merchant would then suffer heavy losses because he would have to sell cheaper than he had bought. It was for this reason that Laurentel had long been bribing people who were connected to the other 2 merchants. Then Ed realized that everything that was happening in Ophelis was just a distraction to sell the sage's book cheaply. Laurentel ran after him and could not understand how the fallen nobleman had managed to completely understand her plan. Ed looked closely and said that he understood everything, which meant that she had only one final step left to take. Laurentel said that she kept a carrier pigeon in her room, and that in order to send a message, she needed to get into the room. This meant that all she had to do was send the pigeon to the people she had bribed and hide until it was all over. However, she understood that her father was also very cunning and could easily take care of everyone she had bribed and who worked for her. She had to do everything in her power to put an end to all this. After thinking for a moment, Ed said that she should send the cart and go to the unfinished hut in the northern part of the forest. Laurentel said that it would be enough to write in a letter that the time had come and it was time to sell everything. Unexpectedly, Ed grabbed her again and said that someone was at the entrance, which meant that the plan had to be slightly adjusted. So he asked her to wait a little and then immediately go to the stables to hide in the forest. Ed asked Laurenthal to focus and be more serious and to stop daydreaming because they were talking about serious matters. Laurenthal realized that she could probably rely on him, but she couldn't understand why he had decided to help her in the first place. Ed wrote Taylor paused because such a simple question did not fit into his clear and well thought out plan of action. So he closed his eyes and said that he was helping her simply because he felt he had to. After that, he headed for her room to find a carrier pigeon and send a letter. Laurentel was left alone and sat down on the floor because she didn't understand how it all happened and why her perfect plan didn't work. Meanwhile, the maid Alice had a final confrontation with Taylor's team. On the first floor, Yannicka, with the help of her magical spirits, and Zex, with the help of magic, confronted her father. However, the loudest sound was the sound of her own heart, which was ready to jump out of her chest. On the floor with the students' rooms was the dishwasher Shenny, who was surprised because she did not expect to see Master Ed. Ed wiped his face and realized that now, with this painstakingly calibrated attempt to overthrow the government, they were finally approaching the finale. The maid, Alice, was capable of bringing all the defensive runes into perfect order with just one assembled team. She was also a very outstanding swordswoman who could stand up to many students from different departments. She also possessed excellent mid-level magic skills, which made her a very strong and prepared opponent. However, all these achievements could not help her achieve victory over Taylor McClough. For the most part, this was due to the fact that Taylor was the main character in this storyline. Therefore, the dishwasher and Alice's subordinate, the maid Shenny, was only a secondary link. For this reason, Ed, with his vast knowledge, understood that all of this would now be meaningless. However, he had already used up almost all of his mana, and he had a maximum of 2 medium-level attacks left. Shenny immediately prepared to launch her first attack in order to neutralize the fallen pedigree student. Unfortunately for her, Ed was fully aware of all her next moves, so he could easily dodge her attacks without using magic. He confidently prevented her every move, so Shenny could only accept her defeat with pride. However, she had no intention of giving up, and decided to use the twin skill she had been gifted with since birth. Having swapped abilities with her sister, Shenny used her low-level telekinesis skills against her opponent. The magic blades immediately began to rise into the air and fly towards her main opponent at that moment. Shenny controlled the blades with telekinesis and enjoyed the process of bringing her victory closer. However, after a few seconds, she looked very puzzled and did not understand how this could be possible. Ed continued to hold her hand tightly, even though there were a number of blades in his body. He understood that borrowed abilities could not work as well, so the damage was very weak. Shenny fell to the floor because she realized that she had failed this time, and her opponent was stronger. Ed leaned over her and, throwing away the jar of magic potion, said that it was all over. This meant that he had managed to completely defeat the dishwasher in less than a minute. Shenny asked to be released because she didn't want to let Mrs. Alice down, as she was very important to her. She understood that no one knew how many difficulties Mrs. Alice had actually had to go through. She had actually helped a large number of orphans, and it was a very important and enjoyable activity for her. Shenny admitted that she herself was one of those orphans, and if it weren't for Mrs. Alice, she wouldn't have been able to live a normal life. At the same time, Taylor went into sword mode and prepared to defeat the head maid of the campus. In those seconds, Alice began to realize that the last minutes of her life had truly begun. Ed understood that even if he knew nothing about Alice, it simply should not concern him. She told him that she would never forgive the young man for siding with Laurentel, who had simply betrayed everyone. Ed looked at Shenny without a hint of regret, because he knew absolutely nothing about these people and their life stories. On the other hand, he understood that there were a huge number of people in the world about whom he also knew nothing. He understood that Alice had spent her whole life helping orphans who had been abandoned in this world, and that she deserved to live. Our hero understood that nothing had changed for him after he took possession of this body. His main goal was to survive. Thanks to his victory over Shenny, he gained the ability to temporarily dull the pain of exhaustion and severe fatigue. Finally making his way into the Laurentel room, he noticed that the furniture around him was very expensive. Everything was neatly in its place, and there were many different papers on the table. Ed looked around and realized that everything was in the exceptional style of a golden child. When he reached a certain place in the room, he indeed found a cage with a hidden carrier pigeon. He wrote a letter saying that Elt would not be back for at least 3 days, and that it was time to sell everything, then sent the pigeon on its way. He himself felt too ill because, although his wounds were not deep, there were too many of them. On the other hand, he realized that he was just lucky that Yannicka and Zix had agreed to help him. The cart with Laurentel, who was not inside, was rushing directly into the mountain, and everything was going according to the original plan. So he headed for the hut in the forest, because that was where they were supposed to be waiting for him. However, as he approached his unworthy home, he found it very strange that Laurentel came out to meet him. As soon as she came a little closer to him, his eyes were filled with horror, because he realized he had made a mistake. Laurentel was holding a blade in her hand, and he realized how presumptuous he had been in the current situation. After all, only 5 people knew that she was guilty, and if they didn't, Elt would again agree to take her side. Among these 5 people, only Ed Rottweiler seemed to her to be the one person who simply could not be bribed. For this very reason, if she took Ed's life in the middle of the forest, where no one would see, her plan would surely succeed. It was Laurentel who was the real villain, and the one who was pulling the strings of her puppets all along. Ed realized that he had to come up with something quickly in order to survive, but his body was not in the best shape. Laurel was rapidly approaching him, confidently holding a blade in her hands, and he did not understand what he should do. However, instead of attacking, Laurel suddenly began to cut off a piece of fabric from her cloak. Then she began to bandage Ed's arm to stop the bleeding from his deep wounds. Ed was very confused, and Lori didn't understand why he had allowed himself to be wounded so badly. She also told him that she had built a fire because the rain had stopped and they needed to warm up. Smiling, she looked at him and said that she would like to warm up with him. Sitting by the fire, our hero decided to ask her if she had managed to do everything as they had agreed. Loretto said that she had found a way to convince the stable boy to try to attract as much attention as possible. Our hero was a little worried, realizing that she was a real villain, but she was curious to see if she could completely win over Elt's company. Smiling, she said that she was now indebted to him for a long time. Ed just bowed his head. His reaction was very cold and sparse. A few minutes later, he told her that he just wanted to get his 20 gold coins, but he wasn't interested in anything else. Loretto plucked up her courage and asked how close they were with Yannicka, because this moment was very interesting to her. Ed replied that she was just a very good person to him, someone he could rely on. The girl drank hot tea and realized that she could never be like Yannicka. At the same time, Elt left as soon as he received a report from his people that his daughter had left the pavilion. He didn't care what would happen inside the dormitory, but it was difficult for the students to control their subordinates. Instead of confronting him, he had to try to stop his own subordinates who couldn't control their anger. At first, Yanika was just very angry and evil, but later she received important information from the spirits. Zex tried to stop his ally because he understood that something had gone wrong, and there were more and more spirits. No one could understand what exactly made Yanika so angry, but her spirit kept whispering information in her ear. However, she tried to control her emotions and smiled, saying that she was not angry at all and had everything under control. After the investigation, all the blame for the destruction of the Ophelia Pavilion fell on Villain. At the same time, the senior maid, who was completely overwhelmed after all that had happened, did not say a word. Washing his face, our hero realized that if everything went according to plan, all they had to do was wait for the carrier pigeon with good news. Ed tried to do a little warm-up because his body was very weak physically due to what had happened. After analyzing all his skills, he realized that he needed to develop his spiritual skills and connections with spirits. He realized that he needed to catch at least a low-level spirit in order to make a contract with it. At that moment, Yanika arrived. He was a little surprised by her arrival because he understood that she should have been in class. Yanika asked how Loretto was feeling, who had been sleeping and living in his hut all this time. Loretto understood that the situation with the pavilion had been resolved well, but she still had a lot of work to do. First of all, she had to convince the senior maid to turn back to her, which meant she would have to spend money. She had to stay in this hut for the next few days in order to receive news from the carrier pigeon from her father's organization headquarters. The girl felt very anxious, but she enjoyed watching her young master, who had saved her, work from the window. She understood that his selfless kindness and trust made her feel safe. Loretto was experiencing such feelings for the first time, so she did not want to share the young master with Yanika. She understood that the sorceress's life was already filled with attention and kindness from her family and friends. Yanika would probably not willingly give Ed to her, so they would have to compete, and that was Loratel's territory. A plan was already forming in her head, because she understood that all these days they had been alone, which was a big advantage. At first, she decided to use the standard approach and simply shower the young gentleman with gold coins. On the other hand, she understood that this was not the best idea because her finances were in dire straits. Yes, it would probably be wrong to say that she was paying him for liking her. She understood that all this was silly and strange, and out of desperation, she began to bang her head against the wall. However, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Lucy, who said that this was her place. Lucy entered the hut with a blanket and yawned as she walked toward the window. Leaning against the window, she said that this was the perfect spot for the sun to shine. However, just a few seconds later, the young gentleman woke her up, grabbed her, and carried her outside. Turning to his guest, he apologized to her, thinking that he had woken her up with his actions. Loretto was a little puzzled and surprised because she did not expect Lucy to be her rival. After thinking for a moment, she decided to clarify whether she was really a frequent guest here. Ed explained that he treated her as something inevitable, like a natural disaster. Loretto decided to take a different approach, and the next morning, after fixing her hair, she looked out the window to greet the young gentleman. However, contrary to her plans to be alone with him, she simply couldn't because Yanika was already visiting. She was upset by this because she did not want to share the young gentleman, her savior, with anyone else. Meanwhile, Lucy was still sleeping in the hut, sprawled on the floor with a piece of dried beef. Ed, meanwhile, was very enthusiastic and was busy pottery making in order to create a new object. With his ability to work with stone and his superior craftsmanship, he managed to create a brick. He immediately began to build a fireplace out of the brick, which he had been unable to build due to the incident that had occurred. As soon as the fireplace was assembled, he immediately set about making small kebabs, because he wanted to treat his guests. The three students sat down by the fire and began to eat the prepared kebabs, saying that everything was going according to plan. Loretto decided to clarify whether he wanted to receive some other items instead of the promised money. Ed thought about it because he might be better off with materials and tools. After thinking for a moment, he asked if there were any tools for magical engineering. Lori thought about it because such tools were available in the warehouse, but the young gentleman turned to his rival. He asked her for help in becoming his teacher and concluding a contract with a mid-level spirit. After that, she decided to check his connection with the spirit and asked him to concentrate on activating the spirit of the wind. Karis looked like a sparrow. Ed began to listen carefully to his words to understand what they were talking about. Karis began to shout that the young gentleman could not waste time on magical exercises because he needed to study. Yanika realized that her wind spirit was talking too much and decided to call him back. She was a little embarrassed because her spirit was very actively talking about the daily meetings dedicated to Ed. Lori leaned closer to them and decided to ask if they had finished their first training session. She said that they did indeed have magical tools for engineering, but they had to come to her organization. At the same time, she established rules that he had to visit her organization every 3 days. The girls began to argue among themselves because they did not want to share the only young gentleman who treated them well. Ed tried not to pay any attention to them and just continued to eat calmly. Their quarrel was interrupted by Belle, the maid, who came to the northern part of the forest to deliver some information. She bowed and began to apologize for such an unexpected visit, but reported that the situation was not very peaceful. Looking closely at the students, she announced that she had been appointed senior maid. Laurentelle understood that Alice would never again have as much power as she had before. She hung up freshly washed laundry and shirts and said she wanted to talk to them. She remembered how Clara had told her in secret that her friend Yannicka was in love with Ed Rottweiler. Clara was completely convinced that this was a big secret that no one could know about. At that moment, Belle wondered whether she should look surprised so as not to appear rude. She understood that Lady Clara was very concerned about her friend's mental and physical condition. She was frightened by the fact that Yannicka had started skipping classes and running to the northern part of the forest instead. They understood even less the behavior of the young gentleman, who pretended not to notice the girl's affection. Belle tried to explain that the young man was not cruel. He was simply in a position where he was not interested in relationships. However, Clara was convinced that he was taking advantage of the situation and enjoying himself. Everyone associated Laurie with a cunning, thieving fox in a fish shop. Yannicka was more like a kitten trembling with fear in the presence of a tiger. Lucy, on the other hand, was just a normal cat who ran around on the rooftops and slept. Belle clutched her head because thinking about what she should say gave her a headache. Laurentelle decided to ask the senior maid what exactly she wanted to say and why she had come to them. The maid bowed and said that she had come to deliver a message from the former senior maid. The flickering of the fire drove away the darkness of the night, and thanks to the fire, it was warm around them. Yannicka had already left, and the maid took Lucy and went back to the dormitory with her. However, the youngest gentleman was very concerned that they all knew each other's whereabouts. After a while, the carrier pigeon did indeed arrive with a very good letter, and everyone had to prepare for the start of the school year. Laurentelle burned the letter and said that now everything should be fine because she could take over the management of the organization. Alice had to keep secret that she was behind all the events, and then there would be no more problem. Laurentelle realized that Alice's plan was to side with the winner, whoever it might be. The former senior maid was unable to continue her work and support all the shelters she had been helping. She even risked her own life, but because of her lack of emotion, no one understood what she was risking. Only her assistants understood, in a sense, the situation the senior maid found herself in, and why she had made that choice. Ed understood that in the world of merchants, there was no place for concepts such as mutual understanding and trust. Laurentelle smiled and said that for now, she was ready to play along with the former head maid so that everything would remain in its place. Then she said it was time for her to go and asked him to visit the trade association office the following week. Ed handed her the torch and told her to be careful in the forest because there were many wild animals and monsters there. The girl began to approach him as closely as possible in order to take the torch from him. The young gentleman did not understand why she had frozen, and she replied that she had simply thought he was a little taller than she had imagined. The girl bowed her head and said that maybe she was rushing a little, but in order to win, you had to take risks. Grabbing him by the tie, she said that the essence of human relationships was fully revealed in the game of push and pull. The young man was a little confused and thought that she had simply decided to fix his tie because it was tied incorrectly. However, suddenly the girl began to pull very hard on his tie to make him lean toward her. Unexpectedly for him, Laurie pulled him toward her and kissed him right on the lips. Smiling, she said that the raspberries they had eaten for dinner were very tasty. However, Ed asked her to respect boundaries and did not understand why they were taking such strange steps. Laurie smiled and said that she had already taken the first step and would now wait for him to respond. After that, she grabbed a torch and headed toward the depths of the northern part of the forest. Then, she even ran a little, because she realized that she wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. Ed watched her go and realized that he couldn't avoid close relationships with the main characters of the storyline. He was sad that when it came to reality, everything was not going according to plan. Looking at the night sky, he realized that the plot had completely changed course. However, he understood that he did not want to deviate from the plan, and planned to intervene only when it was inevitable. Our hero knew that his main goal was to study well, get a degree, and improve his skills. So, with the end of summer, autumn began to arrive, and Yannicka sat under a tree listening to the spirits report. They told her that the same girl had forcibly kissed her beloved. However, he showed great and incredible coldness towards this fox girl. Yannicka was very angry. She did not think that such a thing could happen at all. The fire spirit Tarkin reported that he had seen with his own eyes how the young gentleman was definitely keeping his distance. Yanika was very happy to hear this news. She was pleased that her beloved had rejected her rival. However, her spirits began to shout that she did not understand anything about human relationships, and that she should also take action. The other spirits even grabbed the spirit of fire to calm him down, and he stopped talking so much. They were surprised why the mistress did not want to have some kind of unique experience with the gentleman. I began to fix my hair and think about whether I really wanted him to feed her or she would feed him. However, at that moment, the young gentleman was feeding Lucy with a spoon to test his culinary skills. Lucy didn't want to offend the young gentleman, who kindly provided her with lodging and food every day. However, his food was very unpalatable, and she asked him to stop experimenting with her taste buds. Ed tried to develop his domestic skills and dexterity because his studies were his top priority. He could spend up to 5 or 6 hours developing his main skills, even instead of sleeping. In any case, in addition to studying, he always kept an eye on the most important characters, so as not to miss anything. Taylor continued to train hard on a daily basis, and Elvira helped him. Everything was fine with Princess Fowena, too, but he couldn't take his eyes off her because her confrontation was coming soon. He also had to be very careful in his behavior with the Golden Child because the storyline had changed a bit. The main reason he was running out of time was because he was looking after the school building. Professor Glass received a report that the pavilion breach had actually been well planned. Claire was the professor's assistant and took it upon herself to conduct a personal investigation. However, the professor was furious and said that he was waiting for her to provide him with the information about divine science that he had asked her to obtain. All this was happening in the academic building, so she had to focus on her education first and foremost. Returning to her office, Claire was a little upset because she realized that something was wrong with the incident. Reading the students' personal files, it seemed strange that the same ones were always present. She realized that she was already very tired. Ed wrote Taylor seemed strange to her. Meanwhile, the gentleman came to the organization to obtain tools for magical engineering. The trade association branch was located on the grounds of the Sylvania Academy. Loretto informed him that the equipment was fully prepared, so he could pick it up at the counter. He was surprised that she looked very elegant, but Loretto said she had an important meeting. It seemed strange to him that after all that had happened, she had an important meeting scheduled on the academy grounds. However, the girl silently adjusted her hair, showing off her beauty. She understood that his specialty was woodworking, so she took a chair and broke its leg. Laughing, she said that this chair would definitely not be able to be sold, so she planned to throw it away or give it away. Ed watched everything that was happening and calmly drank his tea, after which he thanked her. She was very pleased to see him, because she understood that he was the only one who helped her without asking for anything in return. Sitting down at the table next to him, she did not understand how he could constantly maintain such an indifferent and cold expression. Then she reminded him that she had already taken her first victorious step and waited for his response. Pointing her finger at him, she said that they saw him as a man, which meant that he should see her as a woman. She did all this only because she had her own motives and knew exactly what she wanted in return. Ed said he didn't want any response from her because he didn't get involved in confrontations if he knew he couldn't win. That's why he wasn't interested in what was happening, because he wanted to focus on his studies. Loretto continued to smile and said that one day she would not be the only one who would not hold back her feelings. She was completely confident that her seductive smile always had the same effect. That was the true nature of merchants. They never showed their true feelings. Ed returned to the educational institution where Yannicka was already waiting for him and ready to conduct the lesson. With the help of a magic staff, she created a large, fiery spot that resembled a ball. Holding this energy in her palms, she asked him to try to focus his magic and establish a connection. As soon as he began to do so, the ball immediately began to change shape, but it happened slowly. After a while, a small, low-level fire spirit began to appear. He said that he had voluntarily undergone an interview during the second selection and appeared before the Council of Spirits during the third stage of selection. He said that he was made entirely of fire, but his heart was ready to burn even more strongly in the name of service. Ed understood that in previous storylines, he had also signed a contract with the spirits, but it was all different. Therefore, he was completely sure that the feelings that overwhelmed him now were completely different from those he had experienced in the past. Yannicka said that she had chosen the best one for him, with the best magical effectiveness. Laughing a little, she said that all the spirits had indeed undergone a small selection process to make it easier to choose. Tarkin, a high-level spirit, actively tested all the low-level spirits. After that, she handed Muga to Ed and said that she was sure they would become friends. Ed looked at his new companion with surprise, feeling the great warmth emanating from him. He understood that now he would be able to control his magical energy, and therefore control the power of his flame. Muga was completely ready to carry out any order. His master thought of him as a portable heater, Yanika said she was very happy that her friend really liked the spirit she had chosen. She then said that she would definitely teach him spiritual connection and spirit sensation so that he could learn to contract with other spirits. She also said that she had special items to help improve magical characteristic, which she wanted to bring next time. Then she suddenly said that she was a very busy girl and many people were asking her for extra lessons, so it was a bit difficult for her to devote so much time to him. She remembered how all her spirits had told her that she should be calm and show him her love. Ed listened to her carefully and said that he really did accept her kindness as something he owed her, so he decided to pay her as a token of his gratitude. However, Yanika forbade him to pay her money because he himself was on the verge of survival. Ed was very surprised because he didn't understand what exactly she wanted from him and what she was talking about. He couldn't understand what kind of compensation she was talking about and why this conversation had taken place in the first place. I didn't mention that her friend Clara had said that she was too generous by nature and needed to learn to say no. After that, she turned around and said that she didn't behave like that with everyone she met, but simply trusted him because he was a good person. Then she headed in the other direction and said that she would definitely bring some nice accessories to the next training session. Ed was a little surprised by her behavior because it seemed very suspicious to him. When he returned home, he began to study the tools of magical engineering in order to quickly master new skills that were important to him. With the help of an ignition spell, he easily lit a fire in his newly built fireplace. He understood that now he had the opportunity to maintain a stable temperature inside his hut. His living conditions had definitely improved greatly because his house even had furniture now. At moments like this, he felt completely serene and so warm inside that he stopped thinking about everything. Looking out the window, he saw the moon and realized that it was already very late, which meant it was time to get ready for bed. Before going to sleep, he decided to check his traps. Claire, who was the professor's assistant, decided to check on how he was living. She understood that everyone involved in this case lived inside this pavilion except for him. She came to the forest only because she had heard many rumors that it was here that she could meet the young gentleman. Seeing him carrying Lucy on his shoulder and his prey in his other hand, Claire simply hid behind a tree. She was very surprised and did not understand what it was, because at that time, all the students were supposed to be asleep. She was even more surprised that he had Lucy on his shoulder, who, with her mighty power, was comparable to a great sage. Peeking out from behind the tree, she decided to take a closer look and realized with horror that it was indeed Lucy on the young gentleman's shoulder. Ed suspected that he was being followed at such a late hour and continued on his way. Covering her mouth with her hands, she tried not to move so as not to give away her location. She understood that her intuition had not failed her, which meant that she had the makings of a good detective. So she managed to reach the camp itself and looked around in amazement at the building and everything that was happening around her. Ed threw Lucy into her personal hut and gave her a bag of dried beef. He understood that he had to put off some things until tomorrow because he had to get up early, which meant it was time to sleep. Claire stood attentively and watched his actions because she was obliged to save Lucy. As soon as the young gentleman went into his house, she immediately began to sneak towards the hut. She wanted to wake her up very quietly so that the girl could come to her senses and escape. She didn't understand what was happening in this strange place because it all looked very suspicious. Lucy woke up and looked at the girl in front of her with surprise, not understanding who she was. The professor's assistant introduced herself and said that she had come here on behalf of her teacher. However, to her great surprise, Lucy turned around and simply went back inside the hut. She opened the bag, took out some dried meat, and began to eat it with great pleasure. Then she teleported to another place because she was unhappy that her sleep had been disturbed. Claire was left alone and was very confused, not understanding what was happening here and how she should react to it. On the other hand, it was all very suspicious, and so she realized that all her guesses were correct. She went to the professor to pass on information about the young man who had been disowned by his own family. Professor Glass, without looking up from his book, said that he was not interested in any of this. Then, the assistant reported that she had used magic to reveal the events that had taken place that day on the first floor of the dormitory. She was ready to declare with full responsibility that the memories stored in the magic ball would be able to alleviate her situation. She showed that on that very day, a student was sitting on the first floor who looked so confident, as if he had planned everything himself. She was sure that it was Ed who had planned all the events and even sat in the appropriate pose. She also reported that at night, she went into the forest and saw a young man carrying Lucy, who was unconscious, on his shoulder. The professor said that perhaps she was simply mistaken, as Lucy often slept anywhere. Therefore, the professor looked closely at his assistant and said that she should bring an explanatory note. On the other hand, he understood that all the events had actually been documented and that Taylor's team had indeed passed too quickly. At the same time, Taylor's team was very strong because it included the best female sorceress and a girl who could control magic. Therefore, It seems strange that such a strong team could not resist such a weak single student. On the other hand, the professor understood that at the moment, the whole situation had been completely resolved, and there was no point in changing anything. Ed continued to develop his skills, realizing that the dagger had been with him since he first started living in these parts. So he engraved it to make the dagger's power much more powerful. Mug kept interjecting his comments and talking a lot, so the young gentleman grabbed him by one wing. The fire spirit did not understand what exactly he had done wrong, so he asked his master to tell him about his sins. Ed said that spirits who had left their shells to become low-ranking spirits had to develop quickly. For this reason, the spirits loved Yannicka very much, because she could give them a large amount of magical energy for their development. That is why the young master did not understand why the fire spirit had made a contract with him and was now suffering so much. He asked his spirit to tell him the truth, realizing that Yannicka had probably promised him something in return. All this was very strange and unusual, but Mug tried not to reveal his true intentions. Under the influence of his young master, he had no choice but to reveal why he had behaved in such a way. Mug admitted that his actions were not truly sincere, but only because she had promised him rapid development of magical energy. The contract he had signed allowed him to grow twice as fast as other low-ranking spirits. After the spirit told the whole truth, he felt much better because he no longer had to carry this burden on his soul. Ed continued his rigorous training, and his endurance improved, so he had to prepare more firewood for heating. His storage room was completely filled with meat, vegetables, spices, and other products, so he no longer needed to sleep on the street. Having devoted enough effort and time, he was able to easily cope with his studies, where the only important thing was memorizing theory. Every day was actually a test for him, and he couldn't say that everything came too easily to him. On the other hand, everything was definitely better than when he was just starting out. But suddenly he woke up. Yannicka looked at him with great surprise, and did not understand why he had fallen out of reality. He told her that he had simply been lost in thought, and had fallen out of what was happening around him for a moment. So nothing terrible had happened. He remembered that he had received 3 letters that could be very important and meaningful to him. The main events of the second act were the negotiations for the purchase of the Great Sage's book, which were currently underway. However, everything was going according to plan, because Krebin Rotalar was the head of his family in the sequence of these events. It was a little scary that he knew that the family always personally intervened in the negotiation process if things did not go as he wanted. Therefore, he understood that, no matter what, he simply had to remove the head of his family from this episode. The letter described various actions of the head of the family, and various notes about his previous action. One of the letters also contained an invitation to negotiations, but the sender was not specified. One of Claire's assistants reported that he had returned from the northern forest and delivered her personal message. She thanked him for a job well done, and understood that the director had told the sad truth about the current situation. Everyone understood that the academy was private, and that there was no opportunity to support it directly. The princess also thought long and hard about what was really going on. She wanted to make the right choice about selling the book. The assistant said that if he were in the boy's place, he would do everything in his power to revive his family. The princess also thought about this, but their conversation was unexpectedly interrupted. Loretto decided to clarify whether a person with such a low status as hers could have tea with her. The assistant set up a table between them, placed a chair for the guest, and they began negotiations. Loretto said that the head of the Rottaler family had been drawn into the negotiations solely because of her father. The princess was very surprised, because she had not expected such a turn of events. Loretto said that her father had initially agreed with the head of the Rottaler family, but she had simply not known about it. She understood why the best merchants, father and daughter, constantly argued with each other and competed in the market. However, the fox, finishing her tea, said that, given all the circumstances, she did not want to get close to people who cooperated with her father. The princess did not understand why she had come, and told her all about it, but the fox replied that the enemy of her enemy was her friend. Loretto added that she was doing all this to protect her close friend Ed, who could suffer in this situation. She said that he had not lived with his family for a long time, and had no connection with them, so she thought it was unfair to accuse him of such ties. She was surprised because the fox had never cared about anyone but herself. Therefore, the princess said that she had enough status to personally give orders to all the students at the academy. Loretto understood that the princess was not so simple, because she too could control people. Through her tears, she began to laugh, saying that it was unclear who would use whom. Clark immediately jumped up, because he did not understand how Loretto could allow herself to behave this way in the presence of Princess Foena. Putting on the hood of her school robe, Lori said she was ready to give them sincere advice, because they were allies. She said they should not underestimate Ed and try to use him, because in the end, they would be the ones being used. Claire shouted that she should be held accountable for her words, but Princess Foena asked him to stop and calm down, Laurentiel Cajon was a very confident and strong personality, and Princess Foena had no desire to enter into open conflict. No one had ever seen her truly upset before, but now that was exactly how she looked. Ed stood before her with Yannicka, who reported that the situation was not developing in the best way. Lori was furious because she had poured cold water on Yannicka, but Ed had given her his cup of tea with his own hands. Trying to control her emotions, she smiled and said that the tools for magical engineering were completely ready. Then she accompanied them to the rack, where the tools for magical engineering and construction were located. Yannicka was shocked because the tools looked brand new, and it was not in Laurel's nature to give such gifts. Lori began to laugh and said that Yannicka was very inattentive because all the items had defects. Yannicka became even more angry because she realized that her rival, Lorelei, had made all these defects herself. Ed admitted that he felt very uncomfortable accepting all this for free, but Lori said that he just needed to come more often. Yannicka couldn't understand what it all meant, but Lori asked her not to meddle in other people's business. Ed diligently and carefully signed the contract extension so that his and Lori's business relationship could continue. However, he had a very strange feeling, as if he were in water, and realized that he had to keep an eye on Krebin Rote-Taylor. He couldn't let the book of the great sage fall into his hand, but there were still 2 weeks before that event. So Ed decided it would be better to stuff the mattress with feathers and sawdust to make it softer. In addition, he had a lot of other things to do because he had to clean up inside his hut and butcher the deer. He also realized that he needed to prepare more dried meat for Lucy, who came to see him every day. A moment later, he realized that Lori and Yannicka were shouting and calling him, which meant that he had once again lost touch with reality for a while. Meanwhile, Princess Foena was drinking her tea and did not understand why Ed was late for a meeting that had been arranged in advance. She understood that he was very mysterious and cold-blooded, yet always knew exactly what actions he needed to take. Venia thought that she had probably drawn the wrong conclusions, so she wanted to check everything again. That was why she invited him to the imperial residence, so that he would not have a chance to refuse. However, after a while, her assistant Claire came into the room and reported that Ed would not be able to visit her for a long time. Fenia was very surprised to learn that Ed Rottweiler was unconscious due to prolonged fatigue. Ed felt very ill due to prolonged fatigue, and Lucy was sleeping on his chest, warming him with her body heat. In her sleep, she muttered that the meat was too salty and that less salt should be used in cooking. After a while, Ed regained consciousness and realized that Lucy was talking, even in her sleep. He understood that she was very light on her own, so many even doubted that she was really human. However, now her weight felt like a large, heavy weight that was simply impossible to move. Lucy felt some movement and realized that she had been awakened, which meant that she was once again very hungry. Then she activated her healing magic and told him that he had been in this state for several months and that his life force had been distorted. Ed was very surprised that she had been with him all this time, and Lucy admitted that when she was bored, she just slept. She explained that she had to walk on very thin ice between Yannicka and Laurentiel, who were very worried. However, they understood that it was simply a necessity, so they did not greatly interfere with her actions. Lucy always worried greatly when people around her were sick, because she had witnessed the last moments of her grandfather Glocta's life. Ed was very grateful to her, because thanks to her actions and magic, he was able to regain consciousness. Zix entered the room and said that he was afraid to light a fire in the fireplace, so he decided to do everything outside. Zex was a little surprised by what was happening, because he did not expect to see such a strange picture. Lucy immediately became very embarrassed, so she decided to pack her things and just leave the room. Then she quickly teleported herself directly through the chimney, because she didn't want to talk to Zex. Zex couldn't understand what was going on, so he decided to ask Ed how long it would last. He thought about how in the civilized world, men had several partners at once, which was a little strange for his values. However, to his great surprise, Ed decided to ask him why he was in his hut. Putting the broth on to boil, Zix explained that Yannicka was having a attendance problem, and Lori had to return to her business affairs. Ed tasted his food and said that he had tried many different dishes, but had never eaten anything so strange. Zex explained that he wanted to ask Clara to cook, but Lorelei forbade him to let any other women near him. Ed decided to check the script and clarified what had happened at the alchemy faculty while growing mandrake. Zex reported that there had indeed been some difficulties due to Elvira's actions, but Taylor had quickly resolved all issues. He also reported that, together with Taylor, they had managed to quickly resolve the issue with the monster that had appeared in the sewers. Ed realized that several scenes in the storyline had passed without incident, which meant that only the negotiations remained. Zix explained that 10 days had already passed, but Yannicka had important preparations to make for her studies, and Laurentiel had a business deal to attend to. Ed began to actively drink his soup, because he understood that he really needed to quickly regain his strength. He understood that he had no time left, so he decided to send a message to Loratel via Zix. The next day, negotiations began for the sage's grimoire in order to conduct a trade deal. Princess Phonia was present, as well as a representative of the trade association, in the person of Loratel. However, there was a person present who disrupted the natural course of events, in the person of Duke Krebin Rodalor. Phonia lowered her head and carefully cut the meat, because she understood that she was in for a difficult and long conversation. Duke Krebin offered his personal apologies for the actions of his son at the Sylvania Academy, whom he had disowned on the recommendation of the Academy. Krebin Rotler was the very person whose blood flowed in Ed Rotler's body, even though they were different people. The princess noticed that every action of the servants showed deep respect for the Duke. However, thanks to her innate insight, she sensed his true nature and understood that he was truly evil. After eating a little, Krebin decided to turn to the girl, who was a sales representative for the Elt Company. Loratel bowed to him and informed him that she was indeed the only daughter of the Golden King. She said that their family had always been where there was even the slightest scent of money. Krebin smiled and said that he understood everything, because he was not very interested in her candidacy. During the sale of the grimoire, each participant had to write the price on a piece of paper, and the one whose price was higher would be able to purchase the collection. The princess, in turn, tried not to advertise that she was forced to sell such a valuable book due to the financial difficulties of the Academy. The Academy director wanted to have complete control over the bidding, so he invited his representative, Rachel. The rules of the sale were very simple. Whoever's bid was truly the highest would be able to purchase the grimoire. Phoenia had held similar auctions before, because they had to sell some very valuable magical collection. The princess looked at the auction participants and thought that some of them had definitely taken part in similar deals before. Most likely, Loretel helped her father, so she was familiar with pricing policies and could develop her tactic. On the other hand, she understood that the one who would definitely take this book would be Krebin, because he was simply richer. Rachel announced that the bids had been recorded and thanked the participants for their sincere interest in the sage's book. A single bid auction without raises was very exciting, because everything depended on your opponent's capabilities. Phoenia understood that Loratel was very serious because her family had always been where there was profit to be made. Therefore, Loretel would most likely not offer more than 8,100, because otherwise the deal would simply not be profitable. Rachel announced that the bids had been fully recorded, and she was ready to reveal the results of the auction. Everyone was waiting for the bids to be announced to find out who had won the auction. Since Ms. Loretel's bid was higher, she was declared the official buyer of the sage's grimoire. Krebin Rote-Taylor was very upset, so he told his assistants that they were going back. All the people who had come with him, including the servants, immediately turned around and left, realizing that their master, the Duke, was in a bad mood. Phoenia was very surprised and could not understand why Loretel had won, since such a price was not profitable for her. This could only mean that Lori had purchased the book solely to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Rote-Taylor dynasty. Most likely, it was Ed who was behind Loretel's action, as he knew very well that his family was truly evil. Remembering all of Lori's words, she realized that Ed had probably shared valuable information with her, which is why she took such a risky step. Such steps only further proved the theory that Ed had left his family in order to oppose the evil within it. Realizing all this, the princess began to feel very ill, and her legs even began to shake violently. The princess began to be overwhelmed by a deep sense of guilt for her action, realizing that they had indeed done everything wrong. Lori herself thought about reselling the grimoire to Krebin, because that way she could recoup her expenses. The letter she received from Ed said that after she purchased the grimoire, she could count on anything. Lori was delighted because, considering the resale of the book, she had gained full access to Ed for 900 coins. Zex came to Ed and reported that he had delivered the letter to Loratel, who had indeed won the bidding for the book. Ed realized that he was already beginning to feel a slight sense of guilt for the actions that would take place very soon. Their conversation was interrupted by Yanika, who said that she had quickly finished all her classes and immediately came to check on him. She was very happy that he had regained consciousness and looked stronger and healthier. However, Zix said that Yanika was very upset and even ran out of the auditorium several times in tears. Yanika immediately summoned the bear spirit to shut Zix up and simply take him back to the dormitory. Moon began to apologize to Mr. Ed for not noticing how exhausted he was. He admitted that he was very ashamed, and that was why he had been using Ms. Yanika's mana all this time, because he was afraid of hurting him. Zix, not having had time to leave, said that the spirit was indeed telling the truth, because he had been working as a heater all this time. Ed realized that during this time, the meat must have gone bad, and the fishing nets must have become completely unusable. He was sad to realize that he had lost all his food, which meant he would have to start all over again. Yanika and Zix said they had some time, so they offered to help with the preparations. Ed was a little surprised because he hadn't planned on the guys helping him with his personal work. He understood that all this had happened too unexpectedly and had ruined his plans. On the other hand, he himself had recently spent the night in such a hut, with nothing in his pocket. He knew that any activity was very difficult and tiring, but he managed everything and coped on his own. Therefore, Ed tried not to worry too much because he understood that somehow everything would work out. Yanika said nothing, but she still understood that the young gentleman looked very tired. Marilda said that the red fox was busy with a deal, so she would not be able to come to the forest anytime soon. The she-wolf told the young lady that she herself would have to become a fox for a while, in order to get closer to the young gentleman. Yanika began to feel a little embarrassed when her spirits told her that she needed to change into a brighter and neater outfit. She was embarrassed, but understood that her spirits were always right, so she decided to listen to their opinion and get advice on how to improve. Marilda said that she was always impeccable and should show a side of herself that no one had seen before. She was an expert in relationship and recommended that she present herself as a wife who was ready to help. Yanika did not know that Marilda had no real experience in relationships, but decided to trust her and her advice completely. She said that tactics are important in relationships, and that certain steps must be taken to make progress. However, she was simply horrified because she realized that the young enchantress had no plans whatsoever to take any steps to improve the relationship. The other spirits looked around because they didn't understand why Marilda had suddenly started howling so loudly. Yanika didn't know what to do because Marilda started yelling at her and saying that Ed was unlikely to be very weak again. She talked and talked, and Yanika just waved her arms and asked her to let her voice the idea that had come to her mind. After a while, the wind spirit calmed down a little and agreed to listen to the idea of her enchantress mistress. Time flew by very quickly, and it was already late at night, so a fire was burning near the hut to scare away animals. Yanika prepared a very tasty meal that was very different from what Zex had cooked before. Ed understood that he needed to regain his strength and restore all his resources as soon as possible. He was not in good shape because a headache and a slight fever were bothering him greatly. However, at that moment, Yanika entered his room. She was very kind and said that he looked very tired. Ed looked at her closely and decided to ask what she was up to and why she had decided to come in at such a time. Yanika sat down on the floor near his bed and laughed, saying that she wasn't up to anything and had just come to talk. Ed was a little surprised because he had never seen Yanika so mysterious and strange. She said that she understood him well because everyone gets tired, both physically and mentally. She also admitted that what helped her most was when someone in a difficult situation simply stayed quietly by her side. Yanika turned to him and said that she understood that he had been through very difficult times, but he had managed to do a very good job. Ed asked her not to go so far, and she asked him to just admit that it had been really hard for him. Then our hero dropped his head on the pillow and said that he had indeed had a very difficult time. As soon as his head touched the pillow, which was very soft and resembled an airy cloud, he immediately fell asleep. The whole night passed like this, and in the morning the sun rose and illuminated the hut, after which Ed naturally woke up. To his surprise, he saw Yanika sleeping next to his bed all night, who had not yet woken up. Ed began to laugh very loudly because he felt a great surge of strength and realized that he had completely recovered. He realized that in 10 days of unconsciousness, he had not been able to achieve anything, especially in magical engineering and design. Analyzing his current capabilities and actions, he understood that he needed to intervene in the scenario branch. On the other hand, he understood that Taylor McLaughlin was not particularly interested in magical engineering, which meant he could develop this area. While he was thinking about his next steps and actions, Lorelei came into the forest and was very happy to see him. She bowed to him, even though she was very tired, and found it very difficult to tidy her hair. Lori announced that she had decided to completely restructure her trading company and had come to him to ask for his help. Ed thought about it because he understood that she had listed so many areas of focus, which meant she needed a co-founder. Lorelei was a little embarrassed, but understood that if she made him that person, they would be together every day. That way, they could work in the same company, and essentially, only a wall between their offices would separate them. Laurel began to describe her dreams and realized that she was talking a lot. Ed listened to her carefully and decided to ask if she was afraid of going so far just for him. Lori was a little offended by his rudeness and even put on her hood to hide her emotions. She understood how he felt and did not plan to be swayed by the fleeting feelings of the Golden Girl. For this reason, Ed planned to maintain only a business and partnership relationship with Lorelei for as long as possible. Then she said that he knew nothing about her because she lived in a place where if you didn't betray someone first, they would definitely betray you. Turning around, she said that in such a world, the most important person was someone who would never betray anyone. Ed understood that she saw him as someone who would be there for her and on her side, regardless of how much money she had. Taking his hand, Lori looked him in the eyes and said that she wanted him to just stay with her forever. Ed was very excited because getting involved with her was not part of his plans to live a quiet life. Suddenly, she started laughing loudly, saying that he should look at himself in the mirror. She was convinced that when such a strong personality showed her timidity, it was impossible to refuse her opponent. Of course, she was a little annoyed, so she bowed her head and said that not all her words were lies, and some were true. Ed decided to just keep quiet, because it was a little difficult for him to assess Lorelai's actions and understand her true goals. After thinking for a moment, he said that he planned to graduate from Sylvania and did not plan to leave the academy until then. Loretto said she was willing to wait for him, but reminded him that he simply had no other choice. She then showed him his own letter and told him that she had a free pass and was glad to have met him. Ed exhaled after she left because he felt like he had done something truly terrible. Loretto hid behind a tree and was very upset because she realized that things had not gone as she had wanted. She had planned to hand him the letter at the end of the conversation and tell him that he now belonged entirely to her. However, seeing him so depressed, she simply couldn't go through with it, and all her plans fell apart. She found it all surprising because she had even brought him the change from the sale of the master's book. After thinking for a moment, she realized that it would be awkward to go back, so she decided to leave the bag of gold coins in his hut. At that moment, the door of the hut opened, and Yannicka came out, saying that it was time to make breakfast. So Yannicka and Loretta met face to face, which was very unexpected for both of them. Yannicka did not understand why Loretta was coming from the river, and Loretta did not understand why Yannicka had come out of the hut. It was from this moment that a new turn of events unfolded, leading to a real catastrophe that simply could not be avoided. However, Ed was still unaware of anything and was busy with his daily tasks of preparing firewood for the evening. Mug diligently asked the young gentleman to be more careful and to rest more often so that such a situation would not happen again. Ed understood that thanks to all his comrades, he had enough food, firewood, and even furniture and household items. After that, he looked through the letters, and one was from Professor Glass, who wanted to talk to him personally. However, they never managed to meet because he was unconscious, and therefore did not know why the professor had summoned him. He knew that, according to the storyline, Professor Glast would be the final boss of the second act, which had already begun. Glast always considered himself special and chosen, because he understood that he could try to do something special for the academy. For this reason, he studied special types of magic in order to try to revive the sage and open a new cycle of knowledge. To complete his plan, he needed the sage's sealed grimoire, but the academy simply sold it. Then, in a state of despair, he had to steal the magic book and put the sage into Ailea's body. To some extent, his actions were much more reminiscent of the story of an ordinary madman. However, kidnapping Ailea was the wrong decision, because Taylor, who was the best swordsman, would immediately go after her. For this reason, Professor Glast would not be able to complete his mission, because Taylor simply would not allow him to do so. Ed tried to remember what the professor's last words were before he fell, but he couldn't. Ailea Triss had indeed been kidnapped by the academy professor, and looked frightened because she didn't understand what was happening. She was very scared, because next to her behind bars was a demon of the underground waters, who looked simply terrifying. Aaliyah couldn't understand why everyone thought that everything that was happening was her fault. Ed Rothaler stood next to her and didn't understand why she was talking to him so rudely. So he decided to remind Aaliyah that they had been kidnapped together. So he was also scared and asked her to be more restrained. In fact, Ed understood that the finale of this act of the plot was beginning right now. 3 days before these events, our hero was calmly training because he understood that he had wasted too much time. He understood that the confrontation with Glast would soon begin, and he regretted that he had not managed to find the necessary blueprints. However, looking closely at the objects and immersing himself in his consciousness, he realized that he had just come up with a way to improve the engineering. The entire storyline was divided into 4 stages, and the third was more difficult because it took place in a secret laboratory. The boss of this stage was the ghost of the librarian Rain, who possessed a great deal of knowledge. He understood that Taylor had to deal with this problem, but he was interested in the Library of Spirits. His heightened interest was due to the fact that the Library of Spirits contained many drawings of magical engineering. Ed understood that it would be very dangerous, but on the other hand, looking at Yannicka, he understood that he would not be alone there. The professor announced that Adele and Ailea would be transferred to another class because they had demonstrated very high results. He said that there were more and more talented students because there were already 5 people studying in Class A. Loretto understood that Ailea was very weak, but had a great inclination towards aspectual magic. Suddenly, Zix announced that he had not dared to speak about this before, but he believed that admission to the best class should not be limited to talent. Professor Glass began to shout very loudly that he loved and valued all his students, so Zix Effelstein was confused. The professor said that everyone should respect his opinion and decisions because he was more experienced and wise. Loratel thought about it because before entering the Sylvania Academy, she was very interested in the teaching staff. This included a complete excerpt from the biography of the outstandingly talented Professor Glast. He had a daughter, Muri, who was studying at the Faculty of Magic, and as a parent, he believed in her unconditionally. However, Muri perceived his belief not as that of a father, but as that of a professional professor at the Faculty of Magic. It was because of this strong belief that she resolutely joined the raid against monsters at a very early age. Due to her inexperience, Muri was simply unable to cope with the monsters, so she died, which was a great trauma for the professor. Since then, Professor Glast has been obsessed with discovering true talent, and has devoted much of his time to otherworldly magic. However, anyone familiar with the professor's history would understand that he was planning to revive the most powerful mage, Sylvania. Suddenly, Loretel's thoughts and reflections were interrupted because Professor Glast decided to address her directly. After thinking for a moment, the professor said that it wasn't really important, so he asked her to come talk to him after class. She understood that it might have something to do with the grimoire, but no one could change anything because the book transfer ceremony was coming up soon. Several days passed without any significant events. Ed studied diligently and thought through his plan to ensure that everything went well, because he really wanted to graduate from the academy. His plan was to follow Taylor in order to build his own version of Ailea's salvation. It all had to do with the fact that he really wanted to get into the spirit library to collect magical engineering artifacts. He understood that Taylor wouldn't need them anyway, so he planned to make every effort to get them. After all the events and stages he had gone through, Ed Roth Taylor planned to simply return to camp to continue developing his skills. So he told Yannicka that he had lost something in the underground stream, and asked her to go with him to look for it. He was worried that she would refuse because it was dark and scary there, but she happily went with him. This meant that she really cared about him and was ready to go with him. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Claire, who informed him that Professor Glast urgently wanted to talk to him. Ed was confused because the ceremony was supposed to take place tomorrow, and the professor should have been busy preparing for it. However, Ailea was standing next to Professor Glast, and she was clearly in a bad mood. He didn't understand why she was upset with him, probably because he had shot her with a bow and arrow. However, he was more concerned that she was here now, because Ailea was supposed to be kidnapped tomorrow. Ed couldn't understand why he had been summoned, because he had nothing to do with this case. Checking all the documents and research, he managed to find one document that fully revealed his personal characteristics. This could only mean that Claire was indeed watching him, and that Glast had figured out his plan in the Ophelia Pavilion. However, he still couldn't understand what significance his actions could have in relation to what was happening. At that moment, Professor Glast himself entered the office, looking very serious and angry. Ailea immediately ran towards the professor, because she realized that Ed was acting too strangely and had drawn his dagger. However, instead of helping, Professor Glast immediately began to use aspectual magic. Thanks to this, he managed to quickly create a time prison in which he placed Ailea. After that, he immediately began to use such powerful dark magic again in order to catch the second student. He closely monitored the situation in order to keep it completely under his personal control. Ed decided to defend himself by directing the blade, which was filled with Muga energy, towards him. Ed understood what was happening and did not want to become involved, so he decided to protect himself. Glass noticed that the young man had very quickly understood what was happening in such a short time. The professor believed that simply leafing through his research was not enough to fully understand his intentions. Ed didn't understand why he was needed, since he had already received Ailea, who had a direct connection to this type of magic. Glass said that he had a goal and was ready to achieve it for himself, so he asked not to judge him too harshly. Ed still didn't understand why he himself might be needed, since he hadn't had much success with this type of magic. On the other hand, he understood that the professor would not leave him alone and would not allow him to just take off. Also, if he were kidnapped, it would actually be a direct flight to a secret laboratory with valuable books. So after thinking for a while, he realized that he probably just had to let himself be kidnapped. Glass looked at him in surprise and became curious about what exactly the student would do and what his plan was. He began to read the spell again in order to absorb the powers of Ed Rottweiler, a student of the Faculty of Magic. So he too was kidnapped, and his body was imprisoned in the prison of time, so he did not resist. So, in two spheres of time, there was a prison of time in which Ailea and Ed were imprisoned. Glass understood that Ed was originally a dark figure because his academic achievements were unlike anything seen in a long time, and his actions in the Ophelia Pavilion were well planned, but more reminiscent of the actions of a weak person. This meant that all his successes were the result of hard work and not talent, which was evident from his serene face. Glass looked at him and realized that this reminded him very much of what he had lost in the past. He remembered how his daughter always told him that her achievements would surely glorify his glorious name. That was why it was a little difficult for him, because in Ed's successes, he always saw the successes of his own daughter. Mug decided to seize the moment, while no one was paying any attention to him, and escape. So he immediately left the place because he understood that his young master would need help. Yanika was in the hut preparing food, not understanding why Ed was late for dinner again. Glock traveled across the southern continent and wrote a magical guidebook in order to leave behind a legacy. His teacher was a very strong and beautiful woman named Sylvania, who left this world too soon. Glock was like a grandfather to Lucy, so he wrote his guidebook with great care to make her journey easier. Glock understood that sometimes regrets about what had been lost simply clouded his vision, but he couldn't stop. It was quite sad to realize that what was lost could not be returned, but losses only made humanity stronger. So he gave his granddaughter a hat and asked her to always remain strong, no matter what happened. He dedicated his magical guidebook to the young continents entirely to Lucy, so that she would become strong. When her grandfather passed away, Lucy cried very loudly because she understood that they would never be able to talk again. Sometimes she missed him very much, because only he understood eternal peace and accepted it completely without fear. Lucy was not sure that the day would come when the pain of loss would subside and pass without leaving even a scar. The only thing that helped her forget what had happened for a while was the bag of beef. However, she forgot to fill the bag and involuntarily turned her attention to Yanika, who was cooking on the street. Mug flew up to her and started talking about something, and Yanika's aura began to change rapidly, and she was very angry. Lucy was very surprised and did not understand what could have happened to make Yanika so angry. Meanwhile, in the Tricks Hall, which was the main conference room, the grimoire transfer ceremony was taking place. The best representatives of the merchant group and the seller group were gathered in this hall. The main attention was focused on Lorettel Kelm, who was the current head of the Elt Company. Obel Forcius was the current director of the Sylvania Academy, so he was very important for the ceremony. Lorettel understood that Obel was about the same age as Krebin, and they even looked somewhat alike. She knew that Krebin had come to her after the negotiations and asked that the grimoire be transferred directly to him. It was for this reason that the whole provocation was staged in front of Princess Phoenia so that she would believe it. And then Krebin agreed to buy the sage's grimoire for a whopping 12,000 gold coins. In addition, he warned Lorettel that Elt had hired several workers who were already on their way to Sylvania. Glast accompanied the transfer ceremony, and Obel completely renounced his right to ownership of the scroll. After that, Lorettel placed her hand on the scroll and became the rightful owner of the book. However, to the surprise of everyone present, she did not have time to do anything before Professor Glass began to use his magic. The director diligently tried to restrain the appearing magical monsters, and Lorettel realized that the grimoire had disappeared from the stand. Professor Glass simply took the book because it was his sole objective. He then used the scroll, which allowed him to teleport to his desired location. Lorettel did not understand what was happening, but realized that the professor had disappeared, along with her access to Ed. Aaliyah yelled at Ed and said that she hated him and didn't understand why they were now behind bars together. Our hero simply did not respond to any of her statements because he was not interested in the current situation. He understood that it was better for them to behave more calmly and quietly, so as not to wake the underground monster. Coombe, a researcher of aspectual magic, said he would not conduct experiments because they were important to Professor Glass. Coombe noticed that Ed Rote Taylor was much calmer than he had expected. He then told the students not to do anything stupid while he studied the research materials. Ed planned to simply wait until Taylor passed through the library, and he had access to the rare scrolls of magical engineering. However, he understood that the wait would take some time, so he decided to talk to Aaliyah. She, in turn, was very frightened and did not want to talk to him, so she asked him not to touch her. Ed said he had nothing against her, so he asked her to calm down and just listen. Aaliyah understood that he was probably telling the truth, but she clearly remembered how he had shot her with a bow. He said that she should stop screaming and being afraid of him because they would have to wait together for Taylor to save them. He said that he understood her distrust, but that they both had to trust Taylor, who would definitely come and save them. Aaliyah couldn't control her emotions because she didn't expect Roth Taylor to even talk to her. Mug returned to his master and immediately began asking him a lot of questions about his health and injuries. Ed himself was not very happy because he didn't understand where the spirit with whom he had made a contract had been all this time. Aaliyah was very surprised because she did not expect Ed to learn how to talk to spirits in just one semester. She understood that with the help of his spirit, Ed could send him for help to a professor or someone else who could also hear them. Mug informed the gentleman that he had an excellent emergency alert system and that he had spent 2 days returning, He also said that he clearly remembered Miss Yannicka's beautiful, angry face. He also remembered that she wanted to ask for help from the fox merchant and the girl in the hat, who always slept on the roof of the hut. Mug laughed loudly because he was thrilled that the strongest girls on campus were on their side. However, to his great surprise, his young master looked very angry and upset. Ed couldn't control his emotions, so he simply threw Mug through the bars because everything had gone wrong. After that, he turned to the researcher Coombe and said that he had changed his mind and could no longer stay here. He asked to be released immediately, but Coombe asked him not to make any noise so as not to wake the demon monster. Coombe hid part of his face behind a mask and laughed loudly, realizing that a simple student was trying to command them. Then he simply turned around and left, asking him not to talk too much and not to attract attention to himself. Aaliyah didn't understand what had happened, because they were supposed to sit quietly and wait for Taylor to rescue them. Mug returned with the keys a few moments later, and said that the gentleman was right, and that he had indeed found the keys in that place. After receiving the keys, he ordered Mug to disappear, because he didn't understand why he had done something he hadn't asked him to do. Opening the gate, they began to go outside with Aaliyah, trying to be quiet so as not to wake the monster. However, Ed suddenly pushed the girl back and closed the door in her face. Turning to her, he asked her to be quiet and answer his questions with only yes or no. He told her that she should immediately say that he had simply run away and cooperate with his enemies, then they would not harm him. Our hero understood that she still couldn't run normally while her legs were shaking with fear. Aaliyah was indeed very frightened and said that she really couldn't run properly in this state. Ed ran away and asked her to be quiet and not attract attention to herself, because he was sure he could handle it. He was confident that he could deal with most problems by having an information advantage over his opponents. He also understood that there could be variables that he simply couldn't handle on his own. The intervention of Yannicka and Loretel couldn't have much impact on the situation. However, Mug spoke in his report not only about them, but also about the little girl in the hat who was sleeping on the roof. And that's where the complications began, because no one had ever been able to defeat Lucy, who had passed hundreds of levels time and time again. In the storylines, it was Lucy the slacker who was the bad ending for everyone, so no one tried to touch her. Ed ran with all his might, because no matter what, he couldn't let Lucy come to this place. Meanwhile, Zex was actively training in his room to maintain his abilities. Suddenly, Taylor burst into his room, looking very tired and exhausted. Lifting his head, he asked his friend for help because he really wanted to save Aaliyah. So Ed began to analyze all the events and realized that he would have to act in the opposite direction for everything to work out. He understood that the meeting between Lucy and Professor Glast could lead to a bad ending, so he had to prevent it. First, he needed to visit the Spirit Library to get the books and research he needed. The main difficulty was that the Spirit Library was guarded by a powerful ghost. Raina was the librarian who protected the Banshee Soul Library and was a very strong opponent. Rot Taylor knew Raina's patrol route very well, so he should have had no difficulty. He couldn't harm Raina because she was supposed to have a strong influence on Taylor. This was because, when passing Raina, Taylor could perfect his ideal form as a swordsman. On his way, he would also encounter the revived demon of the underground waters, which would require great composure, and also Raina herself, who would have a great influence on the development of the swordsman's ideal strength and agility. It was for this reason that our hero planned to collect the required items and simply leave this place. Knowing the patrol route, he managed to remain unnoticed, and so Ed collected all the items and books. Mug helped him track Rachel's movements and choose the right time to leave the area. However, unexpectedly, everything began to fall from the shelves, which meant that a real earthquake had begun, which was not part of the chain of events. The bookcase with the books behind which they and the spirit were hiding their location simply fell over. Rachel's ghost immediately turned around and was horrified to discover intruders on her library territory. Mug was very frightened because he understood that they were facing a very strong opponent that would not be easy to deal with. 30 minutes before the earthquake began, strange things happened that led to a series of changes. The golems under the professor's control began to attack other workers in the building. However, at some point, the golem itself was attacked and began to turn into a huge ice flow. It was attacked by Loretel, who did not understand what was happening at all and why everything had turned out so strangely. She understood that if the ceremony had gone smoothly, the reputation of the Sylvania Academy would definitely have been low. The director asked Loretel to wait a little because he himself wanted to understand why Professor Glast had behaved that way during the transfer of the grimoire. He understood that since the situation had not gone according to plan, she had to know the truth about the 3 taboos. These included the desire for eternal life, the desire to bring back those who had passed away, and also time travel, which was strictly forbidden because it could disrupt the temporal consensus. Loretto began to understand that Director Obel was just as crazy as his subordinate professor. Obel admitted that he was curious because Glass had always admired Sylvania and her wisdom. He also always remembered his daughter Muri, who had suffered because she was not talented, but he believed in her too much. Obel was very interested to know if Professor Glass was really capable of bringing someone back to life, and if so, who exactly he would want to bring back. Loretto thought about it because the choice was really too difficult, and the risk was probably justified. An assistant burst into the room and reported to the director that they were in trouble because Taylor had gone after the professor. The management was also informed that Glass had kidnapped Ilea, and Ed wrote Taylor. Loretto simply could not believe that all this was really happening here and now. She understood that Obel had promised to return Grimoire, which meant he could easily save Ed. So the most reasonable thing to do was just to wait. But the sounds and their trajectory were too familiar, so she grabbed her binoculars. Squeezing her way to the window, Loretto immediately began looking through the binoculars to assess the situation. Then, she immediately saw Tarkin walking above the forest, looking very angry. On his mane was Yanika, who was crying, wiping away her tears and walking confidently forward. To the surprise of everyone present, Cahill announced that she also wanted to go there and help. Putting on her hood, she said that she couldn't stand by and watch the director treat Grimoire so carelessly, so she wanted to bring him back herself. She ordered that the number of staff participating in the negotiations be minimized so that the rest could go with her. Dorothy was the best student in her 3rd year of alchemy and held an important position. However, in her 1st year, she did not have any outstanding abilities, so Professor Glass took her under his wing. Dorothy understood that he must have had some purpose in helping her, but she had no idea what that purpose was. Initially, she was determined and wanted to guard the drain, but she was worried that things had gone too far. This was largely due to the fact that Tarkin, controlled by Yannicka, was already in front of her. Yannicka looked very calm and was in complete control of everything that was happening around her. She was really only interested in one thing, Ed's whereabouts and condition. Dorothy was too scared to say a word, and foam was coming out of her mouth. Yanika dismounted from the fire spirit and began to examine everything around her to choose the right direction. As she analyzed the area, she realized that Dorothy did not look very well, so she decided to at least cover her because she understood that she did not want to harm anyone. At that moment, Loretto was walking through the corridors of Sylvania with her assistants and merchants. Lori did not really plan to see Yannicka because she understood that she was too strong. Everyone knew that Yannicka was one of the trump cards of the entire academy because she possessed excessive strength. However, she understood that if Yannicka saved Ed, she would immediately take him to her hut, where she would feed him delicious food. Ed would, of course, develop feelings for her because he would understand that she had saved him again and had always been there for him. After that, he would propose to her, and they would simply get married because she had always been there for him. As soon as this whole picture formed in Laurentel's mind, she immediately began to scream that she would never allow such a thing to happen. So she resorted to trickery and told Yannicka that Ed had already been rescued and was lying in the hut waiting for her to return. Yannicka was very surprised and couldn't understand why Lori was telling her this now. She said that she had just come from the hut and hadn't met anyone on the way, so she didn't understand who could have passed her unnoticed. Lori was a little surprised because she didn't understand how Yannicka could become so quick-witted in a matter of seconds. Yannicka said that at first she wanted to ask Lucy for help, but she just yawned and walked away in an unknown direction. That was why she didn't believe Laurel, who clearly wanted to deceive her. So they decided not to interfere with each other and simply divided their search between the northern and southern parts of the drainage ditch. They understood that their only main task now was to save Ed, and everything else was secondary. Lori decided to speed up in order to gain an advantage and be the first to save her beloved. Yannicka also hurried, because each of them wanted to be the one to save Ed from what had happened. Meanwhile, Ed himself was trying to understand why the earthquake had occurred, which had easily revealed his location. Suddenly, Rachel's ghost began to lose her balance and simply fell to the ground, not understanding what had happened. Covering his face with his hands, Ed really hoped that it was just a consequence of the earthquake. However, to his horror, he saw Lucy, who looked very sleepy but easily attacked the enemy. Yawning, she said that she was a little bored, so she decided to come to the rescue so that no one would disturb her sleep anymore. Meanwhile, Obel stood on one of the academy's balconies and watched the events unfold closely. His advisor was concerned that it might not be entirely right to just stand aside and not interfere with what was happening. The advisor understood that the academy was currently experiencing its golden age and that difficult times lay ahead. On the other hand, each of them clearly understood that the current generation of students was truly special. special. Each class had exceptional students who held great promise for everyone at the academy. Obel understood that the current situation would teach the students to be stronger and more talented, because there were still many difficulties ahead. The hut in the northern part of the forest just stood there and did not foreshadow any other actions. However, unexpectedly, a huge hole began to form nearby, penetrating through the ground. Ed understood that Lucy had teleported directly from that place to here in order to help him. However, Lucy just smiled sweetly and asked if he had any dried meat left. He didn't understand where he could get meat here, and Lucy was upset and said she was going to look for a place to sleep. Ed couldn't let Lucy go, because he knew that Lori and Yannicka were already in the drain, and Taylor had started moving forward. This meant that he simply had to prevent Lucy and Professor Glass from meeting in order to avert disaster. Lucy didn't understand him, and he said that he just wanted her to stay with him for now. She couldn't understand what exactly he wanted from her, and decided to ask again if he had any meat. Ed asked her to stop acting like that, and said that he just wanted her to be with him at that moment. Lucy said she could easily help him escape, but he said he had some business to attend to. Lucy agreed, but on the condition that she would just sleep on his back, and he would carry her the whole time. Ed decided to continue going through the location in reverse order, in order to pick up all the extra characters. There were still a lot of flying mice, and other types of monsters, guarding the books in the library. To speed up the process, Ed used fire magic to deal with the monsters more quickly. After dealing with the monsters and mobs, he was very surprised that he received a large increase in experience points for certain skills. He mentally apologized to Taylor, because he understood that he couldn't take too many experience points. Loretto quickly found the way, because she could easily recognize the concealment spell. She was surprised at herself because she realized that she had decided to help someone sincerely, without any additional conditions. Her heart began to beat very fast again, and she felt that he was very close. Suddenly, the wall she was standing next to began to crumble, and she found it very strange. When the dust settled a little, she couldn't believe her eyes, because standing in front of her was the very gentleman who had made her heart beat faster. Ed reported that he had been kidnapped, and was very happy to see Lori, because it had been too difficult for him to bear all this alone. Laurel was very surprised, because each scroll that came into her hands contained Kraft's most advanced formulas. Looking around, she couldn't understand how it was possible that he was no longer in grave danger. Ed thought for a moment and said that he had indeed been in very grave danger, which was truly dangerous and grave. Pointing to Lucy sleeping on his back, he said that he had managed to avoid great danger. Loretto was terrified because she understood that dealing with Lucy was simply impossible, and that was too dangerous. After all, she was the one who had taken the most steps, and even taken a risky step to advance her relationship with Ed. She clearly remembered that on the way that day, she almost burned down the forest because she simply couldn't breathe. That was why she was furious, and couldn't understand how he could behave so carelessly with another girl right in front of her. However, to her even greater fury, he said that she could buy it from him at a very cheap and attractive price. Realizing that she was in a state of panic, he leaned over to her and said that he simply could not trust anyone but her anymore. She realized that he had just crossed the line, so she smiled and said she would give him a check for the purchase. However, their conversation was interrupted when a man approached them, out of breath, and addressed the president of the Elt Trading Company. He reported that an unforeseen situation had arisen, and that they could now be in very big trouble. Meanwhile, Taylor's team was also walking along the gutters, trying to be very careful and stay alert. The sullen Clebius did not understand why they had to go on, and just wanted to go back. The boring Elvira immediately started yelling at him, and scolding him, because she realized that he was talking nonsense again. Taylor said that he still had to save Ilea, so he asked Clebius to do him a favor. Zixi put his hand on Clebius's shoulder and said that Ilea was a very good person. The clairvoyant Adele was with them, and she stretched out her hand and said that she sensed something very good there. The clairvoyant was always right, so she smiled and said that very soon they would meet a very strong enemy. Tarkin actively continued to extract information about Ed's whereabouts from everyone who happened to cross his path. Yannicka understood that they had probably just strayed from their route, so she wanted to get back on track as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, she met other students on her way, so she said she was glad to see them. Taylor and Zix were a little surprised because they did not expect to meet Yannicka on their way. Yannicka really began to feel fear, because she understood that her chance of winning was getting smaller with every step. On the other hand, she clearly understood that Taylor's team would have to demonstrate their maximum strength and capabilities. Yannicka didn't understand why they were looking at her so strangely, and thought it was because of Claire's overly thorough questioning. Taylor yelled at Yannicka and asked her to leave because he wanted to save Ilea on his own, even if he didn't have much chance. At that moment, Ed Rote Taylor appeared in front of them and asked everyone to stop and calm down. Everyone looked at him with great surprise because they realized that he had been kidnapped along with another student. Yannicka immediately rushed towards Ed and began to examine him to make sure that he was okay and unharmed. Elvira asked Taylor to control himself because his anger was overflowing. Taylor had already studied Ed's tactics well enough to be ready for anything. After all, he was too cunning and easily fought off 3 opponents who were stronger than him. At the same time, the strength of his friends who were on his side was even greater and simply impossible to overcome. Taylor was in a panic because he knew he couldn't handle Lucy and Lorelai together with Yannicka. This could only mean that his chances of winning at that moment were practically 0. However, to his great surprise, Ed pushed him forward and said that Aaliyah had been waiting for him for a long time, and he should hurry up. He entrusted Ed with the task of catching Professor Glass, while he himself calmly decided to leave the room. Our hero understood that they had completely different roles in this story, so they had to go their separate ways. He understood that his mission was simply to deal with the variables that Taylor encountered along the way. All this was due to the fact that it was Ed who planned to catch Elt at any cost, so as not to disrupt the order of the scenario brand. The advisor reported that the mercenaries of the Golden King Elt had invaded the island of Arkan. King Elt had been completely defeated, without a single chance of rehabilitation, which is why he took such action. He had been removed from power at the wrong time, and in a way that differed from the original storyline, which is why he was able to escape. Loretto knew that Elt was planning to retaliate, but she couldn't afford to focus too much attention on that. Since she chose to save Ed, she created a loophole by reducing the number of people involved in the negotiations. The advisor said that no one was guarding this place anymore, so they had to leave as soon as possible. Ed understood that the scrolls he had obtained could be very valuable, but the best tool was still knowledge of the future. Therefore, he had to meet Elt, who was an intermediate plot point, in order to restore the chain of events. After thinking for a moment, he asked Zex to find out everything that had happened at Ilea, and reported that the path was practically clear. Taylor didn't understand what was going on, but it was very difficult for him to understand how Ed could be on their side. On the other hand, thanks to his active development, he would definitely be able to stand up to that guy from the final part. There might be too many obstacles ahead that would require more than just willpower, but all that would come later, after Taylor was able to proudly pass the current tests. Ed understood that there was no need for a long farewell, so he simply wished Taylor luck in what he was doing now. After that, Ed's team simply left because from that moment on, their current tasks were completely different. Yannicka decided to clarify what exactly had happened and why. Instead of resting, they were rushing off somewhere again. She asked Ed to wait a minute, but he said they couldn't waste time and had to deal with the trading company. Yannicka couldn't stand the pressure and stopped, saying that he shouldn't be involved in this at all. She said that he had not yet fully recovered his strength, and that Ed's trading company should be run by responsible people. For this reason, she admitted that she did not want him to get hurt again, and said that she simply would not let him go. Ed understood that Janica was absolutely right, and he could not tell her that dealing with Elt was actually for his own sake. Therefore, he hoped that Lorelai would ask them to help her in any way she could to confront her false father. However, Lori approached her rival and acknowledged that she was right, saying that Ed really needed to rest in a safe place. Of course, Ed was very pleased to see them getting along, but now was not the right time for rest. He had nothing left to say, except that he appreciated their concern, and confirmed that Loratel's problems affected him too. The girls were very surprised by this statement, and asked for an explanation. Yannicka was angry and demanded an explanation, while Lori began to dream of their wedding, after he said he was ready to share her problems. Ed said they didn't have enough time, and asked everyone to hurry up and talk later. It was very difficult for him to come up with excuses, and while running, he racked his brains trying to think of something. Yannicka suggested that he had decided to help Lorelai because they had a trade contract, and he didn't want to lose it. Ed was delighted that she had come up with an excuse for him herself, and immediately told her that she was absolutely right. He understood that it might have looked that way from the outside, but in reality, it was complete chaos. Running past unconscious people, Ed thought that Taylor had completely crossed the line and failed to respect the chain of command. So when they realized that it was actually Yannicka's doing, they were very surprised. She started crying and saying that she didn't mean any of it, and that everything that happened was just an accident. Ed said that he wasn't ready to talk about it now, and that they should ask the academy for help. And the carriage was already very close. However, it was completely destroyed, and Loretto realized that her fake golden father was much faster than she thought. Elt simply crossed his arms over his chest and silently looked at his daughter, who had completely destroyed his trading company. Elt said that he had taught her how to work with documents himself, so there was no evidence in the company's reports. Her assistant sided with Elt and said that there had been some difficulties in personnel management after all. Loretto just smiled, because there was nothing else she could do in such a situation. Elt snapped his fingers and said that he felt a little sorry, but his daughter would have to confess to what she had done through torture. After that, all the people who had been invited from the trading company began to become mere puppets in his hands. Ed continued to hold Lucy, who was sleeping peacefully on his shoulders, and think about what to do in this situation. Loretto immediately began to defend Ed, because she understood that he should not have been involved in all this at all. She was completely sure that her fake father, Elt, would not be alone, as he had been last time. However, Elt just laughed and asked her not to compare it to the past, because this time, everything would be completely different. He was completely confident because now he had the best mercenaries on the entire continent with him. Then he waved his hand and ordered everyone to attack because he was only interested in Loratel's life. So his targets at the moment were Yannicka Lucy and Ed Rote-Taylor, who understood this. At that very moment, a huge number of arrows began to fly rapidly through the sky and rush towards them. Yannicka immediately summoned her magic staff, which helped her control the actions of the spirits. Therefore, a protective field was created thanks to the magic of the wind, and the arrows simply could not pass through it. Yannicka expended a huge amount of mana and energy, but she understood that she simply had to protect the young master. She asked Ed to be very careful, because she noticed that the enemy's movements were very coordinated. Ed thanked her for her help, and carefully assessed the situation. Elt began to take a scroll out of his pocket, and Ed carefully examined its contents. He realized that it was a Belarusian seal that suppressed all the surrounding mana for 10 minutes. This spell required time to prepare, but it was very powerful, while the enemies had a numerical advantage. However, what was more important was the fact that their group consisted entirely of mages who used mana. Loratel realized that her father had come too well prepared, and if he managed to activate the scroll, it would be the end for them. Ed looked at Elt and said that the academy would hold him accountable and he would have to deal with it. Elt just laughed and said that it would be better than simply losing his life. Our hero understood well that even a small butterfly effect could completely change the world, because he was the same. He understood that even though he was facing absolute evil, it did not evoke a shred of hatred in him. This was because, in the end, the Golden King stood in their way in order to survive. However, despite their similarities, he did not plan to lose and give in, so he leaned down to the ground and asked Lucy to wake up. Lucy was not very happy because she wanted to eat, and she had not been given any food for so long. When she opened her eyes, she was furious because she did not understand how anyone could be so noisy. And so, the invincible character Lucy the Slacker was awakened from her deep and sweet sleep. Her grandfather Glocked lived in the forest and wrote a travel guide in his small but very cozy house. He said that it was necessary to always learn, and that when seeking new knowledge, it was necessary to be modest and use power for the good of people. He also asked her to avoid solitude, because great power always goes hand in hand with bitter loneliness. Lucy always listened very carefully to her grandfather's instructions, and he asked her to promise to do 3 things. First, she had to try with all her might to avoid anything that might stain her little hands with blood. She also had to try to live the life of an ordinary student until she graduated from the Sylvania Academy. Elt hired very strong people, most of whom were seasoned veterans of combat. Seeing the power emanating from little Lucy, all their hunting instincts told them to stop immediately. The Golden King could not understand what was happening, and why all his allies had suddenly stopped and ceased their attacks. Only the youngest mercenaries continued their attacks, because they completely lacked the instinct for self-preservation. Lucy did not like breaking the promises she had made to her grandfather, but she simply had no other choice. Despite being a mage, she rarely used spells. Instead, she used physical energy created from the most densely compressed mana. Elt understood that his scroll had not yet been activated, which meant he had to hurry or he would be defeated. He looked closely at Lucy and realized that she was their leader, which meant that it would be enough to get rid of her. Lucy immediately directed a stream of her mana, which was more like brute force, in his direction. Ed put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to stop, because he realized that they had already won. Suddenly, he felt very strange tremors again, and realized that the earthquake had started again. The moment the 7 bright stars lined up, Professor Glass began to act according to his plan. Professor Glass's advanced aspectual magic completely violated all the laws of the universe. That's how the magical tower began to rise, rapidly ascending and obscuring the sky. Most likely, Taylor had to defeat all the monsters and acquire enough skills. This meant that after a while, Taylor McClock had to completely stop Professor Glass. The descent of the magical kingdom happened at the same moment as in the original scenario, which meant that everything was going well. Ed understood that this magic was alien, so everyone, including the best students, must have been confused. However, Lucy immediately headed upstairs because she understood that all 10 towers were involved in creating the magical flow. She was very surprised that it was indeed possible to bring back to life someone who had been sent to eternal rest. Ed was confused because everything was supposed to go completely differently than it was happening right now. Lucy was supposed to sleep on the roof of Trix Hall and wake up only when everything was over. And so it turns out that Professor Glist, driven into a corner, can offer her a deal that she will like. And then everything will not go according to plan, and the great sage Sylvania will not return from the other world. Instead, her student, Professor Glock, who also had enormous potential, would return. Lucy Merrill was simply invincible, so she could side with the enemy, and that would be the end of it. Ed understood that this turn of events was the fault of all the extra variables, but it was precisely those variables that were supposed to help him fix everything. So he grabbed Lucy, and Elt began to activate Belarus's warning scroll to suppress magic. This would suppress all the surrounding mana for 10 minutes, so Lucy would be unable to do anything. Elt shouted to his assistants that they had a chance to win, and they had to act. He understood that now, brats like these students in front of them simply couldn't use magic to defend themselves. Ed sensed that one of the mercenaries was heading in his direction, so he immediately used the magic of the Windblade. He knew that, in a sense, he himself was a variable that possessed a great deal of informational knowledge. The Golden King Elt was very surprised and could not understand how such a thing could be possible. All this was due to the fact that even the strongest magic of suppression of the Belarus vessel simply had its limits. Such an anomaly was due to the fact that it was simply impossible to scoop out the real sea with a bucket. Lucy understood that she needed to get somewhere because she had found a place dear to her heart. Elt's experience was not much different from that of his mercenaries, and he felt that the last minutes of his life were approaching. He had never before seen such a powerful mage who was simply overflowing with mana. Lucy stood before the Golden King and laughed because she saw that he understood that she could easily take his life. However, Ed stood between them and said that she should not become like that, and asked her to stop. Lucy immediately remembered her grandfather's advice that she should never take a life. Her eyes immediately filled with warm memories that filled her completely. After all, Helmer was not worried about those who might suffer, but was worried about her life itself. After thinking for a moment, Lucy withdrew her hand, filled with thick mana, and simply turned away from them. He didn't understand where she was headed now, but Lucy said she was going where she would be happy. Her conversations with Ed had always been like this, so she didn't expect to hear him say that she would regret leaving. She remembered that Glockta's guidebook said that what was lost could not be returned, but it simply made you stronger through pain. Through pain and suffering, Lucy had to become very strong just to stay alive. It was in the guidebook that it was written that Glockta dedicated the last lines directly to his granddaughter Lucy. Thinking about all this, she began to understand that she really agreed with Ed's statement and should not go there. After that, she simply disappeared before everyone's eyes, and Ed did not know what decision she had made for herself. 57 people were already in the boats, and were able to escape successfully thanks to Lady Yannika's actions. Due to all the events unfolding, the decision on Elt's fate simply took a back seat. Therefore, he was temporarily tied up and handed over to a trading company so that Loratel could make her own decision. Ed ran to the top floor of the tallest building in the entire academy, his body already exhausted and heavy as lead. Trix Hall was the starting point of this episode, which is why he ran to the top. The academy representatives were busy helping the victim and needed to settle other issues. He understood that this was where Taylor's journey began and where his journey should end. Approaching Lucy, he realized that the mark he had left on her destiny was impossible to ignore. It was not difficult for him to find Lucy, because he knew she would be in a place with a view of the entire academy. This was because the whole place reminded her of the legacy of her beloved grandfather, Glock. Lucy decided to ask him again if he had any meat left, because she was very hungry. Ed replied again that he had nothing left, as he had said before. She tapped beside her and said that she was just indulging in memories that connected her to this place. Our hero came closer to her and, looking down, realized that the height was simply staggering and dangerous. Lucy said that one event had always been very sad for her, but then she had rethought it because a lot of time had passed. She realized that even if she had used magic to bring her grandfather back to life, he would have left her sooner or later anyway. Most importantly, she realized that bringing the Archmage back to life with forbidden spells would be simply offensive. She admitted that from the very beginning, she understood that bringing him back to life would simply look like ordinary selfishness on her part. Our hero decided to interrupt her train of thought, so he simply called her by name, which surprised her greatly. He decided to check if she was really okay, because he himself had tried to stop her from taking such steps. He needed to make sure that in a few minutes, her emotional swings would not force her to act differently. Lucy simply leaned on his shoulder and admitted that, in fact, she was only thinking about meat at the moment. At that moment, Ed realized that he had managed to prevent a real catastrophe after all. Professor Glast continued to actively use forbidden spells and magic. Lucy began to cry because she realized that every person would have to experience loss to one degree or another. Ed sat next to Lucy and looked at the large magical tower that was being created with forbidden spells. The starry sky seemed truly immense to him, which looked truly delightful. A giant created by magical engineering began to materialize on the defensive line of the offering. Taylor and his team were frightened, but they had no intention of stopping and wanted to save Aelia. Aelia was unconscious and guarded by a magical engineering golem, and so the final confrontation began. Professor Glast expended a tremendous amount of energy and completely controlled the situation around him. This marked the beginning of the final phase, which proceeded smoothly along the main storyline. Aelia was locked inside the heart of the magical engineering golem, which complicated the actions of Taylor and his team. Zex never stopped in the face of obstacles, so he immediately went on the offensive. Providing tremendous support and assistance to Taylor, he urged him to hurry up and move forward without fear. Taylor really wanted to save Aelia, so he immediately moved forward regardless of the circumstances. Due to the professor's nearsightedness, he did not immediately notice that the student who was the best swordsman was heading in his direction. At some point, the professor could no longer see without his glasses, because teachers are supposed to remain in a static position. In his office, he persistently read the sage's grimoire in order to draw conclusions and get direction. After that, he conducted a huge amount of research and monitored the academic progress of his students. While he stubbornly continued to do all this, the landscape outside was constantly changing. At the moment when it started snowing outside the window, a first-year elementary magic student entered his office. She asked for permission to begin studying intermediate-level magic before all the other students. When it was raining outside, a young teacher who had made many mistakes and was remorseful came to see him. In the summer, the wind blew outside, but Professor Glass did not get distracted and rapidly absorbed a huge amount of literature. The highest-ranking dean always stopped by for a cup of tea, even after he became director. So people in their positions changed around him, but he continued to sit in one place, immersed in his work. At some point, he began to think that the painful memories would disappear on their own, but that did not happen. Therefore, he immersed himself in the study of aspectal magic in order to restore and correct everything. Everything that was happening was the fault of those very painful memories of Muri, who had simply abandoned him in this world with pain. A tremendous potential for vitality appeared within him because he understood that memories and thoughts did not disappear. Clebius was very frightened because he thought they were close to victory and did not expect such a turn of events. Aspectual magic began to take effect, plunging everyone into a multi-layered prison of time. Zix understood that the enemy was too strong, so he asked Taylor to dodge and continue. Taylor's sword was broken, and he did not understand how he should proceed in such a strange situation. Zix began to sink completely into the multi-layered prison of time and could no longer assist his comrade. Taylor used his broken sword as an opportunity to move forward, so he tried very hard. Professor Glass watched what was happening and was surprised by his student's strong determination. At times, his vision became completely blurred, and in complete darkness, he saw his greatest loss before him. Taylor managed to climb to the top. He understood that he didn't have much chance of winning, but he didn't want to give up. Professor Glass shouted and asked him to give up, because he definitely did not plan to stop there. He was absolutely ready to put all his strength into distorting reality, because that was the most important thing for him now. Unexpectedly, the magical engineering golem began to simply fall apart, because his body was unable to withstand it all. Professor Glast was confused because this was not part of his plan at all. In addition, Taylor Makhloff began to take the form of a real swordsman, which meant that his chances of victory were increasing. The professor decided to use aspectal magic again to completely rewind time. At the same time, it changed even for those who were being held in the magical prison. Glast shouted that all their resistance would be useless because he was ready to use all his strength. Suddenly, he began to feel a strange coldness that rapidly spread throughout his own body. Realizing that the ice spear had worked, Zex immediately asked Taylor to hurry, so as not to miss the perfect moment. The whole team immediately went on the offensive to defeat Professor Glass, who had decided to cross the line. He looked at everything that was happening around him and couldn't believe that this was how his end would come. The mechanical engineering golem was completely destroyed, and all its parts fell slowly to the ground. Taylor, in the form of a swordsman, was able to destroy the heart of the magical mechanical golem and save Aelia. At that moment, Professor Glast realized that he had simply lost, and therefore decided to throw himself off the highest magical tower. His pain did not go away, and he was still upset that he had not been able to break the laws of the universe. On the other hand, as he fell, he thought of his daughter and believed that they would be able to meet again very soon. He missed her very much, and wanted to ask her forgiveness for giving her faith in powers and talents that he did not have in practice. During the fall, he opened a magical portal in order to make a great magical leap and avoid punishment. The aspectual spatial leap had been prepared in advance and left as a last resort in case everything went wrong. However, for some reason, he escaped too late, so even magic could not stop his bleeding. Everyone understood that the professor simply had no chance, but Ed decided to visit him because he wanted to check something. This was related to what happened an hour before all the events, and before the appearance of the magic tower. Yanika sent the mercenaries outside the island, and Loretto handed her father over to the trading company. After that, they agreed to meet at the east entrance to make sure everyone was in good condition and unharmed. Lucy was a little embarrassed, so she held Ed by the sleeve of his school uniform because she was a little worried. Lori was simply horrified by the scene she saw and did not understand how such a thing could have been allowed to happen. Dorothy and Claire also left the drainpipe, which meant that everything had gone well and all the participants had been saved. Ed couldn't understand why the best third-year student and the teacher were crying, since they didn't appear to be injured. He couldn't understand what was happening to them, so he decided to get closer to see what was wrong. Right behind him, Tarkin immediately appeared, and Yannicka jumped off him, interested in Ed's condition. Yannicka understood that this magical tower was powered by ascetic magic, so she decided to check something. Of course, lately, any meeting between Yannicka and her own spirits ended with a discussion about Ed. However, a few days ago, Tarkin noticed a pillar of magic in the forest that was very similar to forbidden spells. At the same time, after this release of magic, no tower appeared, and the professor's presence in that part of the forest became strange. Ed thought about it because he understood that he would have to intervene, because even the false boss in the form of Elt was strong. That was why he came to this place in the forest, to see for himself one last time. Yannicka and Loretto looked at Professor Glass and decided to ask him what exactly he was doing in this location. Bowing his head, he realized that he looked very funny, so he said that he was just admiring the moon. The students said they didn't think so, but Glass admitted that he now considered himself quite amusing. He told Ed that he accepted his defeat and understood that he had paid for his own recklessness. He also knew perfectly well that even if he had won, Obel would have easily dealt with him anyway. He admitted that he had kidnapped him because he realized that he had an amazing talent that could be useful in carrying out his plan. However, he also admitted that the student had turned out to be much more cunning because he had simply run away from him. Glass admitted that he had not been lonely during the 17 years he had spent with his daughter. Ed leaned over to him and said that Professor Claire might also have known him for 17 years, and that she had even cried. She had always admired Professor Glass because she understood that he could not love anyone at first sight. Wiping away her tears, Claire said that the professor was self-sufficient and very arrogant, so no one could love him. She understood that he was actually the most outstanding scientist in the world, whom she simply loved. Dorothy was also very sad, because the professor would forever remain in her heart as the senior mentor who had helped her. However, no one in his circle denied that the professor had decided to stray from the right path and put himself in danger. Therefore, his feeling of loneliness was actually mistaken, because there were many people around him who appreciated him. At the very beginning, Claire was incapable of doing anything, and everything always fell out of her hands. Dorothy also made a lot of mistakes at the beginning of her training. Only Professor Glass was able to see their hidden talents and help them develop and become better. All his actions were very similar to how he treated his own daughter, in whom he discovered talents and self-confidence. So he will forever remain in people's hearts as a mentor, colleague, or friend, but he simply stopped seeing it all. Glass said he saw Ed leave the Banshee's Library of Souls quite impressively, along with the scrolls and books. However, he thought that this made no sense, so he handed Ed the key, saying that he should serve him faithfully. Laughing a little, the professor said that the student had added to his own workload because now he would have to tidy up the place. Then he handed over the key and said that from now on, the ghost library belonged entirely to him. Ed couldn't understand why the professor had decided to give the library to him, because it was a big responsibility. Glass said that under the table guarded by Raina was a safe that needed to be dealt with before the academy. Then he looked at Lucy and asked her to at least look around from time to time. Lucy listened carefully to his instructions and tried to understand what they could mean at that moment. Ed couldn't see Lucy's face at that moment because she was standing behind him, but Glass's body looked calm and serene. For a while, they just stood and looked at him to understand what had happened and accept that it was all over. For several nights in a row, Ed listened to how unlucky he was, because he always found himself at the center of events that took place at the academy. The dean questioned him several times, because he didn't understand why he had been kidnapped and how he had managed to escape. Ed recounted the same chain of events that had occurred that night several times. He explained that he had left Ilea because she couldn't move and didn't trust him, so he went for help. The dean still refused to believe him and said that he was very suspicious of him. He had a feeling that Ed Rottweiler had some very important information that he was simply hiding. However, the dean also acknowledged that, due to circumstances, Ed was a student who had suffered due to negligence within the academy. Ed was very surprised because the dean was not looking at his testimony, but at his personal academic record. Then, to his great surprise, the dean announced that the academy had decided to reward him for his hard work and efforts in his studies. After finishing the conversation, he left the dean's office and went back because he wanted to talk to Janica. He apologized to her for everything that had happened and asked how she was feeling and if she was hurt. Janica wanted to say that she was fine, but the wind stopped her. So she immediately told him that her body and back were indeed sore after she had saved him. Ed said he was really worried about her, so he asked her what exactly was hurting. He said he was very sorry that she always protected him and got hurt because he didn't want to be abusive to her. Janica was very scared, and Ed said she shouldn't have gotten involved with him because he was nothing but trouble. Then she immediately began to apologize and say that she had lied and that she wasn't really in pain. After that, he asked her if she was really living in the Dex Hall Pavilion now. Ed said that the academy had decided to reward him, so starting next semester, he would be moving into her dorm. He understood that there had been too many events, but they had all gone quite smoothly without any major deviations. The dean told him that he should end his life as a recluse and return to normal student life. He understood that living in comfort would be much better, but he even felt a little sorry for the hut he had built in the forest. Remembering how he wanted to put up a fence and plant fruit trees, he even felt a little sad. Suddenly, something fell with a crash behind him, so he immediately turned around to see what had happened. Lucy was lying on the ground, having fallen from the roof in surprise upon hearing that her peaceful sleep in the forest had come to an end. Lucy was very surprised and simply did not want to believe it because she really enjoyed sleeping in the forest and eating meat. She herself did not understand what was happening because she had dreamed of the island of Arkan. Even though she understood that she was in an ordinary forest, she couldn't understand why she had dreamed about her childhood and why the very house from her childhood was standing in front of her. Seeing smoke coming from the stove, she realized that someone was at home and decided to check on the old man since she was already there. She was curious to know why her grandfather had started appearing in her dreams and what exactly he wanted to tell her this time. Opening the door, she was a little surprised to see him alive as always, rocking in his chair. However, a very strange energy emanated from her grandfather, and it was not warm, but ominous. A real skeleton turned to her and shouted that she had not saved him, even though she could have. He told her that she had had a very rare chance, but she had simply turned away from him. When Lucy woke up, she didn't feel very well, but she tried not to show it on her serene face. The maid Belle noticed that the young lady had woken up, which meant it was time to get ready for class. Suddenly, the maid stopped understanding what was happening because her mistress had used high-level spatial magic. Lucy realized that for some reason, she was now strongly drawn to the northern forest, so she immediately headed there. Looking at Ed, she immediately felt an inexplicable sense of relief, which was strange but very pleasant. Looking at the sky, she realized that it was likely to rain, which hadn't happened in a long time. Suddenly, she heard that her peaceful life in the forest was coming to an end, and she couldn't even stand on her feet and fell off the roof. Ed looked at her and realized that cats were very unpredictable and never showed any emotion while being petted. For this reason, he understood that all cats were like this. So in order to get their attention, it was necessary to simply step away. So he just turned around and continued to walk into his hut, as he had planned earlier. Anyone who wanted to have a cat as a pet had to turn away from them, and then the cats themselves would start to reach out to them. The students were a little surprised that they were discussing cats in their monsterology course. These lectures were given by Professor Flarkin, who was a very experienced and popular teacher among the girls. Ed was always at the bottom of the list, but soon he was able to make great progress in his studies, and his notes were simply amazing. During one of the lectures, Professor Flarbin asked him to come to his office after class because he wanted to talk to him. The professor informed him that the academy had a scholarship system that offered a discount on tuition based on academic performance. Ed decided to clarify what exactly he needed to do to take advantage of such a great opportunity. He was required to assist Claire and also perform other important tasks assigned by Professor Glast. Annis was an amazingly talented student, but even she found it very difficult to cope on her own. It was also necessary to help conduct tests for first-year students and not be too strict with them. Ed thought hard because he realized that the guy should have been among the first-year students. Loretto clearly felt a magical resonance and couldn't understand what it could be connected with. She was no longer sure that the grimoire should be sold to Krebin, so she was tormented by doubts. On the other hand, she understood that she had purchased the book solely for resale and should only think about that. She understood that she absolutely had to become tougher and not put off until tomorrow what could be done today. After thinking for a while, she decided to reread the letter she had received from Ed in which he said he was ready to do anything. Then she decided not to put it off until tomorrow, and resolved to write him a reply. She understood that she needed to resolve issues about the camp and the holidays because Professor Glast was no longer there. However, to her great surprise, the fountain pen simply broke, and she was unable to finish her letter. She found everything that was happening very strange, and she felt a sense of anxiety inside her that she hadn't felt in a long time. Meanwhile, Ed lit the stove because he was still living in his cabin, and it was still cool outside. Lucy told him that he should prepare firewood because there wasn't enough for the winter. She also didn't understand why he had suddenly stopped hunting and preparing new delicious meat. Ed understood that there was nothing surprising in her words because he had neglected his work at the camp due to the upcoming move. He understood that after the move, he would see Lucy much less often, and that the scenario might repeat itself. Their conversation was interrupted by Yannicka, who announced that classes were over because the last lecture had been canceled. She told him that with the onset of winter break, they would not be able to visit the camp, so she would try to visit him more often. She said that she really enjoyed spending time with him here, and that she would miss these evenings in the forest very much. Yannicka understood that comfortable living was very important, and said that she would definitely help him with the move. Ed took out the key that the professor had given him, and decided it was time to visit the library and see everything. Yannicka handed him a letter, and said that it was necessary to fill out a relocation application, otherwise it could be rejected. He was a little surprised that she had even taken care of this, and thanked her for her help and concern. Yannicka said that she had already filled out such an application, so she wanted to help him fill it out. However, quite unexpectedly for everyone, Lucy suddenly stood between them and spread her arms wide. Ed was a little surprised by her strange behavior, and Lucy waved her arms and asked Yannicka to just stop. Lucy turned to him and plaintively asked him not to take the letter, and certainly not to fill out the relocation application. Ed continued to be surprised, but he understood that everything would begin on this day. He often trained with Yannicka, and Mug was truly surprised by the pace of development of the young gentleman's powers and abilities. Yannicka also noticed that his spirit resonance already far exceeded that of novice magicians. Lucy often watched their classes, but today, everything was somehow different and very special. Usually, the maids kept an eye on Lucy and her clothes, but she was only wearing a nightgown, which meant she had run away early in the morning. Ed continued to study literature diligently, because he understood that his magic had indeed grown very strong. This meant that he was almost ready to move on to a new level of development of his talents and abilities. Many students also noticed that Lucy had started behaving very strangely, and was constantly around Ed. Yannicka also did not understand what was going on, so she apologized to Lucy if she had really done something wrong. Ed understood that Lucy was not hostile towards Yannicka, and was probably just haunted by fears. In any case, intermediate level magic turned out to be much more difficult than he had imagined. He realized that he still hadn't checked the safe in the secret ghost library, and wanted to go there after all. Lucy approached him and asked what he would do if she just took off and left him forever. Our hero refused to answer her questions because he needed to take care of the stove and the fireplace. Lucy looked very depressed and listened attentively to his reasoning about the imminent move to another place. Smiling, she looked at him and said that they could visit that very place right now because she didn't want to lose him. With the help of a rope, Ed began to descend into the ghostly library and did not understand why Lucy decided to go with him. She told him that she could easily lower him with magic and did not understand why he was so resistant. He asked her to forget about it because, in any case, he had to be sure that he could descend on his own. Looking around, he realized that it was impossible to carry everything away at once, so he would have to make this trip many times. Remembering Professor Glast's words, he immediately headed for the table under which the safe was located. After breaking a few tiles, he curiously discovered a safe that was built right into the floor. As soon as he began to open it with the key, a wave of magical light immediately knocked him and Lucy off their feet. After checking everything, they began to climb back to the surface because there was still a lot to do. Ed was already very tired, so he decided to ask Laurential for a ladder with the next delivery. Lucy was surprised and decided to find out what was inside the safe that the professor had kept quiet about until the very last minute. Inside was the Phoenix Gold ring of glass, which was capable of distorting the flow of time. Thanks to this ring, it became possible to look into the future and cast spells in the present. However, our hero understood very well that if this ring was used thoughtlessly, it would lead to great difficulties. Therefore, he decided to use this ring exclusively during confrontations, provided that he was simply cornered. On the other hand, the ring could also be used in everyday life to conclude a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Since he was only a novice mage, he could only cast 2 spells due to his very small mana reserve. Lucy thought that if Professor Glast had had a little more time, he could have achieved truly great heights. Ed looked at her, then at the ring, and told Lucy that everything was in the past and should be accepted as a given. The artifact in his hands could eliminate the barrier of talent, known as the maximum amount of magical energy. This was probably why the professor secretly studied magical engineering and hid it from prying eyes. All of this was a real gift for his daughter, because she did not have real talent and had to overcome this barrier. Lucy told him that recently a button had come off her sleeve, and she only began to appreciate it after she had lost it forever. She admitted that she had gone with him to the library because she wanted to find out if he was really going to move to Dex Hall. Looking him straight in the eye, Lucy hopefully asked him to stay at the camp in the northern part of the forest. Ed clearly understood that these words were not easy for Lucy to say, but he tried to remain neutral. So he said that Dex Hall was a comfortable place, but living outdoors in winter was not exactly normal. Lucy was silent, then adjusted her hat and said that he was quite right. Ed looked at the sky and realized that it was not the rainy season, so it was unlikely that it would start. Lucy also looked at the sky and felt moisture on her nose, so she thought that it would rain after all. However, tiny, misty droplets began to fall from the sky, filling the air with coolness. Lucy watched in surprise, because it was rare to see rain after the monsoon season. Ed grabbed his head and said that he had been running around like a squirrel in a wheel lately, and had completely forgotten about preparing for winter. Smiling, he looked at Lucy and said that she herself had mentioned that they were running out of firewood, which meant they had to get to work. Lucy immediately rushed to hug him because she couldn't believe her luck. She was so happy that she didn't even believe his words, and asked him several times if he was really not deceiving her. Our hero explained that he had indeed adapted to life in the forest, and would like to stay and continue to improve the house. Lucy rushed to hug him again, and even fell to the ground because she thought the news was simply wonderful. Closing his eyes, he realized that there was still a lot ahead of him, including the confrontation between Loratel and Fenia for the position of council president. There would be many allies and enemies who would come in the new school year, and those who would stand on the stage at the very end. Lucy Merrill would undoubtedly be the final boss of the third act. He understood that it would not be easy for him, but he decided to put his thoughts aside for now and simply enjoy the moment. This was because he saw an expression on Lucy's face that no one had ever seen in any of the storylines before. Winter came, and although the snow was soothing, it brought with it a lot of new work, including cleaning it up. Ed tried to balance work and rest so as not to get overworked, but tomorrow he would be called to work for the students. So today he decided to do as much as possible in order to prepare firewood and provisions. By giving up the dormitory, he managed to get tuition benefits, and several problems solved themselves. Lucy happily continued to spend as much time as possible in the cabin in the forest, where she slept constantly. He understood that it made no sense to send Lucy outside, because her protective magic kept her from freezing. After completing as many tasks as possible, Ed decided that the time had come to take a risk. He resolutely took out the Phoenix Ring and activated it to try to increase the flow of magical power. After that, he began to try to contact Marilde, because she was the most important spirit. The cafe had an open terrace, where a chef who used to work at the royal court prepared the best desserts. Yanika happily looked at the most delicious buns and cakes on the table. Her friends told her that she had started walking on the edge because Ed Rote-Taylor had bewitched her with his charms. Yanika said that this was not the case at all, but Clara said that she had simply stopped noticing it. She understood that her attitude towards Ed was really changing, and that Clara was simply becoming a problem on this path. Clara was straightforward and said that she could see her true feelings towards Ed and how nervous she was, not even looking him in the eye. Yanika said that, on the contrary, she felt very cozy and comfortable when she was around him. Clara started screaming that this was a sign of a bad ending to the relationship, where she would just become a convenient girlfriend. She screamed that their entire relationship at the moment boiled down to a one-sided game, and that it was completely wrong. Yanika was horrified, and Clara yelled that she was probably just a fan of Ed, which is why she was constantly chasing after him. She understood that it was winter break, so it was possible to wait a while with some of the finer points and details of what was happening. So she suggested that instead of playing push and pull, she try to awaken his protective instincts in order to get at least some feelings out of him. Clara herself was one of the reasons for the change in attitude towards Ed, because she always gave a lot of advice. Her second friend drank tea and watched them because she had doubts that Ed was really that good. Besides, she understood that Yanika had no dignity at all, because even the librarian scolded her for being late. Claire was a real scatterbrain, and everyone always saw her failures and mistakes in her professional activities. On the other hand, everyone around her praised her talent, which made her special compared to the rest, and that was lucky. Somehow, Flarben and Glass became her mentors, thanks to which she even received a degree. And now she even had the best assistants, who always helped her in difficult moments. One of her assistants was Annis Halen, a second-year student at the Faculty of Magic, who solved many of the current problems. It was Annis who made all the students call her, and therefore she received the title of the ideal advisor in the entire academy. Thanks to her constant work, the clueless teacher Claire manages to maintain cleanliness. Only Yannicka and Clara knew her true face, and that relationships were just a practical change of masks for her. There were 20 minutes left before the professor's return, and during that time she had to examine Ed Rote-Taylor's file in detail. She understood that public information about his family and sisters was practically useless, and that she had to approach it from a different angle. Anis's family broke up when she was 12 years old, so she had to take on many responsibilities. Studying the Rote-Taylor family biography, she began to understand that they had never had any financial difficulties. At the same time, in his first year of study, he did not demonstrate any success or talent, which meant that he was not very confident in himself. After analyzing his character, Anis came to the conclusion that he was a despotic egoist who was simply hard-working. Just then, Claire returned and announced that she had managed to buy several Mont Blancs at the Lampus bakery. She was very happy to see that Anis had already put the kettle on and even managed to brew some tea. However, Claire was always a bit clumsy, so she dropped the hot cup and spilled all the tea on the floor. She felt embarrassed, but to her surprise, Anis did not get angry as usual, but asked if Claire had burned herself. Claire was very surprised and did not understand why the girl had such a strange reaction. Ed was examining his washed uniform because he realized that washing it during the winter break would be too tedious. The maid Belle reported that one extra suit did not greatly affect her workload. She reported that she had found a lot of light-colored hair on Lucy's suit that had not been visible before. At the same time, she detected the same scent of incense on his clothes that Miss Lucy herself usually used. He understood that Lucy had, indeed, become very attached to him lately and spent a lot of time with him. She suggested that Ed switch to a more formal style of communication because she did not understand why he spoke to her so formally. He said that it was easier for him to speak to her politely and respectfully because she was the head maid and performed various tasks. Belle insisted that he treat her as she saw fit because he already had many ladies. She understood that too much worry quickly wore her out, but the final decision still had to be his. They both went to the window and looked out at the academy grounds because they knew that new students would be arriving soon. Belle said that one of the 7 new students had already applied for a transfer and would be arriving at the dormitory very soon. They both knew that the next student would be Tanya Rote-Taylor, who had enrolled in the first year. Ed understood that the holidays would be overshadowed because his younger sister would be arriving very soon. Zex came to visit our hero because he was curious to know how exactly he planned to spend his holidays. He replied that he planned to develop his abilities in magic and endurance, so as not to lose face in his 3rd year. Then Zex asked him to be more careful so that he would not become overworked again, as he had been last time. Touching his friend's forehead, he concluded that he had a slight fever and was most likely ill. Zex's greatest strength was his indifference, and he always agreed to everything without asking questions. Before leaving, he said that Ilea had asked about him and wanted to come with Taylor to apologize for the misunderstanding. Ed asked him to tell Ilea that he didn't need her apology and that it would be easier to just forget about it. He really didn't need anything from her because he didn't feel any negative emotions towards her. Then he asked Zex to help him tidy up the glass library and threw him a bag of money. Zex agreed to help him without payment, but did not understand how his friend planned to manage all this and still study. Professor Claire had a lot of errands to run and had not slept for about 44 hours, so she needed help. For this reason, her assistant announced that she would take full control of all the processes that required assistance. The most important thing was to ensure the initial preparation of students for the entrance exams for admission to the academy. Previously, Professor Glass had been in charge of conducting the exam, but now this responsibility fell entirely on Claire's shoulders. Clebius was tasked with collecting, placing, and setting up all the equipment needed to conduct the exam. Onyx was to assist Professor Claire with her current work and with filling out the forms. After that, she headed towards Ed Rote-Taylor because she had a great opportunity to get to know him better. His face was impressive, but much could escape the eyes of Yannicka and Clara. Therefore, she completely recreated the ideal of Ed Rote-Taylor and sent him to work with her to separate him from Yannicka. After negotiations, they went to Mount Olef to check the route for safety. The girl said she was very tired and was grateful when Ed offered her a short break. Ed was a little surprised and decided to clarify what she meant when she said she was wrong about him. Then she said that she was very worried about her friend Yannicka, so she was acting colder. Ed decided not to make a big deal out of it and to quickly finish all his current tasks. He understood that his new companion was probably tired of helping the professor because she had to do too much work. She smiled, took his hand, and said that now she had him, which meant they could handle everything. She then told him the story of how she had also been kicked out of her family and had to do everything on her own after entering the academy. Looking into the distance, she compared her situation to how she had no one to rely on during the cold winter. Ed looked at her and realized that she was probably a very strong person and always took responsibility for her actions. So he asked her not to worry about anything because he was completely sure that she would overcome everything. Suddenly, she stumbled, and Ed immediately caught her because he didn't want her to get hurt. Ed was a little surprised, because there were no rocks or branches on the road that she could have tripped over. The girl began to fan herself with her hand, and said that she was feeling a little hot, and needed some time to cool off. Ed watched her actions with surprise, because she asked him to wait, and said she would be back soon. She had mixed feelings because the young gentleman really did inspire confidence, but it could have been an act. Annis analyzed the situation and realized that Ed was indeed very muscular and did not look like a spoiled child. Stroking her hand, she realized that she had even managed to initiate the first contact by faking an accident. His appearance was simply stunning in her eyes, and now she understood perfectly why Yannicka had chosen him. At one point, she caught herself thinking that she had really started to have feelings for him, and even blushed. Then, after analyzing her personal feelings, she understood exactly how Ed Rote-Taylor made women fall in love with him. Regaining her cool head, Annis reminded herself that she was not like that at all. Meanwhile, Ed was observing the views around him, because they were very beautiful and peaceful. At one point, he even forgot about all his affairs, because he realized that there were problems that even he could not cope with. He understood that ahead of him was Tanya Rote-Taylor, who was supposed to become a young villainess. Since she grew up in the Duke's family, she was a political genius and always knew how to deceive people. That is why she would try to take the place of the first president of the Student Council Empire at the Sylvania Academy. Bell reported that Tanya had decided to move in before the other student in order to take her leading position more quickly. Therefore, he needed to spend time preparing for his meeting with her, but there were some difficulties. The main one was that he simply had no idea how his younger sister would treat him. This was because he knew Tanya very well, but knew absolutely nothing about himself. In all the storylines, Ed Rote-Taylor simply did not exist after his first year, and the only thing said about him was that he was a statistic. For this reason, he did not know how to approach solving this problem. To his sister, he was nothing more than ordinary trash, because she knew that Sylvania was infested with insects. Meanwhile, Tanya was approaching the academy and thinking about how there were many outstanding personalities among the students. She knew about Elvira, who was a great alchemist who created the elixir of imprinting while she was just a student. She knew about the beast who ruled the entire northern region and was known as the Demon of the Sword of Nortendal. The strongest among them was Lucy, who received the blessing of the star from the Archmage Glocta. Tanya understood that by mixing with them, she could truly become one of them, because she also had many talents. Upon arrival, the senior maid Belle reported that all the belongings had already been put in their places, and the room had been prepared. However, she informed the maid that she would visit her room a little later, because she needed to settle other matters. First, she planned to deal with her older brother, who had become trash to her after humiliating the family's honor. Duke Rote-Taylor was very pleased when his daughter announced that she planned not only to enroll in the Sylvania Academy, but also to try her best. She wanted to become the new face of the Duke's family, in order to restore her family's honor and status. Her father prepared her well and reminded her that the academy was a place of education, so even a princess had to be respectful. Therefore, Tanya decided to follow the instructions and went to a tea party in order to engage in small talk. She immediately said that she knew Ed well, because she grew up with him, and he had always been a very pitiful and mean person. She also said that he had no perseverance at all, but because of his pride, he did not admit his incompetence. Tanya said that her life had been very difficult, but at some point she realized that she was talking all alone. Her father warned her that she should be very careful when meeting with a representative of a trading company. Loretto sat opposite her and did not even touch her tea, because she was listening carefully to everything she was saying. Then Tanya began to understand that she had probably done something wrong, because she did not win Mrs. Loretto's favor. She felt a great deal of pressure hanging in the air, and decided to clarify what exactly had upset her interlocutor. Their conversation was more like a monologue about how Ed Rote-Taylor was a disgustingly bad person. Loretto smiled and said that she wasn't upset at all, and asked her young companion to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Ed actively continued to complete the tasks on his personal to-do list that he had put off during the holidays. He liked that he didn't have to return the books, because he had borrowed them from the ghostly library of Glast. On the other hand, he understood that Annis actually had a much harder and more difficult time than he did. He realized that because of the effect of the Phoenix Ring, he couldn't use magic yet, not even to light a fire, so he decided to find Lucy. She was indeed sleeping peacefully on his bed, and he asked her to help him with the fire. Lucy was sleeping too deeply, so he decided to simply carry her to the right place, because she was very light. Opening one eye, she immediately directed her magical energy toward the stacked wood and lit the fire. Ed was grateful to her and wanted to carry her back, but she said she would stay outside for a while too. Lucy was about to fall asleep when she suddenly smelled someone else's perfume and decided to find out who had been so close to him. Ed said he had spent the whole day with Annis, so her floral scent might have lingered on his clothes. Lucy moved closer to him and asked if he had noticed that he actually had a fever and was sick. Then she turned away and asked him not to get sick, because otherwise he might end up in eternal rest. After thinking for a moment, She decided to try to release his resonant magic to ease his pain, but she couldn't find it, so Ed decided to do something completely reckless. He asked her not to worry or fret, because he understood that by the end of winter, he could become much stronger. Lucy smiled and asked him if she could ask him for a slightly strange favor, and our hero agreed. Lucy laid her head on his leg, and Ed immersed himself in reading a book while stroking her head. Lucy was simply delighted because she really enjoyed having someone stroke her head. Ed suddenly heard a strange rustling sound and decided to turn around to see who had decided to visit them. It was Loretto, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, and she looked a little mysterious and tired. Loretto said she had come to talk to him personally and ask a few questions. She was a little surprised that the strongest Lucy was lying on his lap like a pillow and purring. When Tanya finished talking, she said she was asking for help in getting rid of her older brother, for which she was willing to pay generously. She offered other students archaeological treasures to lure them to her side. Zix was also present during these conversations and was curious to find out what was going on. So he came closer and carefully examined Tanya Rote-Taylor, who was saying only nasty things about her brother. She also carefully analyzed him because he had a muscular body and his magic was very clearly felt. Zix was surprised that the younger sister allowed herself to make such statements in the presence of the upperclassmen. He looked a little intimidating to her, so Tanya decided to pause for a moment to accept the situation. However, unexpectedly, Zex just started laughing and told Elka that Ed's younger sister had joined them. Then he gave her a magical artifact that allowed her to control the resonance in mana and magical power. Tanya was very surprised because then he asked Elka to grab some notes from her first year. Elka and Zix started running around like crazy, gathering various items and notes that might come in handy. Tanya could barely hold all these materials and decided to clarify whether they had heard her suggestion correctly. Zix calmly replied that he understood that brothers and sisters often did not get along, so he understood all her feelings. He then announced that their ship was ready, and it was time for them to set off on a fun vacation. He said that Ed was like an older brother to him, so he was sure that Tanya was just as strong as her brother, and wished her luck. Patting her on the shoulder, he told her that she should be happy because she was born into a wonderful family with a wonderful name. At that moment, Tanya simply lost her balance, and all the items they had given her scattered in different directions. Lying on the ground, she couldn't understand how her older brother had managed to win the respect of such a strong young man. Meanwhile, Claire looked in the mirror and thought that if the entrance exams went well, she would be able to relax. Looking at Anis, she thought that there were advantages to being young because she didn't look tired. She understood that she had to redo the tasks that Clebius and Onyx had done, and only after Ed did everything go too well. This realization surprised her greatly, which meant that it was indeed not for nothing that he was so praised in other departments. Claire approached Anis and asked how she felt after interacting with Ed, because they were very similar in their persistence. She decided to share a secret with her, and told her that she had been watching him and had seen his well-built camp deep in the forest. His persistence was so effective that even Professor Glast himself noticed his actions. Claire said that she and Anis really had much more in common than she could have imagined. Anis thanked her for the information and thought that he really wasn't a bad person. Now she understood that Yanika had indeed chosen a decent and very hard-working young man with no flaws. She thought that, on top of everything else, he also had a beautiful body and smelled simply delicious, which meant that he took good care of himself. A few minutes later, Claire noticed that Anis was staring in one direction for some reason and not saying anything. Anis jumped up from her seat and threw open the windows, saying that it was too hot in the room. The girl looked out the window and thought that she clearly had a problem that needed to be solved. She tried with all her might to stop the stream of thoughts that were rapidly filling her mind. Anis analyzed the teacher's words and remembered that Ed had been able to make a contract with the spirit on his own. Then she realized that he really couldn't have done it on his own, which meant that Yannicka had definitely helped him. Remembering her behavior, she realized that the spirit had definitely passed on all the information to her best friend, which meant she would have big problems. Claire put on her coat and decided to change the subject, so she suggested that her assistant go to a cafe and have a bite to eat. However, to her great surprise, the assistant suddenly scattered all the documents and ran out of the office without explanation. An exceptional feature of the Filover family was that they tried to love everyone around them and find the good in them. Yanika was sitting near the sacred wise tree when Mug flew in and began to report to her everything he had seen. Upon learning about the relationship between her best friend and her beloved, she simply could not hold back the tears that betrayed her and flowed down her cheeks. It was at this moment of grief and resentment that Tatiana Rottweiler, who really wanted to meet her and talk to her, caught her. Tanya really wanted to win the favor of the strongest students in order to confidently stand up to her older brother. Lorette herself told her that if she managed to win Yannicka over to her side, her plan would definitely be able to be realized quickly. Therefore, on the recommendation of a representative of the Elt Trade Organization, she immediately headed into the forest to meet her. However, she imagined Yannicka to be very kind, But before her was a person who resembled more of a demonic creature. Tanya did not know the reason for Yannika's tears, but she remembered that she had to believe her every word, so she decided to talk to her. Lorettel herself went to Ed to give him a new shipment of some materials for his development. Our hero poured her some freshly brewed tea and asked why she had come to such a distant place just to exchange a few words. Lorettel gladly accepted the hot tea and asked him not to worry about anything because she could relax next to him. They both understood that for those who had been through a lot in life, winter was more like a leisurely stroll along the paths. After thinking for a moment and looking around, she decided to ask why Lucy was sleeping here and not at home. Ed was a little confused and said that she always slept where she felt comfortable, and he had simply accepted it. Lori admitted that she had actually come all this way not to talk about magical engineering. Then she smiled a little and began to show him the book he had wanted to study for so long. Ed watched her actions with great amazement because he could not even imagine that she could do everything exactly like that. However, along with the book, she materialized the letter he had written to her before the trade. Ed began to get a little nervous and, with a tremor in his voice, decided to clarify what exactly she wanted in exchange for the sage's grimoire. Lori said that she had thought long and hard about such an interesting offer and would like him to simply take her side during the election. Everyone understood that the election for the first president of the student council between Lori and Fonya would begin very soon. The princess also began to actively prepare her strategy and plan for the election. According to the script, she was supposed to win and reveal all the skeletons in the Rott-Taylor family's closet. Laurentil said that every student would have to make their own choice, and she asked only that they choose her and nothing else. In fact, only the main character of all the scenario branches had the right to choose between them. Therefore, he confidently stated that he was not sure that his choice would have any influence at all. It was even a little hurtful for Ed to admit that he was just an ordinary student, but there was no getting away from it. Laurentil said that she understood everything perfectly and knew how to analyze the situation, but it all concerned her personally. Ed decided to agree because such a request was much easier than if she had asked him for something else. She smiled happily and then simply burned his letter so that he could be sure of the honesty of their agreement. In the morning, he realized that he didn't have much to do today, so he decided to rest a little, but out of habit, he woke up early. Seeing that Lucy was also awake, he asked her to help him a little and build a fire to make it warmer. Last night, Lori told him that she was sure his younger sister was plotting against him, so she warned him that she had to introduce her to some people and would probably visit him tomorrow. Ed realized that it was indeed Tanya, the younger sister of the hero whose body he had taken over. And the scariest thing for him was that the relationship between them was a mystery, shrouded in darkness. In the morning, his younger sister did indeed come to his camp, accompanied by several people. She said she had brought him a small gift, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and she looked excited. On the other hand, he understood that while living on the Duke's estate, he had to lead a dignified life. Tanya really did look very frightened, and he couldn't understand why her behavior was so strange. He began to remember how they sat at the same table and ate, and she was always very calculating and calm. He, on the other hand, behaved too impulsively and impatiently, especially towards the servants. Tanya was young and didn't like her older brother's behavior at all, so she asked him to be more restrained. However, he didn't listen to her at all because his pride and status always came first. At the time, he didn't understand what his sister didn't like and why she had such respect for ordinary tools. He was very cruel and always told her that she was simply not worthy of being a noblewoman. Now Ed took the box with the jewelry from her and thanked her for such a beautiful and valuable gift. He also asked her not to freeze and to sit by the fire to warm up. Tanya looked with even greater surprise at the little girl sleeping on the bench by the fire. Bringing his younger sister tea, he asked her if she liked the Sylvania Academy in general, and if she had settled in well. He was also surprised when she said that she had already heard about it, because only Zix and Yannika knew him. However, for some reason, after Yannika's name was mentioned, everyone looked very frightened and agitated again. Ed said that Yannika was the kindest person on earth, among all the people he had ever met. Tanya immediately began to remember how the high-level spirit Tarkin simply held her while she answered all the questions. Therefore, trembling with fear, she said that Yannika was very kind and wished her success in her studies. Ed was a little surprised by this reaction and realized that something very strange was going on that he simply did not know about. Tanya was not the type of person who would just start acting so awkwardly, so he decided to talk to her a little. He told her that he had changed a lot after being excommunicated from his family and asked her forgiveness for all the things he had done. He understood that his younger sister would eventually become an ordinary villain who would help Princess Fenia. After their conversation, Tanya quickly decided to return to her room because she realized that she was very tired from all these emotions, and she still hadn't recovered from the great spirit of fire that almost took her life because of a couple of bad words about her older brother. She found it a little strange why such a sensible Yannika blindly believed her brother and trusted him completely. She was even more surprised by the presence of Lucy, who was the elite among all the elite students of Sylvania. Leaving her room, she realized that Lucy was also her roommate. Tanya understood that now she was perceived as nothing more than the younger sister of the beautiful Ed, and not the perfect sister of the pathetic Trash. Lucy patted her on the shoulder and told her that if she had any difficulty, all she had to do was let her know. Tanya was a little confused, because she did not expect to hear such a thing from the most powerful magician of all the courses. In addition, there was a gold plaque above her room that only the best of the best could receive. Tanya was confused. She couldn't understand how even the best sorceress couldn't reveal her brother's true nature. Meanwhile, Annis ran to Rosalia, who decided to resolve everything urgently and turned to the senior maid, Belle. She asked her to immediately introduce her to a good young gentleman so that she could start a relationship with him. Belle was very surprised by this request because she thought that Annis was simply not interested in relationships. After thinking for a moment, she said that in terms of their persistence and level of responsibility, they were very similar to Ed. Annis understood that there was no point in hiding anything from such an experienced maid, because she understood everything anyway. Therefore, she admitted that her conversation with Ed had gone on too long, and she wanted to find a replacement for him as soon as possible. After that, she began to show her other young men who studied with her and consult with her about their characteristics from their cards. Belle realized that Lady Yannicka had noticed her feelings, so she tactlessly decided to quickly find a replacement and form a couple. Annis admitted that yesterday they had met Yannicka in the hallway, but she had simply walked by, and they hadn't even said hello. And during the exams, she and Ed had to be on duty, so she urgently needed a replacement to calm Yannicka down. Belle asked her to calm down a little and analyze the situation from another angle, because everything could be much simpler. Yannicka had always been very kind to everyone, so they probably began to worry that she might be deceived or hurt. The problem was that Lady Yannicka was too perfect, and so people had simply become accustomed to perceiving her that way. Belle explained that it was most likely all about her protective instinct, and that, in reality, Annis's heart remained free. Annis began to analyze everything that had happened from a different angle, and the clouds that had been gathering above her turned into a clear sky. She began to think about Yannicka and where she might have gone, and now instead of tears, a smile began to appear on her face. Ed was busy with his daily chores and preparations for winter when he saw Yannicka sitting by the fire, looking depressed. He looked at her closely because he had never seen her in such a strange state before. Yannicka didn't even turn to him. She just sat by the fire and stared at the flames. Then he decided to pour her some hot tea and brought her a blanket because it had started snowing again outside, which would have to be cleared away once more. Sitting down next to her, he said that if she was worried about something, she could just share her feelings with him. However, to his surprise, Yannicka didn't even look up and apologized because she couldn't tell him everything. Then he decided to just wrap her in the blanket and told her that she shouldn't keep everything to herself anyway. Right now, she just reminded him of a little animal that had been cornered and couldn't even ask for help. Our hero understood that he couldn't ignore her condition and leave her alone with it. So they wrapped themselves in a blanket and just sat in silence because each of them was thinking about something else. After the death of the eldest daughter, Arwen Rott-Taylor, too much had changed in the Rott-Taylor family. Ed became the next heir, gaining power and beginning to behave terribly. His younger sister Tanya really disliked this behavior because he had only a little of the power of an heir. He was despotic towards everyone, and Tanya was afraid of him, but understood that he was not a worthy heir. That was his life at the time, so no one treated him kindly or considered him a good person. Tanya always lived under the harsh gaze of her older brother, who instilled a sense of horror and fear in her. She was sad that she had no power over the situation and could not protect anyone around her from him. Then, when he was excommunicated from the family, everything changed dramatically, and she had the opportunity to assert herself. The day of the trials arrived, and Annis asked Ed not to come within a meter of her. She said that his smell, gaze, and energy no longer affected her, so she decided to keep her distance. Claire explained the rules of the exam and asked them to start climbing the mountain to begin their preparation. The entrance exam for new students was held at the top of Mount Olphin, and everyone headed there. Since Claire was in charge of the exam instead of Professor Glass, she made a few changes to the procedure. In addition to the beads, magical stones were hidden on the mountain, which also gave a lot of points in the exam. On the other hand, it wasn't that simple, because Claire was definitely a successful student of her teacher. Therefore, in order to pass into the elite class, it was necessary not only to find beads or stones, but also to defeat a huge number of monsters. Ed was very happy that they managed to adjust the rules, because in the original version, no one was able to pass the exam. He did not question all the tests that Professor Claire had prepared, because he could not openly influence the events taking place. However, they managed to attract imaginary monsters to the exam, which were created with the help of an illusion disc. It was very difficult for Annis to carry such a valuable artifact, because it was very heavy. Ed offered to carry some of the equipment, because he realized that Annis was already too tired and was starting to fall behind them. She automatically recoiled from him, as if from fire, because she was very afraid that Yanika would see them again. However, she lost her balance again and almost fell. So the young man grabbed her to prevent her from hitting the ground. The illusion discs containing the monsters began to slide down the mountain because they had fallen out of the bag. Klebios simply caught them and asked them to be more careful because the discs could easily break. Ed was very glad that Klebios took the initiative and managed to catch all the discs with the monsters' illusions. However, due to the force of the impact with the mountain rock, the disc simply began to crumble in his hands. Ed was horrified because now the main storyline was completely destroyed, and he automatically let go of Anis. He understood that the training itself would be a very important stage, because it was due to it that there were violations of the storyline that year. During training, students must demonstrate their abilities, but not harm their opponents. However, talented freshmen will have the chance to invite senior students they already know well to the training. And the training will turn into a confrontation, where everything will get out of control and will not follow the established rules. These changes can have irreversible consequences, especially for the development of Taylor's abilities. So the name of Taylor, who has become much stronger in 1 year of training, will be on the lips of almost everyone. At the same time, Clarice will be closely watching his development from the crowd, and so the first act will come to an end. However, it is essential to take into account the appearance of the Saint, because she is a significant character in the finale. It is her power that will help Taylor stay alive, while Lucy simply goes mad. Although no one knows it yet, the true power of the new students' madness lay not only in their pride. The real reason was their anger, caused by the fact that none of them could pass the test to enter Class A. They failed the test solely because Claire used the most powerful discs, which were now destroyed. Claire understood that the internal circuitry had been completely destroyed, which meant it could not be repaired quickly. Anis lowered her head because she understood that her actions were to blame for everything that had happened. She apologized to everyone because she understood that she should have been more careful and cautious. Ed said that her apologies would not change the situation and that they needed to come up with something urgently to weed out the students. Klebios was simply horrified because in the next second, he added that by we, he meant him specifically. The students began to arrive for the exam, and the first was Tanya, who was very polite and calm. The other students were also very prestigious, because among them were the Prime Minister and other princesses. The exception among all the students was Saint Clarissa, who had been blessed and had come to study. She asked them not to observe all the formalities in her presence, because she was also an ordinary person. Tanya immediately decided to follow the Saint's advice and straightened up to introduce herself. The Saint smiled and said that she had baptized Duke Krebin, but at that time, she was still too young to remember the event well. Tanya said that as soon as she came of age, she would also come immediately to be baptized. Clarissa smiled and said that she would eagerly await this event, which was so significant for every person. Suddenly, all the students looked up at the sky because a welcome salute for all new students was beginning there. The students immediately headed towards the mountain because each of them had only one goal, to get into Class A. They happily found and collected magic stones to place on the altar and earn extra points. Joseph laughed at his friend and simply took the magic stone from him to place it on the altar first. Tanya noticed that there were too many magic stones, which meant that there must be something else. Suddenly, one of the first-year student candidates took off her shoes and fell into the snow, which looked very strange. Tanya Rotlior thought she had been injured and offered to call the examiners for help. However, the student smiled and said that she just wanted to walk barefoot in the snow because it felt very pleasant. She smiled and said that although her actions were sudden and illogical, they were at the top of her wish list. Tanya realized that they would most likely become classmates, so she introduced herself and told her name. The girl was very surprised because she understood that all members of the Rote-Taylor family were very noble. However, Tanya said that this was not always the case, because in a family that had existed for so long, there was always room for trash and scoundrels. She understood that when she last saw her older brother, he had really changed for the better. However, the fear that had been sealed inside her for many years had not gone away, and she could not perceive him differently. Eily Acne didn't quite understand, and was simply delighted that she had managed to meet a potential student of the elite division. She understood that she was from the village and should be more respectful, but they had equal status according to the rules of Sylvania. Afterwards, she apologized in advance for her strange behavior because she was from a very small village on the outskirts. Tanya listened carefully to Ilea and decided to remind her that they were still in the middle of an exam and should hurry up. Ilea started laughing and said that she didn't care about her grades because she didn't want to attract too much attention to herself. Then she grabbed Tanya by the hand and said that she would be happy to help her pass the exam, so that she could get a place in Class A. Tanya was terrified and didn't understand what was going on, so she asked her new friend to calm down and not rush things. 30 minutes after the exam began, one of the students had almost reached the top of the mountain where the altar was located. Since he was running too fast, he realized that he was already suffocating from lack of oxygen, and his strength was beginning to leave him. At that moment, a creature suddenly appeared and immediately attacked the first student who had reached the top of the mountain. Clebius understood that his actions were not quite appropriate for a third-year student, but it was really very simple. Therefore, to some extent, somewhere deep down, he was glad that Ed had explained to him how they could fix the situation. So, according to a clear plan, Clebius and Annis had to stop the students, who were climbing to the very top of the mountain. Annis understood that these events were her fault from the very beginning, so she tried to demonstrate her maximum strength. Onyx was a master of flight, so he was tasked with monitoring safety and reporting on the current situation. Claire was busy with the documents approving the exam condition, and once again, did not sleep all night. Thus, all roles were competently distributed among those responsible for conducting the entrance exams. Ed himself had to remain at the main summit in order to fully control the situation. Therefore, his direct task was to protect the altar so that none of the new students could pass. Professor Claire was a little worried because she couldn't sense his mana at all and thought he was not well and would not be able to cope. Ed understood that all this was quite obvious, so he said he had a well-developed plan. His task was to carry out minor repairs to the illusion disc using magical engineering tools. Since he did not have his own mana, he used the energy released from the magic stones after using the altar. Mug came to his aid, and even though he could not yet hear what he was saying, he was very happy to meet him. His main goal at the moment was to prevent any of the students who had come to take the test from passing. He was completely confident because all his preparations were complete, and he was eagerly awaiting the students. It became clear to all the students who had managed to reach the top of the mountain that they simply would not be able to pass this exam due to its difficulty. Clebios was in a bad mood, as usual, because he had to do the dirty work again at Ed Rottweiler's behest. The spirits that had been recreated from the slightly repaired Disc of Illusions also helped, according to the established plan. Clebius was distracted by the north entrance because he sensed a great power that did not belong to Annis, and Tanya decided to seize the moment. She immediately grabbed her new friend and asked her to hurry because she understood that this might be their only chance. Although Annis was one of the best students, her practical experience was comparable to that of her peers. For this reason, it was difficult for first-year students to get past her, but there were also some particularly outstanding ones among them. One such student was Joseph Whitefeld, who was several steps ahead of the other candidates. Unlike his sister, who was trying very hard to master alchemy, he had already done a lot of research and was using intermediate-level magic. In other words, he was a true genius who would compete for the title of best student in the entire academy. Annis really couldn't handle him, so she agreed to let him pass so that he could continue his ascent. Joseph asked her not to be too upset, because he was sure that she was also strong, but in a different area. Annis was very upset because the preparation had gone smoothly, but she had ruined everything, and it was Ed who was able to resolve the current situation. So she began to feel a tremendous sense of anger towards herself, because she realized that she had failed to accomplish the tasks set before her. Her anxiety was directly related to the fact that she was constantly thinking about the person she could really rely on. At that moment, Ed's first guest arrived, and he informed him that he would not allow the stone on the altar to be changed just like that. Joseph was a little surprised, because he understood that the testers had rather strange methods of testing the students' abilities. He considered such risks unjustified, because if he won, the other students would be able to access the altar without any problems. Joseph was very attentive and scouted the situation, after which he noticed that the Disc of Illusions was a different color. He also found it very strange that in front of him was a student of the Faculty of Magic who did not emit any mana at all. Seeing a small supply of magic stones, he immediately decided to attack because he understood that such a student had greatly disappointed him. Using his fire magic, he already began to think about the filling he planned to put in his sandwich after the exam. The particle explosion magic was very strong and almost impossible to dodge, but his opponent easily avoided the attack. Ed, in turn, decided to use basic fire magic to attack his new guest. Joseph was very surprised because the action and spread of low-level magic turned out to be more effective than he had imagined. On the other hand, he had well-developed defensive function, so all this was just a waste of energy for him. After analyzing the initial data, he realized that he surpassed his opponent in mana reserved, which was the main condition for magicians. Joseph Whitefeld understood that what was actually happening now was a confrontation not of forces, but of real intelligence in real conditions. At the same time, Ed Rottweiler began to pass through the flame because he planned to use physical force, rather than spiritual force. This allowed him to reduce the distance between them as much as possible so that he could grab his opponent with his bare hands. Attacking him physically, Ed said that magicians should not always rely solely on spells and alchemy. Having received damage to his face, Joseph was very surprised and did not understand how a student without magic could pass through a wall of fire. He immediately gathered his wits and realized that he simply could not relax, so he decided to use mid-level ice magic. However, to his great surprise, his opponent did not fall for his provocation and again used flames to create thick steam. Joseph realized that he had to immediately change his tactics and decided to use high-level fire magic again. Ed understood that he could not yet use his mana, so he activated a fire-resistant spell to be more effective. Seeing the sharp blade in his opponent's hands, Joseph immediately used a physical shield that blocked such attacks. It was getting harder for him with every passing minute, because his opponent was also acting very quickly, changing the direction of his actions. Ed understood that his direct task was to secure the altar and not let anyone near it, so he tried very hard. So he filled his blade with the power of Mugo, who was a spirit, and easily destroyed the physical shield. Joseph took a lot of damage, but tried hard to gather his thoughts and figure out how to win. Analyzing the situation, he realized that his opponent was more cunning and took advantage of the blessing of his personal spirit. Looking around, he realized that his opponent had not even had time to use the magic stones and the disc of illusions. Looking at his opponent, whose clothes were not even stained, he could not understand who he was at all. Releasing the magic stone from his hand and throwing it aside, Joseph said that he was ready to accept the fact that he had simply lost. However, this was just a cunning move, and while his opponent was distracted by the stone, he decided to activate his ice magic. Creating an icy spear, Joseph immediately aimed it at his opponent in order to get a chance at victory. Ed easily calculated the trajectory of his attack and was able to dodge the icy spear. Then Joseph, who had studied magic his entire life, resorted to extreme measures and decided to use his fists. Rodolphe found this very strange, because he had not expected physical attacks from such a magician. Joseph tried very hard to act quickly and tactfully in order to accelerate as quickly as possible. At that moment, the spirit of protection activated with the force of the wind, which swept Joseph away from the young master. Despite everything that was happening to him, he still did not plan to give up, because he wanted to study in Class A. With his last attack, he simply destroyed his magic stone so that no one could pick it up. Ed praised his opponent for his efforts and perseverance, then returned to the altar to protect it. He understood that he had to maintain the original storyline by any means necessary in order to restore balance. Onyx captured Joseph because his task was to take the students to the medical center for help. Meanwhile, Zex and Elka were riding in a carriage, and she didn't understand why he had enrolled in the magic faculty when he had so many talents. He explained to her that he saw no point in becoming the best student, and that he liked studying with her better. Clebius was the strongest student, but the girl from the village easily attacked him, and he didn't understand what was happening. Tanya's new friend apologized to the senior, because she clearly miscalculated her holy energy. Onyx was very surprised by such great power and said that he would take care of Clebius himself. 30 minutes before the end of the exam, Tanya and her friend managed to reach the top of the mountain. The students managed to reach the final test and headed straight for the altar. Tanya was a little scared because in front of her was the object of her eternal fear and uncertainty. It was her older brother who told them that they should just give up and not even try to go any further. Saint Clarissa had 2 dreams. In one of them, she had to believe in the purity of everything that was happening around her. She was to become a virginally pure sheet of paper, which was compared in terms of sinfulness to an ordinary pen. In the other dream, she had to leave the dirty puddle in which they lived in order to ascend to heaven. The green mist of the Denkinsky swamp represented the golden ears of grain of the capital of Cleylon, along with the emerald pastures of Pulana. Adele was the keeper of the holy fire, and believed that around them there was only a modest palette of natural colors. Leaving the church, she called herself a romantic, and came to Clarissa's window every night to sing her songs about the universe. Therefore, Clarissa's dreams were full of scenes from the outside world, inspired by her only friend who whispered everything to her. Adele told her that in the world, you could go to classes, meet your loved one, and make many friends. After leaving the church, Adele enrolled in Sylvania and believed that the embrace of a loved one was worth more than 100 prayers from parishioners. Clarissa dreamed of having the same vivid experience that her friend constantly talked about because she longed to feel an embrace. Her father allowed her to visit the world and enroll in the academy, but reminded her that she must never reveal her identity. Verdi asked her to be as careful as possible because he did not want her true identity to be revealed. No one noticed Clarissa at all, and this made her heart beat faster, so she enjoyed the snow and sunshine. No one could have imagined that she was a saint, so no one bowed their heads before her. But Ed knew this very well. Tanya was very surprised that her older brother was in the final test, and did not understand why he called her friend a saint. Activating the power of the wind spirit, he said that they could simply leave, or receive a large amount of damage from him. Tanya covered her face with her hands because the wind was very dense and quite gusty. The saint was also surprised because she did not expect that a senior student could make a contract with a high-ranking monster. Clarissa immediately told her new friend that they should just give up and be realistic. Tanya looked closely at the wind spirit and immediately remembered her last meeting with Yanika, who had sent Tarkin after her. However, she understood that if she left now, it would prove that nothing had changed in their relationship. Therefore, she confidently told St. Kylie that she would try until the very end and had no plans to give up. Tanya was confident because she understood that with great power comes great responsibility. She knew her brother very well and understood that he could not use such spirits, which meant that all this was a deception. Marilda realized that the girls were getting closer, so she simply let the wind flow with ease. The girls began to be blown away because the wind was more like a hurricane that simply knocked them off their feet. Tanya did not understand how this could be possible because her brother was a completely ordinary trash. For this very reason, she could not understand what exactly had happened to him and how he had been able to achieve such heights in his studies. Kylie was very surprised that Tanya had such a strange brother who was not at all like a nobleman. Therefore, she was firmly convinced that she was dealing with a real villain who was greatly hindering them. Looking at Tanya's reaction, she only confirmed her theory that they were dealing with a very bad person who was a villain. Therefore, Kylie asked Tanya to continue attacking the summoner as she had planned before. She herself decided to take on the role of bait because she knew about the properties of her new, unusual physique. Tanya began to worry about her very much because she already had serious injuries and was not interested in the exam. Kylie said she trusted Tanya and believed that they were indeed facing a very bad person who did not deserve to win. Smiling, she added that Tanya was her first friend in the entire Sylvania Academy, so she was ready to stand up for her. Tanya thought about it because, on the way, they were suddenly attacked by a senior student. It was easily eliminated by some strange glow, which meant that Kylie probably possessed great hidden power. She was even more surprised that Kylie, who resembled a timid kitten, took the lead. Tanya watched what was happening and did not understand what was going on with the people around her. Kylie rushed towards Marilda because she understood that she had a hidden blessing. Marilda was already very tired of all the girls who approached Ed, but there was nothing she could do about it. However, as soon as she decided to attack her rival with her paw, she experienced terrible pain upon contact with the golden ball. Kylie had a hidden blessing that could deal with any monster or ill-wisher. In fact, she herself was very scared because she was not ready for such a turn of events. Ed really hoped that this would be the end of it because he had spent too much energy himself. But Tanya said she had no intention of giving up and used her radiation power to attack him with dense magic. Ed wasn't ready for this, so his explosive power began to carry him in the opposite direction. However, to her great surprise, the projection of her older brother began to simply disappear into thin air. Tanya was confused and, looking around, realized that it was only a disc of illusions and not her brother. Turning around, she realized that a huge number of magic arrows were flying in her direction. She couldn't believe her eyes because 2 years ago, her brother couldn't even hold a fork properly. Ed skillfully used a bow and asked her not to move because he didn't want to hurt her. At one point, she even began to seriously doubt that it was really Ed Rottweiler in front of her. Analyzing the situation, she realized that she was powerless, which meant that everything was as it had been before, and, unfortunately, nothing had changed. However, to her surprise, Ed leaned toward her and said that he couldn't let her go just because of their relationship, but he could see that she had worked hard. He told her that she was magnificent because she didn't know he was an illusion, but she resisted him to the end. She saw the brooch she had given him on his suit and began to cry because she realized that something had indeed changed.